evening. It is Friday, June 24th, 2022, which means we are 7 days away from the hobby zombie apocalypse, from the end of days, from the nuclear holocaust of the hobby, as per Eric. That is why tonight, on the little scrolling ticker, we have the July the 1st coming up. In addition to that, I got to spell it correctly because right now it's oneth, so I'll fix it. But July the 1st episode, only the righteous will be spared. So we got the new hashtag at the end of it as well. Very exciting. Eric, are you bracing yourself? You got 7 days. 7 days.
I have water and some canned tuna in the bunker. I have my weaponry and batteries for the flashlights and the hand radio, so I'm good to go.
Excellent, excellent. Now, do you have turkey breasts or turkey legs? This is important. Get it right. You've only got one shot at this. If you get it wrong, hell's gonna come down.
I'm gonna go with turkey breast.
Brown or white meat?
I'm gonna read some of the comments. So Chris, good evening. Bob, the show just started. Eric already looks exasperated. Absolutely. Jeff, good evening. Brandon, good evening. Happy Friday evening. Absolutely. TGIF, no doubt, no doubt. So news-wise, for the most part, quiet week. However, we are gonna have a little bit of fun because coming up this weekend is Hobby Palooza. And I was taking a look at some of these stuff. So I've already had my fun with Hobby Palooza. And today I'm going to largely refrain from teasing it quite the way that I normally would, with one exception, which I will get to when the moment is right. However, what I've decided to do, in the spirit of positivity, we're 7 days from the apocalypse, so we have to make sure we atone for our sins. As a man of peace, I'm going to focus on the positive, except with one exception, with one specific exception. For the most part, I'm going to focus on the positive, and I'm going to talk about the ones that I like, or the channels that I like, or the folks that are friends of the channel. I will focus predominantly, with one exception, on those folks and ignore the rest. But you can certainly check it out on your own and see if there's anything else that fits that you want to see. But like I said, I'll fix it on certain specific ones and I'll go through them real quick. So Albert, good evening. Absolutely. DR, Eric will be in the bunker without a can opener. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I'm expecting there to be one dumb thing missing. Like he's got everything. Like he's got his guns, but no ammo. Or he's got ammo and no guns. So he has to throw them. He has to throw the bullets.
I'll throw the bullets at him.
Is the cup being 1 to 9, Eric?
Yeah, he throws the bullet and re-injures his hip. Albert, absolutely. There you go. Nice. So one other thing here. Let me see if I can grab it. What I was gonna say. I'm gonna pull up the Hobby Palooza thing in a minute. But I just died of laughter during a lot of the build up to it because I was looking for the opportunity. There, I'll just mute Bobby for now while he's setting himself up. So Bob here. Bob is looking out for you. How's the hip, Eric?
Yeah, Bob sets you up. He sets you up by acting like he cares,
Mm-hmm.
and then he draws you in, and then he cuts your throat. Thanks, Bob. The hip's actually doing really well. Unfortunately, during rehab, I tore a tendon, and I'm back on the shelf. I'm limping again, and I got to see more doctors and all sorts of things, and I got to shut down my rehab and physical therapy and everything. So kind of back to the drawing board until the tendon heals itself, which is like 6 weeks.
You're a freaking mess.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Body injury IL for 60 days.
Yep.
It's your last chance to call back to July 1st.
Well, what I was gonna say is
Because you're busy.
Yeah, what I was gonna say though is that I feel really good, 7 days out from the apocalypse, because I think the most Eric thing to happen would be if over the next 7 days the hobby actually started correcting back up. Not like all the way, but I mean like to the point that yes, it's down, but it's down like 10-15%. So it would be the most Eric thing ever. It's like, yeah, it was a downturn. It's like literally July 1st. It's like meh. Not high, not low, just solidly meh.
Or we get everybody together and make a spike happen.
Yeah, like it would be just beautiful. Literally July the 1st. It's like, so yeah, year on year we're down like 8%. Wow. Riots in the streets, you guys. Riots in the streets. 7%? Dang.
Watch out.
What are we going to do? Looks like your days of raccoon wrestling are over. Better hope you don't get traded to Arizona. Facts.
Ooh.
Facts. So let me start off with the Hobby Palooza one. We'll get this one out of the way here. Like I said, I'm going to focus predominantly on the positive, with one exception. Because I have to. I guess I have to. For the most part, I'm going to focus in on the ones that I care about. The rest of them, I'm just going to skip them, but I'll put it on the screen for you so you can see it. So let me go here. Chrome tab. All right. And by the way, this year they don't have a specific. They don't have like a Hobby Palooza domain name this time around. This time it's on the Bench Clear Media website.
Yeah, I
I'll
noticed.
put the link on there. I'll put the link in the description for those of you who check out the replay. I'll put it there for you if you want to check it out. So let's move ourselves down a little bit. Okay. So like I said, I'm going to focus on the main ones that I care about. I'll ignore the rest. Reindeer Studios, I've actually heard of. I think they're like an artist or something. They like do drawings. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, that's kind of an interesting. It's a little different. So I would say check that out if you're interested. You like your vintage? Bowman 53 is going to do that. Looks like they're going to have a little bit of a panel discussion. If you like some vintage, especially vintage baseball, that might be interesting for you. So this is on the Saturday. That is 2 p.m. I think 2 p.m. What do I want to say? CST. So Central Time. So remember that CST. So that's a good one. 3 p.m. Andy. She blinded me with refractors. So that's solid. So, we've had Andy on here. It's great. All right. Exception time. 4 p.m. CST on Saturday. Sports Card Live. What could possibly Jeremy want to talk about? What brand new thing in the hobby would he like to discuss? He brings in Steve Glass, founder of Tag Grading. Moving on. Moving on. I just wanted to take a moment and just absorb it. Moving on. Ray from Philly, if you like some baseball stuff as well. Less for me, more for Bobby and other people's benefit. Pepino Man. You got Pepino Man at 8 p.m. CST on Saturday if you're into that kind of thing. So if you like your requisite Pepino Man, there you go. And right after Pepino Man, if that wasn't enough, friend of the channel, mediocre comedy at best, the Cardboard Bob podcast, which is Bob Lewis. It's Bob Lewis with guest Filmington.
Oh, I see the guests. Okay, yeah.
Yes, the Cardboard podcast is Bob Lewis and Stove. That's the Cardboard podcast. That's the two hosts. And then Filmington will be joining them. So that's kind of interesting.
Cardboard, 2 words for any reason?
Well, because look how he spelled board. B-O-R-E.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Bob Lewis. It is Bob Lewis. We have to remember.
It's very small. I can't see it. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. I can make it a little bit bigger. Let's see if this will help. Does that help a little bit?
Oh, yeah, there.
There. So now you go. Cardboard. Okay. So that's the Saturday lineup. So basically, back to back, if you're interested in that kind of thing, you got Pepino Man and you got Bob Lewis, basically. Bob Lewis and Stove hanging out at the end of the show. CST, which I think is 1 hour ahead of EST. I think, if memory serves me. I think that's correct.
Central, 1 hour, yeah.
Yeah, so 1 hour. So just bear that in mind if you're in the East Coast, add an hour to that. So 10 p.m. is your Bob Lewis time, and 9 p.m. if you want to check out Pepino Man. So there you go. All right, now moves us to Sunday. Triple Crown 24, that's JT. He's got some interesting stuff if you're into that, so that's cool. Mr. Fisher Bike here. I know this Dave and Steve. This is one of their old school guys from YouTube. He's doing 90s inserts. So if you're kind of into that specific genre, that's kind of an interesting theme. So if you're into that, that's cool. Let me go here. Diamond Yard Sports Cards, great for vintage as well. He's got Don's Field of Dreams. I'm familiar with those guys, so that should be good stuff. And yep, that's it for Hobby Palooza.
Yes. What website is it on? Is it on YouTube?
So what's going to happen is I will give the link to the site itself, but it's on the Bench Clear YouTube channel. This year they're actually going to do it all on the same YouTube channel. And I guess they're going to have their StreamYard up, and basically they'll have somebody there just moderating and bringing people on, so that way they can actually control it. Because before it was on individual people's channels, and you had to send them to other people, so it was more complicated. Because obviously somebody could overrun, miss their timing cue or something. It'd be a little complicated.
And you get more hits.
Absolutely. So I think the idea here is they invite these people to host an hour, and they can hold them to that hour. Give them like, hey, you got 5 minutes left. We're gonna queue over, and we're gonna bring the next people on, and so on and so forth. Should be good.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So that's fair enough. So if you check out, what is that beep?
It's
Eric. It's always Eric.
It's always Eric.
Eric's pacemaker.
Phone ringing.
Eric. It's just usually Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh. It's only you today.
I'm muting him for now while he's beeping. All right. So let me read here. I see they have an infomercial slot in there. They do. Yep. And not even the ShamWow guy. Very disappointing. Carlos, the second most popular show in Canada tonight. Yep. Absolutely. We're competing with the Stanley Cup final, but it happens. It happens. It's all good. It's Friday, man. We do the Friday. So Saturday, 4 p.m., prime time infomercial slot. Like I said, I'm only interested if the ShamWow guy shows up. Otherwise, pure disappointment. Yep. Absolutely. Baz, what's up? Found a reference to 97, 98 Revolution Reds and the 98 Beckett recently, listed as a 1-1 treat packs. Interesting. Eric's TV dinner's done. Facts, Bob. Facts. All right. So you done beeping there, Eric? Can I unmute you? All right. So let's see here. DR. My best card joy of the month was scoring 400 Harry Potter sticker cards off eBay for my daughters. The cards cost $12 ship, but the reaction joy was awesome. Yeah, for $12 you're good, man. Good deal. Good deal. Solid deal. Nothing wrong with that. So yeah, I wanted to touch on the Hobby Palooza thing. Like I said, for the most part, I'm not interested in talking about it more. We've already talked about it in the past. Still not my favorite format to try to do what they're trying to do here, but fine. And if you are interested in it and you got some time to kill on Saturday or Sunday, they're going to have, full days worth of programming so you can check it out for sure. So it'll be on there if you do want to check it out.
Okay.
So that is that. Yep. Now, go ahead.
I had something to say actually about tag.
We're actually going to talk about tag, and actually,
let's wait then.
Yeah, I've invited Jay to come back on because he's actually been doing a little research for me. He's been doing a little digging. Yes. So he's doing a little digging, a little research, and I'm like, no, it's like I would love for you to come on and share some of the things you found.
Is the owner of Tag in prison?
Not yet.
He's one of the few that isn't.
All right.
As I grab the meme, soon. Moving on. I'm kidding. Come on.
Yes.
Here we go.
Hashtag joke.
Yep. So the plastic in Eric's head and hip are setting off a metal alarm again. Facts. I think Eric might be making a new sign for baseball card curmudgeon. Yes. 10 minutes. Sounds good, Jay. Yeah. So Jay will come on. I was actually doing, like, jokes aside, he was actually doing some very good research, some interesting things, and we're going to have some interesting things to discuss. So that'll be kind of fun.
Cool.
Yep. I assume in crayon? Facts, of course. Absolutely. So yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. One kind of a side thing, completely unrelated to anything else. Eric's still amused by that joke. Have a moment there yourself.
Don't have your sign there, Eric?
This caught me funny. I don't know.
Anyway, moving on. So here's a bit of a random side tangent for a minute. And I actually want to see if any of you guys can guess it. So I was kind of puttering around and I thought about buying another pair of running shoes because I just like getting new pairs during the summertime to swap out different ones and throw out a pair and replace it with a pair. I went to Nike's website, Nike.com. So I'm giving certain parameters because I'm going to ask a question. So I went to Nike.com, and on the site, it's listed in Canadian dollars, and I went and bought a pair of Jordan shoes. Fair, great. And they had it on discount, great. Got my size, everything, all good. Got my notification, it's being sent. They're sending it by FedEx. Now, here's the thing. Where do you think they're sending the pair of shoes from? Because I've got the tracking info and where it's coming from. Where do you think the pair of Nikes... No. It's a good guess, but no.
California, then.
Nope.
Right next door.
It's not in North America.
Oh.
So forget North America.
Oh, Mexico? Actually,
Nope.
Mexico is
Yugoslavia?
Nope. Anybody else want to take a stab at it? I want to give the chat a chance. So it's not in North America. So it's not in North America anywhere.
Continent?
I know where it is.
All right.
No.
Where is it?
Spain.
Mexico.
Well, they already guessed Mexico. You already guessed Mexico.
Mexico is North America.
Yep.
South America.
So we got Vietnam, we got Ireland, we got Georgia.
Ireland's a good guess.
Yeah, there's some good guesses. The Netherlands. They were being sent to me by the Dutch.
Oh, don't trust them.
Oh yeah.
But here's the thing. As soon as I saw it, I was like, the Netherlands? Really? And I was like, does it come with Dutch metal albums? Because that'd be pretty sweet. Can you throw a couple in there? Like, you got lots. Can you all throw some throw some Nightwish in there?
Metal.
Yeah, throw some Nightwish in there, some Epica, like, listen, I'll take it, but just throw them in there while you're there, since you're there. Yeah, Australia, Ukraine. Yeah, no, it's some fair guesses. But it just threw me off. I was like, the Netherlands, really? And I was like, did I accidentally order it from the European site? But it was in Canadian dollars. I paid in Canadian dollars.
Weird, eh?
Why are you sending it to me from the Netherlands? Not that I care. It makes no
Supply
difference to
chain.
me. Yeah, I guess so. But it's like, not that
Wherever
I
it's
care.
available.
What big giant warehouse wherever it's available.
Yeah, I guess they have a distribution center out in Europe and it's based in the Netherlands. I was like, dude, can you throw in some, like I said, throw in some metal albums while you're there? Like, y'all got plenty over there. Make it happen. I just laughed because literally, I had ordered something from Amazon that did come in this week. So that one will come in next week, midweek. So it takes a little longer since it's coming from the Netherlands. But I just laughed because I got this. It's like Epica, which is a Dutch metal band. So I was like, you want to throw some of those in there? Good timing, I guess.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, fair enough. There you go, Ziggy. Good evening. But yeah, it was just weird. It was just kind of a random fun thing that I saw, and I was like, it'd be kind of fun to ask people if they could guess where it comes from, because it wouldn't be where you expect. I was very surprised. So that was fair enough.
Least likely.
That would not have been my first, second, or 10th guess. It would not have been.
No.
I was a little bit shocked, but all right, fair enough.
But I could have almost guessed it just due to your sarcasm. It's like, guess where? It's like, that would probably be one of the least, other than the North Pole.
Think obscure. So is it
North Korea.
so like I said,
Yeah.
Nike.com. So like I said, Nike.com, and apparently they have a distribution center out in Europe, in the Netherlands, of all places.
So everybody take one more turn at the least likely place that you would think.
Yeah, you pretty much would have to. Like I said, it would take me a lot of guesses to reach the Netherlands. Good evening, Jay. How's it going?
Oh, good evening. Wow, that was quick. Usually I get stuck in the background.
Well,
like
Jay, I
went right to the front of line.
I was taking a moment to share a story of the Dutch sending me shoes.
Keep going. I want to hear the rest of it.
Well, no, that's the story. The story is I ordered shoes and the Dutch sent it to me. I can only hope that metal albums will follow. That is my personal hope. That is all I can wish for. I just thought it was very odd and random this week. I was like, all right, fair enough. Otherwise, like this week, I've been kind of out of the loop. Mind you, the hobby's been disconnected for the most part. There isn't too much craziness going on anyway. But no, I've been buried in meetings pretty much the whole week. So people would be like, hey, did you hear about this thing? Like small stuff. And I'd be like, no, honestly, I've been out of the loop for the most part. Nothing too crazy. Although, I did make a couple of minutes today. And before we get to tag, I did want to say that I did have a couple of minutes to watch The Great Curator. And The Great Curator finally released the damn vlog for the Toronto Expo. Only 3 weeks late. It was glorious, as you can imagine. It was 20 minutes. I think he fixated on like a diorama that somebody had of like a bunch of McFarlanes and like this fancy setup, this diorama, for like 2.5 of those minutes. I was like, are you just gonna keep staring at this thing? Because it's like I'm watching it in real time. I'm like, how long are you gonna stare at this? Like it's nice, but you don't have to. In other words, you don't have much to vlog, do you? You came up with a 20-minute video and had to kill about 2.5 of those minutes just staring at this diorama.
Aren't starting lineups coming back?
What was that?
Aren't starting lineups coming back? The figures or something?
They are. But I'm saying that there was a vendor who had basically these setups with these starting lineups inside of a kind of this, I guess, a custom cases they make, and they did this little diorama thing. Yeah, they look nice, but you don't need to spend 2.5 minutes staring at them. It's not that interesting. And literally, it was with music in the background. He wasn't even saying anything. He was like, "You're just filling time on the vlog, aren't you? You got nothing to talk about." It was fun watching hope fade, though, day by day, as it went by and came to the realization, like, you're not going to be able to sell a lot of this overpriced stuff. Not here. They're not going to throw money at you for that, I'm afraid. No, not so much. But anyway, what are you going to do? So how have things been, Jay? How's the week been treating you?
No, I feel as busy as, I was in a lot of meetings this week, too. And that's what, it's, well, for us in the U.S., short week, because we had a Monday holiday. So
that's right, yes.
Juneteenth. And so the weirdest thing about holidays is there's always catch up lag, so you're putting 5 days worth of work into 4, and people, and the day before the holiday or the Friday before the holiday gets to be a nightmare to get, because people might be out the next week, and then it's also catch up on the time you return. So it was a busy week, and it's good to have this week behind us, but then now we're moving up to July 4th. So that will be interesting in terms of travel, right? So a lot of people are traveling, but then it's very expensive to travel. So it's, whether it be hotel or gas. So I'm really interested in, and Eric, I don't think your prediction is going to come true for July 1st. But maybe just push it back a month, just say August 1st, and then you might have a better shot at it. But we'll see.
To be so incredibly wrong, Jay?
I don't know. I get used to it, Eric. How about you?
Oh yeah, I've been used to it for many years now.
Yeah, we remind him constantly. That's why I say it's gonna be. We are so excited about this that we decided to shut down a good chunk of the country. A lot of people got the day off on Friday just to kind of stare in awe at Eric's wrongness.
It's actually we're gonna barbecue turkey legs, and
he's not that far off though, because I'd call it's not the melodrama of the hobby, but the melancholy of the hobby, maybe a better word, that I've never seen people so disappointed. And it's like, what are you really that disappointed about? I mean, in the end, like, people still want cards. Everyone just kind of disagrees on price right now. Fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is what it is.
Just weeding out the investors.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Bob.
No, it's just weeding out the investors. That's all it's doing. So which is good.
Yeah, but the thing is, and this has always been the running joke for me. It's like you wait out the investors until eventually the market recovers, the price goes back up, and they come right back in. It's not like they've always been around. I think the fiction is that the investors weren't around before. It's like you see them in greater prominence and greater numbers because of social media, but it's like no, the 1990s boom came because people saw money and then like, oh wait, we can make money on this, throw money at it, and then they're like, oh, we don't make money anymore, goodbye,
Yeah.
and then they just come back as different. We had different waves, different time periods. 1998, baseball boosted up again. There was a on the Sasha T on the Sasha T podcast. He had a guy in there that was around during the late 90s of it and he stated correctly because it was chronologically correct. 1998, 1999 was a big boom for PSA as people started going into their junk wax to grade
Yeah.
the things to try to get PSA 10 Sosas and McGuires, which went up real fast in a short period of time. What was that? A speculative bubble. Now, that was concentrated in a very specific section because Griffey was hitting a ton of home runs in 98, McGuire was hitting a ton of home runs in 98, and Sosa was hitting a ton of home runs in 1998. I think even Greg Vaughn was having a career year that year. 1998 was a big one for a lot of steroid guys. So there was a lot going on. But that was really good. So it's like, yeah, no, it's the latest wave until the next one. And then another flush of money comes in and somebody's like, hey, now's the time. Let's do it again. Okay. So we're waiting for the next cycle. So let me go through here.
This was such a huge cycle, though.
It was the novelty
Beyond.
was that it was across the board. The novelty, usually it's focused on a couple of sectors as opposed to just an across the board everything.
But the amount of dollars involved are phenomenally different. Like
And in 10 years, it'll
houses
be
and
billions.
Teslas and lions and tigers and bears. Oh my!
Yeah, and in 10 years it'll be billions. In 10
Maybe.
years, we're gonna add another zero to the end of it, and it'll blow this one out of the water when they get that opportunity.
Or do you have a prediction for that, Eric?
You have to unmute yourself for that one.
Yes, I'm trying to make the dinging stop.
You can basically
You
mute
can
the
get rid of the
notifications.
I'm trying. I've hit all of these things.
Do you have an Android or an iPhone?
An iPhone?
And the iPhone has a switch on the side of it that literally lets you disable the sound.
Yeah, I did that. And it's
Double
still
tap your hip. It'll work.
Okay, moving on. Okay, so Baz here. The tag guy said they would have a clean room where they blew the cards with air pencil with zippered suits. That wasn't true. Don't know they opened the. So to be fair, as much as I like making fun of tag, and I do, and I will, but the thing is that wasn't like a real demonstration. That was literally they're just standing there. They're not taking orders. So I just laughed at the walkthrough. It's like, guys, you don't actually have any real orders. You're not open for business yet. So it's like you can all stand around and look like you're busy doing stuff. It's like you're not. You might be setting something up for promo demos or something. That's cool, but like in reality, you're not really demonstrating what it would look like in real operation. Everybody is literally standing there waiting for the cue to start the demonstration. We're all like literally going through the motions. This is what it would look like if I was making labels. This is what it would look like if I was putting it on the machine. It's like we're just going through the steps of what it looks like, but we're not actually doing it.
Well, I'll start mentioning something about the tag. I did see the videos and I did watch them, and I thought, I was impressed by the fact that the amount of detail that they've gotten into, the research, all that stuff behind there. They've really done an amazing job. The unfortunate part about that is if they came in at the beginning of the market when PSA came in and all these other companies came in and they set the standard, I think they would do phenomenal. Mm-hmm. They're coming in at the bottom end trying to make a new standard, because I saw the videos and I'm going, wow, how's this grading going to work? If they set the standard, I think going forward it would have been great. But they're trying to come in and try to draw up from it. I think they're going to have the toughest time doing that. But they have done the research, and I do give them the credit for that, because who does all that work prior to a company? Nobody. Everyone just kind of on the fly. These guys really went into it. Mm-hmm. So I give them that.
Yeah. The great irony is if I take them at their word that they spent that amount of time on it, it was actually a bad move because they probably should have hit market 2 years ago. Like it would have been. So I'll quickly touch on
late for dinner, right?
Yeah, like it would have been made more sense for them at that time. I'll touch on a couple of Ziggy's comments here. The HGA lawsuit. So I figured somebody would mention it. So I'll go quick. Right now it's still in allegation territory. So the HGA founder, Tyler Hitt, and HGA has a lawsuit from somebody who's basically claiming wrongful dismissal on the basis, and again, allegation. So usually I tease and joke about the allegedly. This time I'm actually being serious. It's strictly alleged. That's as far as I can go with it. That's as far as anybody should go with it. Let it play out.
Yep.
So basically, long story short, the statement is that Tyler, terminated him because he would hire. Basically, he wanted him to hire less black people and nobody from the LGBTQ community. That is the claim. And as a result, he kept doing it because, technically it's illegal to discriminate based on those terms. You're not actually allowed to do that. And he claimed that he kept doing it until such time that he was terminated as a result of that. And then the rest of it will play out in court. It's going to be a he said, she said thing. But it is a very strong accusation. And it's going to be something they're going to have to deal with. But the funny thing is that, like, Tyler is no longer part, technically, of HGA. So then the new company is also going to have to be like, okay, so if there was any validity to it, did they know? Because I can create some problems for them. Is that part of the reason they kind of shoved Tyler to the side when the moment was right? And that is going to have to play out. That's going to have to play out in the courtroom. But yeah, for now, the lawsuit exists. And I know that, and I'm sure people will have a chance to look at it and talk about it. But like for now, it's like, okay, they filed a lawsuit. That's fair enough. But you can claim anything in a lawsuit until such time. Like right now, that's not good enough to take it any further than that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, enough said.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So there, touched on it, but that's as far as I can go with it because there's nothing more for me to add.
No.
So let's go here. Yep, Hobby hasn't changed much. The Sasha T interview with Rizzo. Yep, that was the one. Hobby Palooza, we touched on that one. Albert says power off the phone. There you go. Okay, so here, Brian. The price of wax needs to correct eventually. A 22 home best box should not be 400. I'll tell that to the secondary market. The thing is, the price of wax is easier than a lot of the other stuff. It's like, then don't buy the boxes. If
That's
they
right.
sit and rot on the shelves, the market will take care of itself. Out of everything, the wax boxes is the easiest one. Because one unit price of the box, 1 unit price of the box, they're until we open the box and find out the contents, they're equivalent. So if it's the same box, they're 2 hobby boxes, the same product, same year, same everything, you want to pay double for it for no reason, knock yourself out. But if it sits on the shelf long enough, eventually the price will have to adjust, and then also the manufacturers will have to adjust their price points accordingly to what the market will dictate. But if you want to pay $400 for it, and enough people pay $400 for it, guess what? It's $400 until further notice.
Well, here's a question. How much would that be affected by breakers?
Breakers are a big chunk of it because they absorb a lot of the volume.
Yes.
So the great irony was, as the prices of the boxes kept going up, the breakers afforded a way for people to get in without having to take the full risk of having to buy a full
Understood.
box. But at the same time, then they also absorb the volume. By absorbing the volume, then they justified the price going up because as the volume gets absorbed, well, then there's less out there.
Sure.
And now we have to raise the price. It just makes more sense.
Sure.
Yeah, tag instead of HGA, and they could have made a change. HGA is killing others. Yeah, it's too late to come out of the blocks now. We talked about the 101 Mac Jones getting a PSA 10, and what do we think it'll go for? We have not. I'm familiar with what you're talking about. I have no idea what it would go for. It's tricky. I guess maybe the only comparable I would think of, and this is maybe something for you to think about, Daniel. The Trevor Lawrence. I want to say it was Trevor Lawrence. No, there was a. I wonder. Was it the same Mac Jones? Daniel, correct me on this. Is it the same Mac Jones that sold for $100,000 initially? A kid pulled it, sold it for $100,000, and then I feel like maybe it was sold one more time. And I'm wondering if this is the one you're referring to. If it was then graded and then a PSA 10, or are you talking about a different 101 Mac Jones? I'm assuming it's that one, but correct me if I'm wrong on that one. But that's kind of the issue with that.
I believe
Yeah.
that is the one we're
Okay.
talking about. But is anyone really shocked that this got a 10? When these big cards hit the market and get the press, and you send it in to one of these grading companies, unless the thing is bent in half, they're going to give it a 10. Because it's going to take the air out of the balloon if you give it a 7. It's good for PSA to have the hottest card on the market that's being talked about in a 10 slab.
Well, the thing though is that the triple logo man got authentic.
Yeah.
The triple logo man got authentic.
Everyone felt like it was, it's like
What happened there?
Well,
Yeah.
I'll second what Eric said. And here's the funny thing: the triple logo man, they opted, I believe, for an authentic, but doesn't that lower their upcharge? So and it behooves, if you're a real conspiracy person like Eric tends to be,
Shocking.
giving a 10 to a 1 of 1 gives it a higher perceived value, or at least a value by PSA, so they can upcharge more as opposed to giving it a 6 or 7. So it kind of benefits both parties, and there's nothing to grade it against. So the funny thing is, and I'm not trying to segue to tag, but the interesting thing would be for tag, based on their algorithm, it would get a 10 because there's nothing to compare it to but itself. So it would be a 10 because
See, I like
that's the
Jay's
basis.
segue game. Jay's segue game is very strong because I like where you led into that one. Let me read a couple of these comments
Yeah.
to finish it up, and then we'll go right from where you left off there. Breakers have the cash flow to buy and keep prices high if they have the allocation. Yep. So your Daniel was saying yes. So I guess bottom line is it's going to still depend on the buyer, because now the question is going to be if the next buyer, it being a PSA 10 is nice and all, but it is a one of one. So it's one of those things where if the buyer cared about it as a one of one, they might still pay top price, even if it had been a 9 or an 8 or something. But as a 10, does it add anything? It might for some. I guess it depends on the individual how much they care about it.
Would
Because for
PSA
them, if
add
they-
anything though?
And that's the problem is the one of one piece, because if
Yeah.
it's a one of one, it becomes very difficult to judge, because it's like, look, if the person wants it and the only version that exists has a nicked corner, then it's the only one that exists and has a nicked corner. So be it.
But how would PSA price that? Be it a 10 or an authentic? Like,
Yeah.
there's no known market for it. So what do you
Yeah,
do?
the only thing you could do is apply a multiplier versus one of the other more commonly available ones, like the out of 100 or out of 10 or whatever, and try to
Yes.
basically make a number up.
Well,
Yeah, you're
like-
basically throwing a number up.
It's either a 10 or an authentic. They're not going to put the hottest card on the market this week in anything but one of those two things. And if it was bent in half, it would have got an authentic, and it's a one-on-one, so take it or leave it because it is what it is. But there's just no way. And the next hot card that comes out and everyone's doing backflips for,
Sharknado?
that's
Sharknado.
your Sharknado card. Obviously, that's the next big thing.
That's all I'm saying.
Be a 10 or an authentic. It's not going to come back any other number.
Brad was
How about a
clear.
poop-
Brad and I had a discussion about this. We're clear. It's 12 or bust.
Oh,
Poopy Pony 2. Right?
Like,
Yes.
we're doing it. It's going to be
Poopy
very
Pony
exciting.
number 2.
It's going to be very exciting. You guys have no idea. We're coming out with all the hotness soon. Soon. Yeah, so did Carlotta confirm Mac Jones? No idea. Do you think so Daniel says no, but I'll take him at his word. I have no idea otherwise. Do you think the LCS model in the coming years will experience pain? Local coffee shops and bookstores did when Borders, Barnes & Noble, and Starbucks moved in your neighborhood. Well, Fanatics is going to control the distribution chain. So yeah, potentially. Because they can pick and choose who they want to do business with, right? If you control the distribution chain, again, my theory is that you can still have distributors, but you can decide only to provide certain product available to them, and you can control certain other product because you have the distribution chain. Fanatics has distribution. They don't really need distributors per se, but for a lot of the common stuff, like, so use Topps flagship. There's lots of it. You could give that to distributors if you want. And then like the higher end stuff, just distribute yourself because it's less cases, less boxes, less of a pain to deal with. And then you control the allocation. You can be very picky who you give that to.
Keep
So
lower in retail.
Yeah.
Like
So you can,
Walmart,
yeah.
Target, Target.
Yeah, you can make it. You can allow those to be handed to distributors who can then take care of that for volume, and then the higher end stuff you can control it yourself if you want to, or do some kind of a combination therein. With the distribution chain, that's huge. That's the power in this exchange. 357. Good evening. Yep. All right. Cool. Caught up on the comments. Thanks everybody. So let's get into this. So now we're gonna have a little bit of fun. Jay and I were kind of chatting offline this week, and he got a chance to take a look at a couple of tag things. So one of the points that you were leading into, Jay, is that in the patent filing, because they have a bunch of patents, a whole stack of them presumably, they do have to
Sure.
kind of explain. So there you go. But they do have to explain certain elements. You're not giving away the whole secret sauce, but you have to give certain pieces of how the thing works to a certain degree, to a certain level. And one of the key components is what the algorithm is comparing it to. And the tag owner did touch on this a little bit here and there. There is basically you're basically using something as, what's the verbiage, John and Jay? Like the template or the
Golden card or golden
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is supposed to be basically what you're measuring against. This is the 1000. So this is basically what a perfect version of this type of card or this brand or whatever is supposed to be. And then the algorithm is supposed to compare your card to this ideal and then detract accordingly based on the number of flaws. In order to have that, we have to have something that would qualify as, the example by which the rest. You can try to extrapolate and do, you can basically find something that's pretty nice but has some flaws in it, electronically remove those flaws and pretend that's your perfect version, and then work backwards. But you're making something up that doesn't necessarily exist in order to make this whole algorithm work.
It's hard to have
Well-
perfection in an imperfect
Manufacturing
production.
process. Yeah.
Yeah. So-
yeah, 1,000 is really hypothetical, and they just talked in their patent a little bit more about it, that they stitch together perfect from what is probably a simple example, and they don't say this in their patent, but what they're saying is, if I have a bad left corner, bad right corner, bad bottom right corner, bad bottom left corner, we'll ignore those in the bad cards, but we know what it is in the good cards, and we'll stitch that together to remove those flaws and maybe some surface issues too.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll do a composite, and that is our theoretical best card that we will compare all cards against. That's what their algorithm attempts to do, which, it seems reasonable, but the funny thing is, you're never going to have a true 1,000 card, because I don't think any card coming off the assembly line, it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I did see the light where they shone it, and you seen all the dimples everywhere. There was, as small as they were, you can't get away from that. That probably even happened prior to them even making the card, on the sheet or whatever. It's virtually impossible. You're right.
But the interesting thing about what they're trying to do, and I commend them. Like, let's call it for what it is. I mean, a lot of us saw the videos. First of all, I thought there's just way too many videos, because I've looked through them. It's like,
what, you're not into 8 hours to basically say like 5 things.
No, but they're trying to do a controlled environment, right? So
Yes.
they want to make the light the same, which is still hard to control, because light will vary over time, and they're going to have more than one machine, I hope, to grade all these cards that are supposedly going to be submitted. So you're going to have 7 different machines, 7 different light sources to dial those in the same. But their system is set up to have a perfectly controlled environment, And they talk about what the suction level to bring it up to a certain degree so they can take perfect image. The interesting thing is to get the gradations right on their 1,000-point scale, that you do need to make things perfect each and every time for each and every card.
Yeah.
Any variation is a problem. I question whether that could scale across machines and over time. But I mean, Carlos, you probably have thought on that, but I was like, I mean, I commend them for what they've done, but I also think, was it necessary?
Yeah. So it's a different, and I'll grab a couple of these comments. So thank you guys as usual for the great comments. Appreciate it. I'll do it early tonight, because usually I wait until a couple hours in and I completely forget. So if you're hanging around and watching, feel free to throw anything in the comments. I'll grab them as I come along with it. And if you could hit the like button early, Eric has agreed once again this week generously to sponsor the like button. So it is once again free for everyone involved. Good times.
It's costing me a ton of money, so
he's dipped into the Poopy Pony NFT money already. Like, he's gone straight for it, and he's already taken out loans against it at all-time high loan rates, folks. All-time high loan rate. It's a dangerous move, but he has that kind of confidence in Poopy Pony.
I'm gonna come out big.
Jay, do you think that they're going to get to 7 machines?
I think I love what they're doing. What I think they should do, if I would say, from 2023 on, we will dominate the market, because we will just grade cards from 2023 and beyond, because I don't think they can go back, right? I know they're saying now it's 2000 and later, and it's like, all the cards that you'd ever want to grade are already in slabs, guys. Like,
that was the key piece that I said. Nothing, even if I wanted to take the most open mind possible, even if I wasn't already predisposed to mocking it, which I for better or worse, I kind of am. But even if I wasn't, even if I strip that all away and try to take it at its absolute base core element, I've got a problem. Nothing I saw in 8 hours of infomercial, not a single ShamWow guy to be seen, not one Don West, nothing. Not even the guy from not even the bearded guy. Unfortunately, he passed away. The bearded guy who did the other infomercials. Not even that guy.
Yeah.
Billy Mays.
Billy Mays, thank you. Not even him. If you got Billy Mays, resurrecting from the dead, my God, I will be on board with that. But no, none of the above. even with 8 hours of trying to ram it down your throat, how revolutionary this is, nothing I saw would make me interested in cracking out an existing card unless I was already dissatisfied with the grade. But you already made it clear this technology presumably would catch even more flaws theoretically. So if I wasn't satisfied with the grade before, I sure as hell shouldn't be satisfied with the grade now.
Doesn't that scare the hell out of you? Sending your card into either PSA or you're going to go with tag. Like really, when you let's go sublime here. You want your card to grade as high as possible.
Yeah.
You kind of want the grader to be on an off day where he's letting things roll through. Maybe he got lucky in the morning. I don't know. Just saying. He's going out for lunch with Chalet, whatever.
Well, the theory here, it actually removes the old arbitrage idea. Because the old arbitrage idea is if you genuinely think it's undergraded, you look at it and you really think it's undergraded, legitimately. Well, then fine. Buy the undergraded thing, crack it out, and resubmit it. That was a tactic that people would utilize. They go, no, I actually think that you guys, they did catch you on a bad day, and I'm going to capitalize on it. As a person that's looking at it going like, no, I disagree with this grade. I'm going to try.
I'm saying on a good day. Like I'm saying the guy, you want that PSA grader to sit there and go, okay, hey, man, yeah, this is good.
No, for sure.
Good. So you want that compared to, do you want somebody to work really hard on something and look at things too closely? Or do you want somebody to go, my eye's good enough. That's enough. Yeah, I don't want to see everything.
Yep.
So I think that's the fear that everybody would have. Do I want to send it in because the card is that much more perfect? I don't get that thinking. I get that thinking if we go back to 91, but I can't get that thinking today.
Right. So let me read this one here. Can the golden card not exist? Yes. That's kind of one of the points we were making. Disney remove imperfections from any card and use that as the golden card, which I think is the idea here. You're trying to basically manufacture this theoretical maximum. So here's a little old philosophy throw in. I think the correct terminology was Plato's forms, and one of the points he was making was that the form, and I'm doing this loosely, it's been years, but humor me on this. The idea of the form was like the perfect idealized version of it, and everything else was like comparatively less so compared to this perfect form, and that was the idea here. So, Eric is basically like a downgrade from like the perfect version of the Boston guy with a point. We downgrade accordingly. We started off with the idea of turkey breast, and we ended up with turkey leg, and that's Eric. So like we have the ideal, and then we fell certainly short of it. But at least now we have a base of comparison. So the idea is this golden card is supposed to be this magical ideal that may not actually exist in the manufacturing process because right off the line it could be flawed in a million different ways. So you're basically using technology to try to manufacture a fake thing that could never happen, and then say yours falls short of this magical standard that can't happen. Which, yes, because the magical standard can't happen. So of course you're lesser.
You cannot.
Default.
Like I said, you can't create perfection in an imperfect world.
Yeah.
It doesn't manifest itself that way. It can't.
And the algorithm depends on it. Because how else are you going to in order for a 974 to exist, there has to be a 1000. But if there is no 1000, you have to manufacture a 1000 in order to say that the 974 is 26 points less.
So we're at 18 karat, not 24 karat.
Yeah. That's why I say
I looked at the patent. They call it the golden image. So it's not the golden card, but it's the image representing the card that they're comparing it against.
That's right. Exactly right. So that's kind of the thing here. So let me touch on a couple of these here. So yeah, we can have a grading scale from Carlos to Eric. Facts. EliteCo 3 invented the Greek crack. He did not. The coin guys were doing it in the 80s. But the thing is that the concept, though, I would say EliteCo 3 was very early in it being on YouTube and explaining that he was cracking these cards out. By the way, it was a viable strategy for a very long time. And under the right circumstances, it could be again. Like, don't forget, like, the concept is just you are using your knowledge to locate inefficiencies in the market. Just understand these words, inefficiencies in the market. The imperfection is a feature. It's the advantage. The advantage.
It is.
That's why, like, imagine the perfect world where, before the Antique Roadshow showed up and told everybody and their brother that their junk was worth something, there were plenty of people that had rare, truly great things that they had no idea what it was, and they sold in the garage sale for $5.
Yep.
That was just the way it was. But the person that walked over and looked at it, oh yeah, that is whatever. It's like, that's the real deal. How do you know? I've studied it. So I am the one who knows what it is. Therefore, I buy it for the $5 and I go sell it for $550,000. It sucks for the person who sold for $5, but you had it all these years and you never bothered to do the research. So why should the person who actually did the research be punished? In this scenario, you're trying to eliminate the idea of someone being able to capitalize. You know what? Maybe the person did have a bad day. Maybe they were hungover, went into grading, and completely just decided to downgrade it when they shouldn't have. Instead of
So if a
overgrading,
car
they
is
undergraded it.
underpriced and
Yeah.
you know it's underpriced, it's the same thing too.
And if you know it, and if you know that's the case, well then, I use the old. I've used the story before. When I was in my teens and we had Legends of the Game in Toronto, they would buy collections. They would just throw everything into binders, didn't bother to pay attention to anything. I was able to buy 1952 Topps high numbers. All you need to know is card number 311 and higher. You just flip it to the back of the card. 311 to 407. Any of those are good.
Buy them
They're
all.
they're better than normal. Any one of them, and they were selling them to me for $1 Canadian a piece.
Oh, nice. Wow.
All day long. As many as I could grab. They didn't have
Oh.
a ton of them because obviously they weren't in a ton of collections. They were harder
Yeah.
to come by.
Sure.
But guess what? I bought them at $1 Canadian a piece. No problem. In the mid 90s, all day long.
Yep.
So what happened? I, in my teens, had the understanding, wait, I know what the numbers are. I know these are harder to come by. Therefore, yes, I will purchase all of those from you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Mhm.
And then I would come back a couple of weeks later and I'd buy more.
Do you have more, please?
Yes, correct. Most of my 1955 Bowman set was built on the back of cheap singles that I bought at Legends of the Game and stuff I sold and then bought more. I built most of the set on the back of that. 25 years ago, 27 years ago. So it's like, it can be done. Those inefficiencies are, and for me will continue to be a feature. You try to remove them, fine. I'll adapt to whatever the market is. But like, you're kind of taking some of the fun out of it for those of us that did the legwork already. That's not really a lot of fun for us. It's like, well, look, fine. If you're more consistent, I applaud you. But like, does nothing for me personally. So yeah, if tag came out before HGA, they would do well 2 years ago. Today, yep, and the timing is key. All correct. Fair points.
So on that, can I make a quick statement on
Go
that?
ahead. Yeah.
So I again, I want to go to pretend land for a second, and let's pretend everything tag.
Let's
is
pretend
wrong.
July 1st, you're right. Sorry. Go on.
Let's
Everything
pretend this
that-
is a quick statement. Yes.
is the saying is right. With the perceived failure of HGA, I think a lot of the some of the negativity towards tag is coming from the sins of the father, so to speak. That,
Father, the Son, and the
if this showed up in the middle of the height of the boom during the pandemic, everyone would have embraced tag just like they embraced HGA.
Yes, 100%.
And
When
now-
everything else was shut down.
And now tag is paying some of the consequences for people jumping on the HGA wagon so quickly.
A lot of that, yes. And the other part of it is that you waited until, forgetting everything else. We've said before, this stuff comes in waves. It's done it so many times over the years if you pay attention. So, but here's what you did. You went, you missed a wave, you missed another wave, you missed another wave. Then we had this gigantic spike that has been unprecedented in its scope, all the categories that covered all that. So now we're already on the other side of it. There's still room potentially to slide further. And now you want to introduce this into the market when there's 50 million graded cards already in circulation.
Yeah.
Like what kind of market share? And right off the bat, you can't do thick cards and you can't do vintage. You
and
can't
you're
even do
only going back
1990s.
to yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like 1990s is a bread and butter for a lot of guys who are in their 30s and early 40s because that was their era. So they're out. And anything like, okay, fine, 2000, but it has to be 35 point. Oh, great. Any of the thicker cards, no good? No bueno?
I don't know. They're trying to be the aristocracy of the grading community, but I mean, you're coming late to dinner.
That's the thing. It's like at this point, my key piece, again, if I strip everything else away, we can touch on each individual component. And I want to touch on certain pieces because there was a lot in that patent. I scanned it, of course, myself, but Jay did a much more thorough job than I did, and I want to take advantage of that expertise as well and some of the thoughts. And I'll come back to kind of Jay's point that he said a second ago. Nothing I saw even if I tried to be as open-minded as possible, nothing I saw convinced me to switch stuff that's already graded. The only thing you could hope to do is convince me maybe to submit something going forward, newer stuff to try it. Sure. But like, if stuff's already graded and I'm reasonably satisfied with the grade, I'm not cracking it out to send it to tag. So all that potential, so tens of millions of slabs are off limits already before we even start.
If the industry was lacking, I could see where they would come in and be an effective business going forward. At this point, I can't really say that because it's not like PSA. Well, because they're still behind a little bit, other than timelines, and costs will come down. I don't see a marketplace. I do like what they're doing. I think they're going into the research and all the work they did behind this before starting the company is impressive to me. But at what point do I really want someone to look closer at a card than I really want you to? It's like when you're selling something out of your booth or something, and the guy looks at a box, and then he gets his fine line, and he starts looking. Oh, I don't know. It looks like I didn't see this little crease. There's a little tear here in this box or something. And then you sit there and go, "Yeah, I don't want you to look that close."
Yeah.
Far from good.
And,
Good from far is a perfect explanation for that.
Yep. So Steve K, good evening. It's cardboard. Tag is 100% overkill. When are we going to start looking at the molecular level? Wait for phase 2, tag 2.0. Now, one thing I was going to touch on, because Jay mentioned it real quick, I'll touch on it and then we'll move on to the next piece. Just thinking about systems and things where you try to automate something and scalability, because the question was brought up about the scalability. Can you get to the point where all the stuff you need to do to make this work, can you get it to a point of efficiency? Grading still has a lot of, you can eliminate a lot of things. But even as you eliminate things and try to automate certain components of it, it's very difficult to take that last step to really honing down that efficiency. A lot of times in my life at work, I'm working with these sophisticated systems, this software where they've come up with all this ways to automate and make this easier, make this easier. We've automated this, we've automated that. But then at its core element, where does it fall apart? Something on a database is missing. Well, how does the database get populated? Someone has to run a report every day and push that button, and if they fail to do it, the rest of the work suddenly break. That's your point of failure. Your point of failure is one person who has to go in and activate a job manually. And if they don't do it, the database is out of whack, everything's out of date, everything grinds down to a halt. And trying to fix it is this painful problem. I know this because over various times over my career, I've been one of the folks that has to press that button while also making sure I press that button, while also making sure I do this while fixing your problem over here. So I'm looking at 6 different spots, but if I don't press this button, the rest of the works stop and grind to a screeching halt. How many of those points do they have in that tag system, even with that walkthrough? I could see little spots where you could get messed up if you succeed and actually get volume. Because if you try to do that walkthrough with a lot of volume coming in, that whole setup is going to fall apart immediately, because it's like, you guys can't scale that. You're not going to be able to move this. Yes, the machine is doing the grading, but you just said if it doesn't look right, you have to go send it back to take a look at it and fix something, and you got to hold these cards. Well, how many times are you going to do that while you're building up these golden profiles?
I have something interesting here. Just a thought, a random thought. You know, if tag, if let's say we had a bunch of 9s, tag's most effective thing would be which is the best 9 out there. I think that they could come in and do that. Mm-hmm. Because then you could determine, like PWCC does, the top, highest, whatever, and under what degree is that? Well, just because we looked at it close, I don't know, because it's graded, it's already graded, right? So they're just kind of giving it that high level. It's not like they graded it and said it was that much fun.
Thank you for reminding me of something very fun. I did actually take a screenshot of part of the 8 hours of glorious whatever that was, the infomercial, and there was one screen grab I captured that I'd like to share with everybody. Here's a lovely little screen grab of it. So let me. So this is part of this lovely little thing. So it's the 1,000-point scale, but it's certain elements of it. So what I'm going to do here, let me adjust here. Let's move us over. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So, and this is a screenshot from the video. I just went into the video and blew it up and took a screenshot of the specific.
I remember when this came up
because I showed it. Okay. So here's what you need to know. You need to know that in your gem mint alone, anything 925 to 974 is considered gem mint. So you've got almost 50 versions of a gem mint. They all technically fall under that. So a 925 is a gem mint at the absolute bare minimum. And a 974 is the highest possible before you go to 975 and above, which is, I think, pristine. I think the next level up is pristine. I forget. I think that's right. So you've got actually 50 versions of it. So, and I gave this silly scenario before, just for fun. And I asked a simple question.
Mine is a 941.
Great. Let's do this. So let's do that. So I've got, I've got a dealer at a card show, And then I've got, 3 tag 10s side by side. I got a 934, a 953, and a 971. 3 of them beside each other. Technically speaking, it should be very simple to figure out that, well, I want to buy the highest one and try to get the best price at it. But if you're a dealer, how do you price them? They're all 10s. All 3 of them are 10s. But on that granular, really granular scale, there is a difference. And there is a 40-point delta between the lowest and the highest. Technically, that 971 is the best version of the 10 on that table. Therefore, it should go for the highest premium, which is what?
As does
$971
PWCC do, right?
Yeah, I agree. But I'm saying, like, PWCC has a sticker for, like, highest 5%, 10%. Like, they've only got a handful of stickers. I have 50 different versions of that 10.
Understood.
50, which technically are all different. So it's like,
It sort of fits into that. It's the highest one wins, right?
Well,
Agree.
is it the numerical equivalent, or is it like, let's say you favor centering, right, versus corners? It's the subgrades. Like the thing is, I think the people would just get too frustrated. It's like, yeah, give me the highest, but
yeah.
It. I don't disagree with the numerical scale to get to a macro grade. I don't think it's important to differentiate among this 10 or that 10 because, and I think, most of us would agree, probably not Eric, but eye appeal is generally more important. Like, maybe the back of the card's not the best version of a 10. I don't give a shit. I'm looking at the front of the card. And that's what I like, where I prefer centering left to right over centering top to bottom. What am I going to optimize for, or registration, or whatever
I have
it
an
is.
idea. What about, let's say they keep 1 to 9 as per normal, but then we split the hair on the 10s.
You can do that.
Yeah.
The basically the 10 range. That
1 to
we all
8,
agree
1 to
there's
8
some
maybe.
10s are ugly. There's some 10s are fair. There's some 10s are over. Some 10s are under.
The 2
But you would
Wayne
split
Gretzky
the hair
10s, right?
on 10.
The eye appeal point is 100% true. I agree with Jay. But what's funny is the market has told us repeatedly, it doesn't matter. They've told us if they've told us once, they've told us 1,000 times. They want the highest number on the label, and if you've got subgrades, they want the best possible subgrades. That is what they want. The rest of it almost doesn't matter. Over and over again.
Going back to the label, their label does not report the grading report reports the numerical score, right?
No, it's on the. It is on the label.
The label actually gives you the.
It gives you
on the
4
1,000 point
subgrades.
scale.
It gives you 4 subgrades to 1,000, and a 5th subgrade, which technically isn't feeding into the out of 10, but it is based on that little chart that I gave you. So you've got 6 numbers on the label.
Yeah, the average person's going to love that.
That's my point. But here's the good news: that's less complex than looking at the grading report.
Yes.
Because the grading report's even more intricate, right? It takes the corners, it does the whole bit, and goes into look. I didn't disagree with the notion that since you're not paying extra for it, fine. I don't like that. That is the most valid point that they made during that whole bit. A lot of stuff they said, but that I think is a completely fair point. You're not charging extra for it. Don't complain that they're giving you too much information, but you're also giving me too much information on the label, which is affecting the aesthetics, which is giving me and it's leading to a question that some dealers are going to have to be like, okay, Jay, you've got this tag thing on there. So what do all those numbers mean? It's like, well, those are all subgrades to 1,000. And then what about that one? That's a 5th subgrade to 1,000 that is associated to that bigger number from 1 to 10.
It should be QR coded. Boom, there's your numbers. You can figure it out on.
It's like so you've got 6 numbers on there, and so through some combination. And by the way, they're not all they said they're not all weighted. It's not an average. It's
It can change over time.
Yeah,
I think
it's secret sauce in the background. The great powerful Wizard of Oz will choose what we scale by what. What does KISS have to do with this, Eric?
Keep it simple, stupid. This is the exact problem I was talking about last week.
You literally went to get the shirt for that?
Yeah.
I applaud your commitment.
Thank
I
you.
do applaud your commitment.
That's about it.
That's as far as my applause go, but I will applaud your commitment on this.
Keep it simple, stupid. This is the exact thing I was talking about last week. To have something that goes to 1,000 is going to be too damn complicated.
They have 5 things that go to 1,000.
Yeah. For the average person to figure this out, for dealers trying to figure out how to price exactly what Carlos was talking about in that scale of tens.
Yep.
And at the lower scale of 10, how can you charge the same as the highest scale of 10? It's too confusing.
Yeah. The consumer will fight you on it. They will literally fight you on it because
It creates a lot of
they'll
one-on-ones.
they'll cite the label on there,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the label explicitly says, "Well, the guy on that end of the table has a 974 10." Well, you've only got a 971.
I mean, we already have precedent with SGC going to 100, and everyone's saying this is stupid. We don't want this in the hobby.
And they didn't even use the full 100. To be fair, they never used the full.
It was a
100.
weird
someone
100,
holding the
yeah.
971
So, good evening,
that
Joe.
costs it,
It's a
the
it's a weird
974.
1,000.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
look at that table that Carlos put up. It starts at 100 and only
Yeah,
goes.
I'll bring
to,
it back. I'll bring it back in a
It
second.
only goes to 900 and something. So it doesn't even go from 1 to 1,000.
I think the 975 and above, I think, is their pristine. I think that's the post gem mint, the above that. Let me read a couple of these real quick here. So Kyle here likes that. Yeah, coming to be a feature. Yeah, look, if you want to really granularly debate between the differences of, again, assuming you're satisfied with how the machine reads the flaws, so to speak, because like I said, there's different penalties depending on the severity of the flaw, location of the flaw. Like, it's really intricate, right? So like, fine, whatever, great. But that's fair enough. As much as I laughed at the multi-bar tag infomercial left after 2 minutes, I think it worked because they've got a ton of airtime. Yeah, well, it's one of those things. You're going to talk about it. It doesn't mean we're going to spend money on it, but we can definitely talk about it. Nice screenshot and agree on how they'll have a hard time scaling. Absolutely. So Flip and Steve, good evening. So this is for you, Jay. We beat the Chantilly show.
I will be, Steve. I'll message you separately. Yes.
Nice. You going to set up at the show?
I'm not, but I have some leftover dealer badges from the last show. They recycle them, so
Nice.
that's a good thing.
Oh.
Hopefully they're not watching your show.
Oh yeah, you're safe.
Mm-hmm.
In a court of law, I doubt it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, too hard to comp, but 10 is a 10. Yes, and 10s are better than others, but it's going too far. Yep. So 9.75 is gem mint. According to that, it is. I still can't believe the Seahawks didn't try to run the ball. Thank you, Dunkachino. Always appreciate your consistency. Wes, good evening. Already used more words to tag than they deserve. I could not have possibly used as many words as they have over 8 hours. But look, these upstarts, they barely had any airtime. Like, you got to give them, we have to, like, help them out a little bit, give them some airtime. It's not like they're going to have another infomercial on Hobby Palooza. That'd be silly. You wouldn't do that.
No, maybe no.
Just nuts. It doesn't
You wouldn't
happen.
open another.
What do they have
Starbucks
left to
across the
say,
Starbucks?
though? Because
The price?
The pricing's July 9th. Carlos.
Yeah, that's right. The pricings would be one that they'd have to say. The Hobby Palooza hour is the one I'm confused about. That's the one I'm perplexed on. I'm like, what for? What the hell for? The only 2 things left that I really care about.
Part 6.
They did cover one, by the way. They did cover one because they gave like a vague notion of how they establish if they need to tweak it or adjust it. So they did make some reference to it, which fine, whatever. Because they've got their master grader, their guy who's going to be like the overseer. So fine. That's one of my 3 things. The other 2 things are projected turnaround time and price. So we're still on missing 2 out of the 3 things that I actually care about. And we're only going into the 5th episode indirectly.
You don't want to know price. I seen how fancy those boxes they send out to you are. I just went, oh.
Yep.
This
Sounds
gonna
like
be-
Eric likes Beckett more than Tag.
No
That's-
way.
Blaspheme! Blasphemer!
That is blasphemous. That's horrible. I can't believe someone
Yeah.
just said that.
And someone did. I still can't believe it's not butter. Facts.
Uh-huh.
If the check clears, I'll talk about him longer than the other guy. There you go. That's right. We've said it. Like, look, it's not that we can't be bought. I already said I'd sell out the Saudi money. So, like, you just cut a big enough check. Let's go. What do you need a master grade if the machine grades it? Well, someone has to program the machine, though. Someone has to calibrate the machine. That's why I said you can use the programs as much as you want. Someone still has to calibrate it based on some kind of a structure, based on some kind of a criteria. And that person has a lot of control over what happens next because they set the rules. And I'll give you kind of a really high level example kind of in the industry I work in. And I'll keep it really high level. One of the things that the system that I do does is depending on what you try to do, and depending on the dollar amount it is, it'll go to different approvers. You got to go different levels of the scale. Some people have more authority than others. Well, I'm the guy who administers the system. So when that needs to get adjusted, I can control what the limits are. And my limits can supersede your real limits. So I can make you a $20 million limit, a $50 million limit, a $100 million limit, as high as you want to go. Or You can be 100 million to person, but in this particular case, your limit is $100. We can make it as high, we can make it as low. So then I actually have an undue amount of say. I can actually supersede your traditional authority in this specific case because they asked me to do so.
Everybody has different biases, so
Yeah. But what happens is, because of that, the reason I'm using this example is because the person that is programming the system or the machine is the one who is decided, because the machine is just going to do what it's instructed to do. It has criteria that it has to follow. It has a certain set of things it's got to look for. And as long as it finds them, you're good. But what happens is, what if you programmed it wrong? What if you change your mind over time where, yes, the machine is unbiased. That's true. But it's still following its programming. If you change the standard in the program, the 10 tag today is different than the 10 tag in 6 months. Because maybe they decided they're being a little too harsh. Actually, that flaw isn't so bad. Only knock 3 points off of it instead of 8 points. Well, that makes a difference. You go from being on the borderline of 1 to just clearing it and getting into. So now you're not a 9, now you're a 10. Because you just met the criteria, because I reduced the deduction of this particular flaw in the algorithm. And I don't need to know your proprietary system to know that.
Tag gets my money, and I'll tell you how. We get those 2 PSA 10 Gretzky's, and they give the scans, and then they come up with the results, and I'd love to see it.
Impossible, right?
Oh,
Why?
sign me up.
Well, no, we won't. We don't have to go there yet. But they only work on raw cards, and obviously only post 2000. You cannot do their process with cards in a slab.
Yeah.
Really?
It's a scanning issue, right? Like, you think about the same thing. Like, even you as a human grader who understands what he's looking for, I put the card in a slab. You can do certain things, but there's certain things that the slab itself is hiding from your eye.
Understood.
Yeah, you can compensate, but like if the glare comes off a weird way, the lighting hits it a certain manner, you get a shadow where you don't have a shadow. You can create a lot of weirdness because of the holder. That's why a lot of times you got to take it out of the holder to get the scan without the interference.
I thought they were so good that, hey, well.
Maybe in their
probably
dreams. Maybe in their dreams.
Yeah, because those Gretzky's are 6s all day long, 7 if the guy's in a good mood.
Thank God you're not into grading, Eric. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, so let me scan through here. What are the new masquerader? Yep, we talked about that one. Only Daps man can afford tag. Allegedly, who knows? We don't know what the price is yet. Good evening, Paul. Good God, is this episode 90? Yes. 5-hour everyone's time? Yes. Starts reconsidering his life, as you should.
Maybe
In fairness,
Man will get that Star Wars card done.
True. In fairness, though, it's over 100, Paul, because this is 90 under this specific formatting. But if you guys remember, I used to do like kind of the one-on-one discussion that were live streams, and then the special live streams don't count towards that number. So this is the ones that are named like this. That is 90 of those. So honestly, actually, live stream is over 100, comfortably over 100.
What
already.
about your movie ones from years ago?
Oh, if I count that, that's like another 40, 50.
Yeah.
And then this is video number 101 on the channel this year. 101.
Already.
Yep, we're not even in July yet. We'll have our celebration next week. Tag in Quebec for Yannick is gat. Is that true? We just flip it, Yannick? Is that the deal?
Yeah.
Is Tag going to announce software updates? Well, they should. Transparency, right? See, Bob's saying, is asking the right questions. It's going to be transparent. So if they make any updates to the software, that should be disclosed. That's part of your transparency.
Should be monitored and
Well, the version number
Police.
of the algorithm should be included on the label.
That's right. All hail the machine. That's right. Going
Uh-huh.
to send all his live golf carts to Tag. Facts. There you go. Does that sound? We got Tabernacle.
Tabernacle.
Yeah, nice, nice.
accent aigu is how they say that.
There you go. Someone just went an eBay auction. It sounded like it, didn't it? Sending my Spice Girls and New Kids on the Block carts to Tag. Nice.
Oh,
and
there's
toss
the
in a
money.
Go Avs. There you go. That's where the money is.
There's
And a
no
GI
Spice
Joe.
Girl. No, not it's. They're not recent enough.
True. That's true, actually. They can't even. Oh, this is brutal. Heinous. That's terrible. Oh, this sucks. This project blows already. I declare it a failure immediately. Really reconsidering his life. It's facts. But look, at least we've had Sharknado here, so that's a saving grace. No love for Vanilla Ice. Yeah, the problem is the 2000s. Jay's making the right point. Like, no Vanilla Ice, no Spice Girls, no New Kids on the Block. What else we got?
No
What other
Jordan
90s?
rookie, no Gretzky rookie.
This whole project sucks. I declare it a failure now.
No Curry rookie. No, I mean you can get Luca rookies.
Yes.
But you know the cards that are already graded. The
But no
20,000,
RPAs. But no RPAs.
No RPAs.
So
too
why,
far.
why there's a cutoff date of 2000?
Because
I did not watch any of that.
basically
Golden
it's
image.
It's ROI. Really, what it is but specifically their rationale for it is it's an ROI thing, because in order to set it up and figure out the golden image problem and get the additional holders for the thicker cards, that's a separate issue. It's an additional cost, and technically they haven't opened the doors and made $1 yet. So like,
Yeah.
so like, so far the money keeps going into the boat, and the boat has a hole in it. It's like we actually have to make some money. So you got
There's
to
a
pick the stuff
lot
that's
of money
easier.
put into this. A
Correct.
lot.
So
Yeah.
it's one golden card for all of them, all cards.
So
Like,
Yannick,
not
the short version is the
Yeah.
golden card is a concept here. It is for any specific card you want to do. So we do a Vladdy. Let's do a Vladdy Junior Topps Chrome rookie card.
Yeah.
You need a perfect version of that, whether you can find one or not, or if you have to make it up digitally. That then, when you send in one for grading and they run it through the scanner, they're going to compare it towards that fictional perfect version to figure out how far off you are. How many flaws are on this compared to the perfect version of this card? So the golden card is the perfect ideal version of this, and then we start docking marks to knock it down.
Yeah,
Golden
I get
card.
that. I wasn't sure if there was per card. And
Every card has to have its
name
own.
with
Every
Yeah.
card has to have
card
its own.
covered in.
Yep. Otherwise you're screwed. Otherwise you'd be screwed with cards with borders, without borders, die
You
cuts.
need a template for every card.
Yeah.
You need one for every single card, which is the scalable question that Jay asked. It's like that
Yeah.
sounds miserable. That
It
sounds
is.
miserable. Trying to create one for every version. That would be terrible.
And how many years can you go back, and how long would it take you to go back through the years to do every?
Yeah. And if you have to create your own, that's you're adding additional work. Like you're
Oh.
having to manufacture your own version of this because it doesn't exist. So send in carve and set for the weekend. There you go. I think though those cards are thicker. I don't think you'd actually be able to send in the weekend cards because I think he uses the thicker stock. I could be mistaken. Am I wrong on this, Jay? I think Carvin used like nice thicker stock.
Carbon is probably thicker, yeah, than the standard, and they only do sports cards. I don't think they do non-sports
true.
either. So
So that's out as well.
Not
So-
yet.
So you know what this means? No Sharknado. I'm bare. At this point, light them on fire and send them Viking funeral. We're done. This is over.
Sharknado is a sport.
It could be one. It could be in one of the right circumstances. Sharknado's post 2000. Yep. Is that a golden card? A golden card. Look at you, Bob.
Ah,
Well
golden
played.
number.
Well played.
Tie it all in there.
and we didn't make up the language for golden card. That is in their patent. They don't say golden
Exactly.
card; they say golden image. But that's their language. It's
Oh.
actually in quotes too.
Yeah. It's very important that I make clear. Thank you, Jay. That's actually a really good point I want to make right now. So two things. I can see there's a bunch of you joining us in, which I do appreciate as well. Hit the like button. It is free. It is sponsored tonight. The other thing, though, as well, is that in between jokes, we're getting this information from the patent filing. We're not just making this part up. It's actually being from the information that's there, because you have to explain. You don't have to explain everything you're doing, but you have to explain enough to be able to say why it's something that you would want a patent for. Can you explain real quick, Jay, high level, when you're filling in a patent? What is the purpose of it? What is it protecting you from? What are you trying to do?
So it's an exchange, right? A patent is an exchange with, the government, the issuing government, and the person, in exchange for giving you exclusive rights to what you claim is your intellectual property. I'm going to disclose technology that I've discovered or invented, and other people can build upon it. So people can study it, and then for a limited period of time, you can exclude people from doing specific things that you outline or demark, and it's called a claim. So I can say I claim A, B, and C, and now people can't do A, B, and C. They can do other things, or they can eliminate B and just do A and C, and that's fine. But it's really an exchange of disclosure, so people can further experiment and encourage that behavior of building knowledge for the world.
Yeah.
And that's really what a patent's about. And there's a lot of prerequisites. You have to explain it in enough detail that someone else could replicate it and understand it well enough. And there's a lot of standards to it, but that's the basic gist.
Yeah, and that's perfect. Thank you, Jay, for that. I wanted to make sure we understood that, because we use these words, and a lot of people don't actually understand that they have a very specific meaning. So when we're talking about this thing, I don't have the knowledge base to be able to read it into the same depth that Jay did, but I read through it just so that I could get a basic understanding. So I'm not just coming out of this crap out of left field. I did actually take some time to sit down and read some of it. It's boring if you're not into that kind of thing. It's just not.
It's
But
fascinating for me.
But that's what I'm saying. But if you're not into that kind of thing, people will struggle through it. but I wanted to make sure I could understand at a level so I could ask intelligent questions. I need to at least be able to understand, at least at a certain level. And Jay was very helpful in giving me some notes kind of to understand certain pieces of it a little bit better. But it's something that if you read it, you will at least at a basic level be able to understand what it is and what's being done here. They can't just hide in a room and say like, yeah, secret magic pixie dust. No, you're going to have to give a little bit more information than that. And in theory, somebody can replicate it because there is enough information there if you wanted to try. So that's kind of important.
Yeah, no, they have a good description of what they're trying to do, and they lay it out. And obviously their videos explain the interesting thing is their videos diverge far from the patents, right? Because what they've said in their videos is we've created a process, probably much in the same way PSA is done, right? PSA said we have 8 steps to grading, right? You have intake, you have this, it goes through these processes. They're doing the same thing. You know, they have cameras for security. They have the card always has a QR code on it, so they can always identify the asset in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're trying to scale. And the basic question I kept coming back to is this necessary? Meaning SGC probably does a variant of this. PSA does, even Beckett, sorry, Eric, probably does it. HGA at the time probably did, and others. And I assume they do it with comic books too. The only thing I could discern from the videos, at least, was that they have a 1,000-point scale, which basically measures against a perfect card for defects, and the current card under consideration is a defect from a perfect card. But do we need that? Right, that's the question. Does the market want it? Because they've been working on this for a number of years, 5 to 7 years, I think they've said. So that was my question when I was chatting with Carlos. I don't know what problem they've solved.
Yeah, no, and I think that's fair, and that's kind of an open question you can leave. So I'll touch on a couple of these here. So Rum Donaire, Stanley Cup deciding game. What a Friday night! Hey, you're doing all right. I like the rum. Well played. Tom, good evening. Paul, Sharknado is life. Facts. I still haven't seen anything about how their cameras capture and grade a 3D image of fiber paper layers on paper cards, like a side-mounted view of the cardboard. Haven't seen it. Yeah, it's one of those things. Like, obviously, they do want to try to protect a certain proprietary thing, but it's a very difficult. We have imaging technology, and I'm not going to simplify it too much, but I just want it understood. Then I'll kind of touch on Albert's question here. So Jay is actually a lawyer by trade. So he's someone who actually has the ability to read those patent things and then kind of give us back a little bit of information. It's part of the reason I asked him to take a look, and then as we kind of chatted back and forth, I thought it'd be good to kind of bounce some questions off of him, and he can give us a little bit of clarity on it. Because again, nobody else on here is qualified to really touch on a lot of those pieces. We can read it, but we can understand certain pieces of it. But it's nice to have that additional view. So thank you once again, Jay, as always.
Jay is also the adult in the room.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. No, and remember, these are just my opinions. I've listened to the videos, I've read the patent, I've read file histories at a level that I'm comfortable discussing them, but I haven't done a deep dive into them. It's not necessary, I don't think, for this discussion.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's fair. I can see Chad's comment. Chad, allegedly. I need that lawsuit to go further along before I get into the jokes. I'll leave it in the chat, but it stays there. I'll pass it. With this one, we got to go with the hard allegedly. There's the soft allegedly. It could be thrown in at any time. But this is a hard capital A allegedly. Until the courts deal with it, it's allegedly. I'm leaving it there. They can have their lawsuit and they can deal with it on their time. So Big Scott, good evening. Actually, thank you. This is actually a good segue. So in addition to the Hobby Palooza festivities, on the Sunday, 9 p.m. Eastern, I will be joining Big Scott on his channel to hang out for a little hobby chat. So it will be a little kind of post-end of Hobby Palooza thing, separate from the Hobby Palooza thing itself. That'll be on Big Scott's channel, so you can find that there. I'll make a video this weekend kind of pointing in that direction, but I'm just giving a little heads up here. So Scott and I will be chatting, and I don't know if Nat's Man will be there or not, but we'll definitely be on there chatting.
Content, wow.
Yeah, we're going to have a little Sunday night content. We're going old school, Yannick. Back in the days, it used to be the Sunday show. So it'll be a Sunday live stream, but it'll be hosted by Big Scott.
Mondays were tough sometimes.
They were. That's why I got out of that business.
It was back in the COVID days. Right?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I will stand behind. I think we've had some shows since in the Friday nights that I've been extremely proud of, that I've been extremely happy of. Some of the best shows have come out of it. But some of those Sunday ones were classic. There were a few classics back in the day.
There was lots of stuff going on, so
yeah, and there was a lot of really fun ones. I had a good time with those, no doubt. So yeah. So Scott's comment here is, I think they need the hobby trust. That has not been answered. Why to believe in their product, which is a fair comment. And that's the thing. Like, and this, like I said, I poke fun at it because frankly it's fun for me, and also like I said, I have my reasons for wanting to poke fun at it. So be clear about that, just up front, that I've got my reason for wanting to make fun of it. But again, even if I try to be as fair and charitable as I can, this approach has been very strange. This approach has been very odd. If I remove Jeremy and all that from it, it's still a very odd approach. Like if I forget about everything else, it's still an odd way of pursuing it. It's like overkill, the same way that the 1,000 point scale is overkill. Tell me about your product. Give me an explanation. You want to give me your background? This is a 1 or 2 show thing, not a 5 show thing where you drag it out week after week after week. And it's like, why would this be interesting 5 weeks in? This is just dragging on and on and on. It's just painful in that sense. It's like, look, I don't need to know that much. I don't need your collective life stories. I don't need the individual biography of everyone and your dog. You're saying you can grade. Awesome. Why? Tell me how much it's going to cost. Tell me how long it's going to take. And tell me why I should use you. And then send in the ShamWow guy to finish it off. Done.
20
But,
minutes.
but the counterpoint is, and it could have been shorter, but I do, from a technological standpoint, I do like to see the process, because I imagine that PSA or others are doing this, and it's fascinating to see how to do it, and then try to imagine doing this for, what does PSA do? A million cards, 700,000 cards a month? That is interesting. So
70,000
I
cards a
applaud
day.
them for showing the process, and I think that helps with their brand. I just question whether it's necessary. I like the information, but I question whether how the product will do for me or for you, Carlos, or any of us that want to grade cards.
Yeah, exactly. But the key is this though. We didn't get the walkthrough and some of the finer details of some of it until the 4th episode. So you had to. So if you were willing, you had to wade through 3. I'm not exaggerating. We talk about how long these live streams are, and that's part of the joke. Part of the joke at this point is how long these live streams, historically have been. But here's the thing: over the course of those episodes, they have now gone the equivalent of 2 full lengths of these live streams. The difference is, think of the breadth of different topics we'll cover on 2 live streams.
So they would have just came on Carlos' channel, one episode.
We probably could have done it in
everything
one
would have been
episode. Yeah, we could have done it in one episode. But I honestly, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be keen on taking some unknown, company in the hobby, because it's like, the idea is, oh, well, you're introducing it to, but why do I need to introduce it? At that point, here's the difference. I would be very upfront about this. I would charge them ad time. You want to come on for 3 or 4 hours? Sure. This is paid for by Tag. We're putting it right up front, right on the scale. This is an infomercial, man. I'll sit here in front of a microphone and ask you questions, and then we'll do the walkthrough and the whole bit. But you're paying me for it, and I'll be very clear about that right from the first episode, right from the beginning of the first episode, because I have really no other reason to talk to you. I don't really care. Put your product out on the market, and we'll test it, and we'll find out. Like, listen, I'm willing to give it a fair shake, but just put the product out on the market, and we'll see. But otherwise, I don't really care. You're telling me, oh, we're building a new. That's cool, man. Do you have any idea how many third-party graders have cropped up over the last 10 years?
I have a list here.
Like it's a lot.
No, but I mean, it's something I looked
It's a lot.
before, even way before. We're going back 2 years old.
Yeah.
I have 15 companies since
Yeah.
1990. I called it my slam graveyard list.
Yeah. And the thing is, like I said, I'm not saying just to be mean. I'm saying to be factual. I don't care. You can produce, you can do this, that, and the other. Cool. Show me. Let me actually see it. Let's do it. Let's have a look at it. I'll judge it more when I see it. I'll get, same thing I did with CSG. I'll get the slab in my hand. I'll look at it. We'll give it a proper due when the time is right. But right now, you have not graded one single legitimate card yet in the marketplace. So as far as I'm concerned, your company hasn't even started yet. You don't even exist.
Regardless out of all of that, why are you going to use them opposed to PSA, SGC, CSG, whatever you want to say?
Agreed.
I'll even throw HGA in there for a second.
Yeah.
Why am I going to? Okay, I understand what they're doing, but why am I going to take a chance where their dollar value is not going to reach the market value, and they're only going back to what year? 2000.
2000. Yeah.
2000.
So why am I going to do that? Am I going to wait for it to creep up? Am I going to wait? I don't understand it in this marketplace of investing and money return and whatever. Like, where are they coming in with this? I don't get it. I just don't get that part, and I can't put my head around it. I understand what they're doing, but I just don't see where they're going to end up. Like it's 5 years down the road, they're looking at maybe even catching up to one of the other SGC or CGS, right?
Well, put a different, since we're all wearing hats, 3 of the 5 of us are. Maybe it's
Hang on, I'll go put my
they
camera
want
on.
to be acquired, right? That's
It could
to
be
me,
that could be a viable plan. Yeah.
exit plan. Yeah.
Really? Well, I think you have to establish yourself a little bit for. Yeah, maybe.
No. They want someone would want the technology, the process. They have optimized a lot of different things. I don't know where the other grading companies are at because we don't know what they do behind the scenes. But it's a great infomercial for someone that wants to plug a portion of the tech stack that they've developed into their current grading product to move it ahead.
It's a hell of a lot of money to throw into that.
Beckett could probably use some of this technology.
That could be the game changer that changes it all for Eric there.
Beckett.
Let me read a couple of these comments. But Jay, I agree with Jay though that it could be similar when Gentleman was acquired by Collectors. The idea could be to develop something to a point where one of the other players looks at it and goes, okay, maybe we can add that into our offering, roll it in, because Gentleman was offering fingerprinting digital optimization technology.
Yes.
That's part of their whole deal. So what is Tag offering? They even said the word fingerprinting in one of the episodes. One of the 8 hours somewhere they stuck in fingerprinting in there somewhere. I know I heard it, or I might have hallucinated it because of how long the videos took. So Center Cut Sports Cards, good evening. Floating Head is the trust you need in Tag. He just bumps it. It has to be golden. Yep. Scoot Tag, when does Poopy Pony go up for sale? They're asking the right questions.
Yep.
Yeah. 1,000-point scale. Why not make it 2,000? Facts.
I think you can get a 975 on that one.
True. Well, 975, yeah.
Yeah. That's what
Lining up 1-0. Yep, it's a chamois. It's like a towel. It's like a sponge. Wow. Damn right. Avs apparently tied it up. Good. It seems like Tag pulled a digital version of the Mint Collective. Yeah, basically. They got their own extended ad time. These Tag guys do as much coke as the ShamWow guy. They can't be trusted to grade. But at least the ShamWow guy's entertaining. The videos that I've had to watch to make this work, even at 2 times speed, not nearly as entertaining. The ShamWow guy I think he would have helped a lot, spice things up a little bit. That would have been kind of fun. As it is right now, I'm not feeling it from an entertainment perspective. But anyway, okay, so let's do this. We'll start segueing our way out of this. However, before we do, chat, if there's anything else you want to touch on with this, throw it in there. Otherwise, Jay, I know we covered a lot of different pieces. Is there anything other kind of piece that interested you, that kind of caught your eye? Anything you want to touch on that we haven't touched on already?
Yeah, no, I mean the point of emphasis I want to make is they need the golden image.
Mm-hmm.
And the interesting thing, and I had talked to different people about it because I was interested, because in their patent at least they mention that they can detect counterfeits that are slabbed, and to me that was interesting, right? Because I'm like, whoa, how do you do that? Because of the fact that it's slabbed, and how do you get the proper image constraints and basically remove the plastic from it? And they don't describe that in the patent, and they certainly don't show that in their videos. But that to me would be really interesting because, without breaking it out of the slab, what do you do about it? And that process from a technology standpoint was what I was most interested in. And that's where I felt that I was a little let down, because I wanted to hear and see about that, because I think that could be really important in the industry to say, hey, I have this, you have a Gretzky card and it's slabbed in a PSA holder. And if Tag could say to you, we've confirmed, yeah, the edges look different, the dimensions are fine, but it still is counterfeit, even though it's been slabbed. Now that would be a breakthrough technology. So they could be I forget what the guy's name is that says this is the 10% best Michael Bass.
Oh, Mike Baker.
Yeah, Mike Baker. So that would be an interesting service for certain high profile cards, but they can't do that, and that would be something in the market that would be a market differentiator.
That would be a game changer.
Yes.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I did mention that before. If they could do something like that after the fact, that's great. But then there are a fourth party.
That's basically what it would be. Yeah. Like I said, I mentioned before, In the coin market, the CAC has done very well with their business doing this. You can, because the grading scale has variation, you can have a better version of 9 versus a borderline 9. That's a real thing. Eye appeal matters. Because really what they're focusing in on, above all else, is the eye appeal piece. They're looking at it on the technical scale. They're saying, yes, it is accurately graded, but it's you could, on a good day, have it be a grade higher, and that would be legitimate. And that's kind of what they're arguing about. So it's kind of interesting at it. So 357 asking one of his usual random questions. Do people in Canada have air conditioning? That seems redundant with igloos.
Yeah,
It seems redundant. That's just silly. And Paul answers correctly. In the wintertime, we call it leaving a window open. Facts.
basically.
Facts.
That's a good ending to this segment.
I know, exactly. I saw it ahead of time. I saw it ahead of time, and I figured this would be a good way to put a button on it.
Well, I just had to, it's a long build. If they're trying to get acquired,
Mhm.
it's a lot of time and money. Because if they do not get acquired, that's a lot of time and investment into a company that will probably go nowhere. So we're talking millions.
Call it a cheap road show. That's a cheap road show. You don't have to travel. And people tune in, and then you can splice these things together, and then they'll take some comments from here, right? And they'll take some comments from other people and say, see, there's a demand here. The technology works. Aren't you
Yeah.
interested?
I think though, to be fair, and Bobby's point is valid, is that it is a lot of a lot of money up front to make this happen. Look, the way I look at it is, if worse comes to worse and it doesn't go anywhere, at least then the other third-party graders can steal the pieces they like. Like, honestly, everybody else can just sit back and watch, because again, kind of going back to that whole piece where we talked about the patent thing, collectors and the other guys can read the same patent documents the rest of us can and be like, okay, can you reverse engineer this based on that? Yeah, I think I can. Sure, give it a go.
But the big question is, would they?
There might be
Why
pieces that
would
might
you?
be of interest to them. I'm saying there are specific things that might be of interest to
Minor,
them.
yeah.
But that's the point. They don't have to copy it wholesale. They can pick and choose certain elements that they think might be interesting and say, can we reverse that? Let's do it. And then the second piece is, out of all the things they talked about, I'll be honest with you, I don't like the holder. I'll be honest with you. A lot of the rest of it, it's junk. The 1,000-point scale, I think, is dumb. I'm not a fan of most of it. You know what I liked? I like the little submission kit. I like the little box that you can send it in. I actually, to be honest, that's the best part. That's the only part I really cared for that they've talked about in all those hours of it. It's like, actually, that's not a terrible idea. Not a terrible idea.
In case
Well,
Carlos. You put
Yeah.
the-
Yeah.
So it's like, I'll take the case. I'll take the case. The rest of your shit, take it away. I don't care about it.
From a technology standpoint, the other thing that they said, that I think it's in the fourth video, I don't know, because I've had so many, but I think it's the fourth video with the walkthrough. The one thing that they wouldn't talk about, they touched on the conclusion on the camera, but they didn't explain to you how they did it, where they can measure to thousandths of an inch of a card based on an image. Now that's impressive. I don't know how they do that. I'm sure there's a way they can do it depending on what kind of matrix they might have behind it. That is interesting, but that is not in the patent. They're not disclosing it.
Yeah.
That's nifty.
You know what the reason
Sheepcutters
is?
has been doing it for years.
You know what the reason is, Jay, that I don't think they can include that in the patent, is because not the same idea. But if I go to my iPhone right now and I open up one of the apps, they've got one of the apps that you can use the camera and do like a rudimentary measurement of something. Get the distance between point A and point B. This is from a phone in a potentially moving environment. In a static environment, opticals, yeah, you can get it down to microns. It can measure it down to the technology. The analogy I'll use is this. A lot of the stuff that Tag's talking about, they make it sound really fancy, but it's like saying, guys, we built this is going to innovate the industry, okay? So you know how like you have cars? Yes. You know how like you have windows and how annoying it is to roll the window open. What if you could push a button and the window would open? You mean power windows? Yes. It's like, well, yes, it is an improvement. It's not a revolutionary we've had windows on cars. We have cars.
But it goes
Previously we
faster.
rolled it. Now we press a button and now the window goes up and down. It's called a little motor. So yes, have you improved the situation and made it convenient? Yes. Have you revolutionized the industry? Did power windows revolutionize? No, it's a nice feature. It's a nice to have. Now it's pretty standard on most cars, so because it's a good feature. We like it. But did it change our lives when we could have rolled the window open? We had that option before.
And
So that's
now,
what-
now when you look at a young kid and go like this, they look at you like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, it's not a bad. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. The power window was a good idea, and somebody had to be the first to really implement it. And they would have been new to folks. but you already had windows and you already had the ability to open the window. So this is just a more convenient way of doing so. All you did was build a better mousetrap. You didn't invent the mousetrap. You built a better mousetrap, and it is a little nicer. So people appreciated that, and eventually became the standard. So that's good.
If you had the choice, you can Frankenstein all the slabs we have. You can take the plastic of one, the label of another, the thickness of one.
Ooh,
What's the perfect
Yannick,
slab?
Yannick, hey, Eric, if we
Genius.
forced you to Frankenstein a slab, what feature from Becca are you taking?
Exactly.
Anything. I don't care what it is. It can be the label. It can be the plastic. It can be the inner sleeve. I don't care what it is. Pick
What is
something.
the perfect
Oh,
slab for
oh,
Eric?
No, I'm not asking for a person. That is not what I'm asking, Yannick. What I'm
Okay.
asking is if you have to Frankenstein a slab, you must take features from the main players.
Yeah.
You have to take something from Beckett. What is it?
Go.
They're upside down labels.
Of course, you would pick the upside down labels. Yep, that's an Eric answer right there. All right. So Bravo's journey. What's up? Yep, absolutely. Any non-sports chat I missed? Well, I think we'll open up because this is Jay's bread and butter here. I wonder what type of risk a content creator takes when they sell out an infomercial in the hobby. An allegedly reasonable question. It was funny. I know I gave it to somebody. I might have given it to Andy. We don't have as stringent rules about it like the CRTC. However, there are some established standards and expectations, even in Canada, about disclosing commercial. Basically, if you've got commercial consideration with it, there are certain expectations of it. You can still get fines. You can actually still have a problem. So it can be an issue. So it can be enforced. Not generally. It's harder to enforce, but a lot of the rules are the same as the U.S. You have to say it has to be clear. Somebody who's never seen your show or a piece of content before should be able to figure out that, oh, this person is being sponsored by X. It should be abundantly clear, and that's the key. The key piece to remember above all of it is it should be abundantly clear to somebody who's just watching right now. Okay, this is an ad, and as long as that's done, you got carte blanche more or less to do whatever you're going to do. Now, if you lie and mislead people, that's a different problem. But assuming you've disclosed it and you're more or less telling the truth and you're just promoting a product, that's fine. But
This
you've
is
got to
where
be
you
very
use a
careful with
little,
how you state
Wayne's
it.
World clip with Gardner.
That's right, exactly.
Reebok
Put it
and
in.
Pizza Hut.
Tag or guys selling T-shirts from the trunk after the show, which is more legit. Questions we ask. How do they go, Eric? Yep. Upside down. New to the hobby, happy to stumble upon this channel. Just wondering where you guys are from. Eric is from a rolling truck in Manila. Allegedly, Massachusetts. I'm
Yeah.
Canada. Bobby's Canada. Yannick is Quebec.
Still
Poutine Land.
Quebec.
Quebec is Canada.
The
Yeah.
People's Republic of
It is
Quebec.
Canada.
The People's Republic.
But Carlo just called it Quebec.
But it is Quebec. Listen, you had two referendums. You try. It's not. It wasn't lack of effort. It wasn't lack of effort.
Twice.
Twice.
And Jay, you're from where?
DC, Washington, DC.
Washington. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. Good evening, Victor. Absolutely. Yeah.
Hey,
Good stuff,
anything
Steve,
else?
from Ontario.
Anything going on in your neck of the woods today?
Yeah.
Uh,
I'll say that.
I don't talk about politics. or
As you
Supreme Court
shouldn't.
decisions, or
As you
I
shouldn't.
just don't do-
As you
I don't do it.
shouldn't. Leave
Keep
it
the
be.
doors locked and the wind and the shades down, brother.
He might have to join you in the rolling truck in Manila.
Yeah, you'd be safer with me.
Yeah. Does anybody collect the 1980 Pac-Man Fleer set? There you go. That's
It
his
is.
specific-
It is a cool. It is a cool set.
Yeah.
I don't collect it, but it is a nice set.
So it was 1980 Pac-Man Fleer. How many cards could you get out of Pac-Man though? Was it like a big set?
There's a bunch. I mean, some of the sayings on them are
50, 60.
hilarious. Yeah, it's got to be. It's at least 50. It might be 100 because it's just a lot of different sayings. Then you have Pac-Man. You have, I think, the ghosts are in there,
Yeah.
and then they all say things. There's enough variants that you can get in there.
Wow.
It's fair enough. I like it.
Waka Waka is like the favorite card. I've been trying to buy one, and when they come up on eBay, I always get outbid in PSA 9. I just want that card, but I know it's silly. But
What if it was a tag 9?
What number? What number out of 1,000?
yeah,
You got 50 options. Which one you like?
It'd be a 9.27.
963.
9. No, it's actually not 9.2. Right? It's 927. Right? You don't even,
925.
they don't even use decimals.
No,
No.
yeah, it have to be. Yeah, it has to be a number out of 1,000. That's right. Exactly.
Having never seen the Pac-Man cards, are they
There's
pictures
stickers.
of the video game or the cartoon?
Video game. Well,
The characters within the video game, but I believe they're stickers. And it's just Pac-Man, and then there's like little
Okay.
sayings that he
All right,
has.
so
Yeah.
all right, so they're not from the cartoon that came out in the 80s.
Oh no, they're not stylized like that. No, they're
video game
they're
is.
bland, but they look more like the video game.
I got
Yeah.
you.
Okay, there we go.
We got visual aids. Don't worry. I had to do a little quick eBay search. I've got the tab open whenever I need it. So we
I
can
mean,
fire
they're
it up.
not as good as Sharknado, but
They're pretty cool
but
looking.
they
Well,
are cool.
few things, RJ. Few things, RJ. The Shark. There's still. We'll get Sharknado over. Don't
I
worry.
have the Gary Busey 1 of 1, so I think that's going to the moon. So
Wow.
Dude, and you combine it with Gary Busey, like that right there is exciting.
Before or after the motorcycle crash?
Yeah.
I don't. It's an artist illustration, so it could be either.
I think you have to interpret it. It's a matter of how it's supposed to go. There you go. I think there's stickers, 54 numbered set. Many stickers came with gum, the original video game. There you go, Bravo's Journey. So there we go. We got a little Pac-Man content in there. So there you go. I like that. So let me ask then a question. I know you mentioned you were going to Chantilly, and now we're in the more open, free-flowing. We'll shift between different topics now. So now I think we're done. We'll leave the tag folks be for now, and we'll let them do whatever nonsense they do, and we'll reconvene after. Hopefully, the last episode in 6 years.
To be followed next week.
Yeah, hopefully, but I don't trust them. I feel like they've got like another 10-parter in front of them. Like whatever minutia they can drag it out for another 10 parts, they'll try. The point is, going beyond that. So we talked about the Hobby Palooza thing already. Covered that. We got that one covered. We've included a little Pac-Man in there. The Sharknado pumping will start later. Jay and I will reconvene and we'll find the perfect time, place, and format. I was thinking about a 10-part series. At least 2 hours per episode, and we just talk about the history of Sharknado, our non-dying passion for Sharknado, and we'll be sending in all our Sharknado cards to tag. Oh wait, never mind.
Wild
Oh, yeah.
Sharknado.
Yep, a few dozen Pac-Man scratch cards, not scratch. There you go. So, question for Eric: have you ever had made a custom card for your mom? If not, you should do that.
All right.
Could you make a custom card where the card isn't actually of your mom, but it's custom? It's turkey breast on it. It's a picture of a package of turkey breast, and that's what you give to your mom.
This is the height of my artistic talent. Okay, it doesn't get any better than that.
But my version of it is you just go to the supermarket, take a picture of the correct item, and go to Topps' website and just make a card.
All right, hold on. It's just give me a quick second, Mom. If you're watching,
She's watching.
would you like me to make you your very own quote baseball card? You can let me know.
There you go.
All you're gonna hear is, "Hey."
That's right. It's like, what? The rolling truck has stopped. Uh-oh.
Here's your sandwich.
Who do you think's driving the truck?
I know, right? Exactly. Love it. Sounds good. So what I was going to say with Jay, my question to you was, so you're headed off to the Chantilly show. You're not going to set up at the show, but there's going to be a little bit of it. Are you going so you're going there mainly to kind of browse and hang out? Anything you're looking for there? Kind of working on some of your sets, or what's the agenda for the Chantilly show?
Browse, hang out. I knew Flipping Steve was going there. I want to meet up with him. But I was going to look for some non-sports cards because I don't get out from behind the table normally when I set up.
Sure.
And then I want to test some specific cards that I have to see if the dealer interest level of them, because I'll be going to Dallas in July 14th. And so I kind of want to get a sense of where the market is, because I've seen the great curators videos, and I guess, I don't know if it was Chicago. I know Toronto wasn't good, but I think they went to Chicago. They didn't like that. So I want to see what it's all about, because my viewpoint is, in the auctions that I've participated in on eBay for the last 3 or 4 weeks, I keep getting crushed. And by crushed, I mean I keep getting outbid well beyond where I think the cards are. So that's why I find it interesting that, we talk, I think we have a microcosm of different markets. And I think when people say the market, and Carlos, we talked about this before,
Sure.
It's modern versus other things. I assume the hockey market's doing really well because Stanley Cup right now, but maybe not perfectly.
The hockey hobby was stable through a lot of things, other than the 80s.
A lot of stuff. So to your point, Jay, a lot of it will depend, because even inside of the same market, even inside of the same category, you'll get these weird variations. And we've chronicled this before. Like I said, I use the example with the Medano cards that I collect. Not a top tier Hall of Famer, but a Hall of Famer, and he does have collectors, and some of them will spend money. But I can buy a lot of stuff super cheap. A lot of it is really easy. But occasionally there'll be certain items that are a little tougher to come by that then have a cross section with set collectors, folks working on the set at the same time. That creates a problem. Folks focusing on certain themes and things. So if you hit that cross section and the Venn diagram hits right in that spot, all of a sudden it's like, well, the average, Medano patch card goes for like $40 or $50. Nothing crazy, that's fine. But then this one went for $450, $500. Why? Well, because it hit the cross section of, yes, it happened to be this, but also it's a reasonably limited one. And there's the set collectors. So even inside of the same little category, if you hit the right niche in the right angle at the same time, so all of a sudden the comp doesn't make any sense. Because if you're sitting there trying to go like, wait, why does it happen to be for this? And then I do it 100 other times with other similar items, it doesn't work the same way. It's that little cross section. So most of it's stable, like to Bobby's point, but some of it will go, some of it won't. Like and then if you go hockey vintage, you take the star players, they do well, but a lot of the commons in the same set are available for song. You can get them. You can get them in bulk. Go to Bulk Bar and get them by the pound. Like, it's not a problem. They're available in abundance. But go get a Gordie Howe in nice condition in the right set. You're gonna have to pay a little bit. You're gonna have to pay up.
Those did go up, the key versions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
But
that's
otherwise,
what I mean.
across the board, we're still in the same, ebb and flow of what happens in the hobby.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's the point. And that's
Yeah,
really go ahead.
No, yeah. So Chantilly, yeah, I'll be looking for Disney stuff, and then a lot of pre 1940s, 1950s non-sports stuff. Because I still haven't seen it all. So if something catches my eye, I'll be on the lookout for it, and hopefully someone is willing. I'm hoping the market's down because it gives me an opportunity to buy things that maybe before I would not have had that opportunity at the same price point.
Yeah. Now I will say I did touch on this some months back, and if you got some months back, and even like a year and change ago when the boom was happening at that point, and I made the point at the same time that folks were complaining about the rising prices, understandably so. Like, I get it, it's fair enough. I made the point though that influx of cash also motivated some sellers. It brought things onto the market that had not been in the market for some time in some cases. That's where I was able to fill out a lot of the grails for my player collection that had not been there for years because nobody was motivated to put it on the market. They didn't feel like it. But then the prices became a little higher, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, okay, so I can get my money back and then some. This sounds great. I'll sell it. Suddenly it was on eBay. Every weekend I was finding stuff all the time. I still find stuff here and there, but as prices softened in certain categories, all of a sudden, like, you're seeing the same stuff over and over again. It's not I'll scan through my same searches and it's like, yeah, I'll scan through. I can say it's been almost 2 years. I have about 3 or 4 auctions that I'm waiting on from eBay, and then my purchase tab is clear. Everything else I've got in hand. And most of the stuff, I'll be honest, if I went to, because I had my Ship My Cards thing open, I collect the different kind of categories of things. Right now I've got 15 items in my Ship My Cards. And right now, if I look at it, what I'm going to see, and Medano's usually what I collect, and I collect some vintage baseball. And if I see something, I pick it up. But right now, if I look at it, I see UFC, vintage baseball, an extra Medano and a CSG because I wanted one of the new holders, so I picked one up cheap. Juan Soto, wrestling, UFC, one Medano, wrestling, a couple of vintage football, a Medano, and another Medano. Out of 15 items, it's like 4 Medanos and 11 everything else. It's just because that's what was there and that's what caught my eye. I'm not going to force it. I'm not going to go out of my way to buy something that's either overpriced or not that interesting just for the hell of it. And that's why the rest of it emptied out. And the stuff that hasn't come in yet, I actually started picking up a couple of 2006 Razor Poker autograph cards because I was getting a bit of a kick on it. And when those come in, I'll actually do a little video explaining the reason why and the rationale behind it. But like, I'm going into the areas less viewed and the areas that I don't touch on as much.
Those are poker players, the Razor Poker, Helmuth, the Granu.
Yep. So, and there is a reason for it, and there is a story behind it. I will save the story for the video when I get them in. There is a specific reason I started looking at those. But like, I'm looking at areas that are a little bit off the beaten path a little bit, just because it's like, all right, well, right now I like having little projects to work on. I'm not seeing the stuff I'm looking for. I'm just not seeing it. So it's like, okay, so I could force it and pay extra money for this. Those poker cards I'm picking up are like $5. Like it's cheap stuff.
Cheaper
And
than NATO, cheaper
Yeah.
than Sharknado.
believe it or not, and honestly, Sharknado is ridiculously undervalued, like unbelievably undervalued. It's absurd. So let me read this one. There you go from Kathy. That seems like a legitimate response. I like that. Okay, there's a couple of questions here that I kind of touch on for Jay.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
I would love for you to accidentally drop a bunch of those. So Bravo Zero. So question for Jay and others. Do you think the 2009 Topps Chrome American Heritage Heroes is undervalued? So historical figures, and I know Prosa took out a camouflage set. So do you know too much about this American Heritage Heroes? Ring a bell?
No, not at all.
Yeah. It sounds pretty self-explanatory from the name, but I'm not too familiar with it. I know they came out with a lot of sets around that time period. What's the 1986 Sphere basketball of the non-sport world? That's a good question. I like that. Got any thoughts on that one?
You could. A lot of people would say Horrors of War. Some people would say Batman. Some people say the Superman set from '40. Those would be the top three that come to mind. Maybe Three Stooges. That was 50 something. But yeah, those would be the ones that just come to mind immediately.
Okay, I like that. I think that's a reasonable list.
What's now? Jay obviously knows way more about the subject than I ever would or do, but I am surprised, Jay, and maybe we talked about this in the past, that the 1960 something Beatles cards aren't worth more and aren't highly collected and sought after.
So I think you can explain it in a multitude of ways. Certain cards are, and from certain issues, but there are a number of companies that printed them, and they were also available overseas, right? So you have the U.S. ones, I think, do a little bit better. I'm not like super into the Beatles stuff, so I don't have specifics, but there's a lot of foreign UK sets of Beatles, and there's U.S. sets. I mean, there's an Elvis set. So, and even with the Elvis movie coming out, it's not like super popular. But I think it's because there's so many cards, and how many band members were there? So it's like how many. The set's big, it's large, and there's only a couple of performers. But yeah, it's. But I think they were also fairly mass produced because the Beatles were so popular. So I think it's supply, demand, and not our generation, Eric, but. How popular are the Beatles to millennials? Moderately.
My daughter doesn't get it. As much as I've tried to educate her, she just doesn't get it.
Yeah.
No Yellow Submarine not working for you?
That doesn't work for me. That really shouldn't work for anybody.
But the thing is that unfortunately, for better or worse, a lot of the times when folks talk about, because there was a run there where folks were talking about the music cards, the various music cards. I think a lot of the pop icons can do well just because they can hang in there, resonate. Some of them hung around a while, so that helps a lot with those. But like, if you're not into it, you're not into it. You can respect the Beatles, understand the music, know some of the songs and stuff, but it's like, it's not even whether it's your generation or not. It's like, do you like the song or not? That's really the question. Like, do you like the song or not? Does the style of music hate you or not? My parents very much stuck. My mom loves like big band and jazz. She'll go straight to that category. And it was playing in the house all the time. And we also were the house that had Christmas music in July, which slowly drove me insane. And then we got there.
But music cards are popular. I mean,
They're.
Snoop Dogg. The more, and even like a U2, obviously Nirvana. That there's a number of performers, but I'd say that that you're looking in the late '60s, early '70s, but they're individual cards within a set, not a set of the Beatles, right? There's no Snoop Dogg set; it's just a card within a set.
Yeah.
I think that's
So,
fair.
anyways, the question was like, again, the question was, what would be the '86 Jordan of non-sport? And it's surprising to me that it's not one of the Beatles from the first set run of the Beatles, but I just, it baffles me how they're not worth much.
There you go.
That's pretty cool.
Yep. 1 second. I'll take the message off.
Oh,
There you go.
Bowie too.
Those are pretty artistic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for the time period, especially, that can definitely work. And of course, Bobby has it in the package, so that's going to be part of it as well.
Right. Oh,
cool.
there he is. That's one of my faves right there. I can't even make out who. Bobby, who's that? I can't make that one out.
So
Bruce
you're
Springsteen.
muted.
Zeppelin, Springsteen.
Yeah,
Are those from the 70s or 80s?
1976.
Roger Daltrey.
Yeah, so you have all in the stickers. You have 5 different stickers, and they're all round, square, or this design. So you got Linda Ronstadt, Roger Daltrey, Ian Anderson, which is Jeff O'Toole, Chris Christopherson, and George Harrison. And then it gets into John Denver, Bob Dylan, Springsteen, Donnie Murray.
Hey,
Osmond.
really
Yes.
popular for a period of time.
They were they had their moment. Yeah, they were huge.
Yeah,
Bowie, Frampton, Jagger, Paul Smith, and Patti Smith, and Captain and Tennille. So Paul McCartney, Zeppelin, yes.
Captain.
Steve Aerosmith, Steve Tyler, and Tina Turner, and Queen. So these are actually very rare. From
Oh,
76.
yeah.
Sorry, what are
I've not
those,
seen them
Bobby?
before. Yeah.
What's that?
They're coasters? What are they?
No, they're stickers.
The
Sorry,
stickers?
yeah,
Okay.
sticker packs.
Okay.
They made baseball. They made hockey. And but the rocks, they're called sports sticks. The other ones, these are called rock sticks.
Right.
So
And those are Canadian issue or U.S. issue?
American.
Yeah.
Yeah, you won't see them because they're that rare. So
There you go.
nobody really has documented them. So I read
But I
an
just
article
did
on
see
them.
them
Yes, you did.
because I know you.
I know.
Now the problem is
I know you.
getting the tag 1000 on that is going to be very difficult.
The scaling. Oh my god.
It's going to be problematic.
Yeah.
Yep. So Dave here says saw a video for rare edition grading. Yeah, I've referenced them as well for sure. So didn't watch too much of it, but supposedly they have Gorilla Glass slab. Yeah, they actually do. They do use premium materials for it. I referenced them when I was talking about the holder. When I was doing the thing with the tag holder, I talked about rare edition and how they use it. It's an interesting looking slab. I actually would love to get my hands on one if I could get one cheap, because I want to see the slab. I'm just curious about the slab itself.
We don't know the price.
Well, no, the rare one, they've been out. They've actually been grading cards for a little while. That's why I laugh. I go, they actually use Gorilla Glass, which is a premium product. The slab itself is a weapon. Like you could kill somebody with the damn thing. But it's a nice looking slab. If it's just about aesthetics of a slab, Rare's already doing that. And they've got an NFT, I think it's an NFS chip on it, and the QR code. And if you scan it, it brings up a report card. Stop me if this sounds familiar. Please stop me if this sounds familiar. They've been out over 6 months. Oh, by the way, and when people get them back, they come in these little foil packets.
Nice.
Stop me if this sounds familiar.
They don't have a 1,000-point scale. though.
No, they don't. Clearly not.
100 point.
Anyway,
To a
but
degree.
yeah, but the point is that a lot of the concepts folks are trying. Like they're trying stuff, and like I said, for me, as a curiosity, I wouldn't mind getting one of those. Again, under the right price, I'll pick one up. They and Dave here, I think they charge $29 a card. Yeah, I think on the low end they're like $29 a card, which is not obscene.
Can we
Like if you,
actually look at what the hell are you talking about?
at the rare edition, I've actually shown it before. I'll show it again here. I'll grab it.
I kind of
They actually do look interesting.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I think
yeah.
it looks fine. If you just like the aesthetic, I think it's kind of neat. I'll see if I can pull one up here for you.
I think that's what we're lacking right now. Is we're lacking a movie where the guy breaks into a superhero kind of movie where a guy breaks into the house and then he's got to fight him off and then he grabs the slabs and starts throwing it at the guys. I think that would be
Chinese
great.
stars.
And then Tim pops up with Slab Strong and it's exactly.
Maybe that should be a Chinese
With the
star
helmet,
slab.
That would be a thing. Yeah, that would work.
So it's a weapon and it's collectible.
But it has to be 5 corners.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody will invent that.
Could you imagine? Okay, so
Then it'll be 1,025 points.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll see if I can find a picture of it. Let me grab a couple
I
of these
know
comments while
about
I'm doing that. Isn't there a Beatles card that has Ali on it, Muhammad Ali? Was there one in that
Beatles?
set?
Boy, I don't know about
There's
that.
a photo of it. I don't know if there's a card of it.
I think it might be there's some like cartoonish illustrations. I'm trying to remember. They've done a lot of Ali's on a lot of hybrid cards like that, where you'll see him with other famous individuals.
What's the English set from that? The A, B, and C company
Yeah,
For-
there's
for the
I'm
Beatles,
just
which
yeah, I'm
Top
trying
says they have no affiliation with.
but in the images, yeah, of course.
Sure.
But there's some illustration cards. I'm trying to remember. There's a really interesting. I want to say there's an Ollie and Disney card that I was looking at before.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
those are
basically,
great slabs.
yeah, what you need to know is that at the top, it's kind of a holographic thing at the top.
That's a
On the
phone,
back, you do have the subgrades. You do have the little QR code. You got the little chip, which you can tap with your phone to open up the report card, which shows the corners, the edges, and things. Again, stop me if you heard this before. And this holder, like I said, the holder looks interesting. I've watched some people where videos they've unboxed it. The holder itself looks nice. Again,
It's like a phone.
it does. No, like that's the point. Is that like it basically with the outside of it, and apparently they come with like a rubber outside, not dissimilar to a slab strong, but that comes with the holder itself. So they're trying to go with a more premium kind of experience
Okay.
with the holder itself. Again, I don't know if they can grade worth a damn, but that's not the point. The point is that look, there are folks trying it where they're using the fancy holder as kind of the selling point. And the fact that you can get the grading thing on it is kind of a selling point. That's fine.
See,
That's
Bobby's
okay.
got one.
Yeah. But the thing is that, and here's the
Put
thing,
a
I'm okay
Bobby
with
Orr on
it.
the
Try it. Yeah.
Picture there.
You're out of business, Tim. Sorry.
Exactly. But I said, like, it's fine if they want to try it, but they've been out for about 6 months. Let the marketplace decide if they care about it that much. Like, if it was a PC card and the price was reasonable, like, I'd send a card in to put in one of those holders, just if I liked the aesthetic of it. That's fine. But I'd be doing it strictly for that. If it's for resale, well, then I'm going to make a different decision. Like, that's it. We got to use a little common sense here. That isn't to say there's anything wrong with that rare grading slab. It looks fine. Again, I don't know if their grading's any good. We're worth it. Maybe it is. But they've had about 6 months. Some people like them, but have they gotten a ton of traction? The fact that some people don't know about it, what does that tell you? And they got a very nice looking holder, and they've been out at shows promoting the heck out of it. So it's really hard to crack the marketplace if you have no established track record and you're just there.
But you need 5 or 10 years to catch up to anybody who's in the game at that point. You know, that's seasoned, so to speak.
That's what I mean. So
You look that far in advance to when you start a company, a startup, like that's a long road.
Yeah. The 1977 Dick Tracy set is
Dick
also
Tracy.
pre-achieved to buy graded. Yeah, that's fair enough. Need a bulletproof slab for that movie. Facts. Well, that rare grading might be close with the Gorilla Glass and everything else on it. Like I said, I want to get one in hand to actually see it for myself because, again, for curiosity factor, if I can buy one cheap enough, I'll buy some common or something. Like, I just want to see the slab. I'm curious about it. Would any Marvel set crack the top 10 non-sports sets, or is it just too
No.
mass-produced? So that's
No.
kind of
No.
yeah.
At least not my top 10 list, but I don't think. most
No,
people-
I don't think it'd be anybody's top 10. It's what, 67, I guess, 60 when it started, kind of around there. Comic
The
books is
actual
67.
The earliest. Cause
yeah,
those
Marvel was early 60s. I want to say like 64-ish, thereabouts. Some of the
Yeah,
early
yeah.
Marvel ones. Yeah, DC was earlier. They were doing their thing much earlier, but Marvel
Obviously,
came in
yeah.
the 60s.
So the Dutch come. Okay, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that.
Oh, the Dutch Beetle. Yeah, there's so much Beetle stuff out there. It used to be high demand. That's really dropped off in the last 10 years as the
And that's
baby
the-
boomers get older.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not just having something that's rare or interesting or even popular. It's all these things can be there, but you have to have the right audience. You have to have an audience that's interested, is aware they exist, are interested in actually having one. You know, because sometimes folks will be like, "Oh, that's kind of cool to look at." I don't want to pay you to own it, but I like it. I like to see it. I'll go to a museum and visit it, you know, so to speak. If you want to put in a collection. But it's kind of depends on what you're trying to accomplish with that. And that's always kind of the issue with a lot of these non-sport. If you try to focus on pop culture, we joke about the Sharknado thing, but at least that's kind of funny. We were able to have a segment and have some fun with it. But nobody's going to argue it's high art. I don't think anybody's going to make that suggestion.
Ian Zering will.
Well, yeah, fair enough. Him notwithstanding.
And
Nobody else is trying to make...
no one's going to grade it.
Exactly. Yet.
I think I am. Maybe I'll get it in those rare.
On the rare,
the
yeah,
rare
of course.
holder. Yeah.
Maybe I'll just go for the rainbow. I'll see if I can get my Sharknado cards graded by all the main graders. It's like I
Not
want tens
tagged,
on
not
everything.
tagged.
Hurry up
no.
if you're going. Hurry up if you're going HGA.
There you go. I'm running out of time. What are some good Bruce Lee cards? You want Bruce Lee or you want the what's the one with
Green
What's
Hornet.
up with Chuck
the
Norris?
Green Hornet? Thank you.
So the Green Hornet are popular, and then
Yep.
there's
Very
the
popular.
Yamakatsu from 75 or 77. They have some. I've purchased some Bruce Lee with Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris.
But the you know,
Enter
scenes
the
from
Dragon.
movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just scenes from movies. They're pretty interesting.
Pretty cool.
And there's Sportscasters has a nice Bruce Lee card
Oh, yeah.
as well.
I have the Sportscaster ones, and I have a Green Hornet one of him.
Sportscaster?
Yep, they have a couple.
A Green Hornet?
No, just a Bruce Lee.
Just Bruce Lee.
Oh, okay.
But separately, I have a 1966 Bruce Lee card from the TV show,
Gotcha.
dressed as Kato, fighting bad guys.
Interesting.
And of course, the Green Hornet was a spin-off of the 66 Batman TV show with Adam West and Burt Ward.
Thank you.
Look at you trying to bring information.
He's old.
I know. That's
Old
what
people
happens.
know stuff.
Do they though?
His
I can bring you
his
some.
mother's proud.
I can bring you some old people that'll make us question that real quick, real quick.
Not that old.
I had dinner last night with a 100-year-old woman, and she was a spitfire, and I could listen to her talk and tell stories all night.
Were most of the stories
How'd the
about?
date go?
Were most of the stories about? Please, sir, leave me alone.
Well, yeah, matter of fact.
How did the date go?
How did the wife feel about the date? These are the important questions.
As long as I'm not bothering her, my wife has no problem with me dating.
Did you try to impress her with your poopy pony millions?
Well, yeah. What else do I have going for me?
You got lost right about the time of NFTs.
Yeah.
Long story that.
Yeah.
Long, complicated story.
I also met a man who's 98 who fought on Iwo Jima.
In the Iwo Jima? Yeah, that's like cool.
Wow.
So
Yep.
It was very interesting, some of the people I met last night.
So
Were you like randomly hanging around a bingo hall? Like, what was the context of you meeting these people? You're leaving out an important piece of information.
I was at an event.
You were wandering the old folks' home. You walked over and you just said,
You were at a
"Hey."
Let's check things out. I was wandering around.
a polyamorous event, yes.
I
Go
was
ahead.
at an event where at a senior living place,
Of course you were.
and I had a very nice time, and the people I had a chance to meet and talk to were very interesting. I enjoyed speaking with them.
Or were you just watching Cocoon?
How sad
Oh,
was
I love that
Cocoon there?
movie.
Shut up, Brandon. You know, after all those nice
I don't
things
even need to read it. It's like I think it speaks for itself.
Shut up. You know, when Brandon came on and discovered that I was doing this a week or two ago, I'm like, oh, Brandon's a great guy. He lives in Texas. He loves the stars, Carlos.
Not anymore.
He's this great guy. Now it's like, screw you.
You know, I'm sensing, guys, I don't know about y'all, but I am sensing a pattern. I find it tremendously interesting that at some point Eric turns on all his buddies. It's always like, oh, what a great guy, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden it's like, it's their problem. It's their fault. I'm like, there is a common element, Eric.
Mhm. Fingers always pointing that way, but three are pointing back at you.
Well, you're one of my buddies I've turned on, so you should know.
Well, yeah, we still love Eric in a way.
Listen, to quote a South Park episode, I'm not your buddy, pal. I'm not your pal, friend. it's like we'll just go through the whole cycle of them. They could not get away. No, really, they couldn't. The good news is his broken hip matched theirs, so like it was an even fight in terms of land speed.
Oh, yes.
Well, I tell you, if this was a month or so ago, I'd be there with a walker just like them.
A forebearer of things to come. A
A
forebearer
little
of things to come.
camouflage.
Mm.
And Eric, I know that I'm interrupting the flow of the conversation, but did you do anything with the copyright registration for Poopy Pony? Because I really would like to see you get a nice certified gold stamped certificate to commemorate Poopy Pony.
Listen,
Greatness is before us, Eric. You are standing in the way of greatness.
I am all for just being utterly ridiculous, dropping a couple of dollars, and
It's like $100.
yeah, and
We will literally do a GoFundMe for this $100, Eric. Buy the damn thing.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah. So, if you want to guide me on how to just be
Okay.
utterly ridiculous,
I will strongly encourage
Can
you,
we
but I'll
start
fill
an
it out
Eric
for you
talk,
and
Carlos?
send you the form. I will
Okay.
send it to you filled out.
What was that, Yannick?
Sorry, can we start a fund for the $100? Right
Oh,
now?
there's no doubt. We'll get the donations happening all of a
Please.
sudden. It's like, why? It's like the people want this, Eric.
And
The pe-
NJ even offers you to fill out all the paperwork.
Yes,
Sorry, is
and,
that
and
what
I'll
you
kick
said?
in the $50 to get you halfway there, Eric. How about
Wow.
Oh, all right.
Like Eric, at this point, the excuses are running out quickly. They're running out faster than your order of chicken leg, turkey leg.
You're running out of excuse now.
Well, yeah, we got to make it happen. We got to get it. We got.
I think it would be awesome, and that way no one can rip you off, right? You know,
Yeah, we
then
need
you
to
can.
get it copyrighted. We need to get an NFT. Yep, we need it. Got to have it.
Well, we don't need to
I
have an
already made you an
NFT,
NFT last week.
but a copyright is fine.
I'm not reading that comment, but I know what Paul was getting at. Not reading it. Thank you, Paul.
My mother watches this show. Stop it.
This is national what percentage population compared to we literally had this already. We've had this question already. Well, I guess has anybody's answer changed since last time?
That's
Population
probably
of
right.
population of the national Atlantic City versus the one that we just had last year.
I think there'll be less soft shoes worn. My
Ooh.
prediction. Yeah.
You know what the problem is? They didn't order their shoes from the Dutch. If they'd ordered them from the Dutch, they'd have gotten their damn shoes. Just saying.
I've heard about that.
Yeah.
Apparently,
It's a
there are
thing.
comfortable shoes around there. So
No, but here's the thing, and this is not a joke. On the when you go to Nike, they've over the years one of the more famous shoe lines is the Jordan basketball sneaker. The different Jordan numbers depending on which number it is. Jordan 11 is one of the ones that he had during his playing days. Obviously, they sell, the folks buy them and try to get them in the different raffles and whatever. However, what they did at one point, because they like to do reissues and stuff like that to make more money. Nike likes to make money. But they basically modified the shoe, and they actually, because it's meant to be a basketball shoe originally. But basketball shoe from that era when Jordan was still playing were actually very uncomfortable compared to today's technology. So back then, because the sole would be a little harder. So what they did is they basically adjusted it to make it more of a walking shoe. Same silhouette, same general design, same materials for the most part. But they created a comfort version of it. So it's actually a more walkable version of the Jordan shoe. It's literally the same shape and everything, but they just adjusted the materials accordingly to more modern spec. So the Dutch are sending me the Comfort Jordan 11.
Oh,
Nice.
well,
No, the Comfort Jordan 11. Perfect for the national. I'm not going to. But if I did, I could be wearing my Jordan 11 Comforts. True story. Coming from the Dutch. Sorry.
Yeah.
Deutschland.
Yep, mom was there, so he behaved. There you
yes,
go.
I was with my mother and my aunt who resides at the apartments. And,
The best part is you didn't lead with that, and you left it open so that we had to keep asking questions. We had to
I
keep
would be
asking
there
more
at the
questions.
potluck, yes.
It was like, could you want to fill in some context, or do you just want the jokes to come in? Like,
yes,
there you go. Yeah,
We're
Eric
here
is
to-
old at heart. There you go.
we're here to entertain, right?
Yeah. Here we go. I like this one. Watch that old stuff. When I call Carlos Senior, I begin every single conversation the exact same way. I ring it. On the other end, he goes, "What?" I go, "You're old," and then we continue the conversation from there.
Yeah.
These are facts. This is a fact. This is literally what I do. It's my greeting. It's a term of endearment.
Okay. See, Mom, it's a term of endearment.
It is. Hey, listen, the next time I have Carlos Senior on, he can testify for you that literally every phone conversation we have begins with the exact same thing.
Eric starts his with "I hate Beckett."
That's true. A little awkward. People have to ask follow-up questions usually.
It confuses so many people. I
You gotta-
introduce someone for the first time. Hi, I hate Beckett, and they're just like, what?
I hate
They don't know-
subgrades. That's what he follows up with.
These are
You
facts.
got to keep it simple, Eric. See? Grade
Wow.
everything, not Eric.
Wow. We're really getting into the acronyms to deep water here. Good Lord. All right, Big Scott. Did you make sure one dot and not two dots over the I? There you go. Exactly. I like it.
Maybe 3.
Yep.
Inflation.
That's true. Yeah, we got to make adjustments for it. Okay. So let me kind of borrow that question because 357 asked a question that's already been asked a couple of times. But actually, Jay touched on it a little while ago. And this one, I'll open it up to the chat and anybody else that wants to chime in. I'm curious. Not necessarily about percentages because we already did that question. What I'm more curious about though is because Jay, you mentioned that you're trying to get you're trying to gauge right now interest as you go to these shows. You did mention you're going to go to the Dallas show in July prior to. So you're doing the national as well in addition to?
I'm not going to the national at all.
Ooh,
Oh,
controversy.
Where's Andy?
I was going to say, you have chosen Dallas over the National.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I'm going to set up at Dallas. I just
Yep.
it's actually more convenient for me to go and stay at the National. I just think there's going to be a lot of people. It's chaos, structured chaos,
Sure.
and I actually don't think it will be as interesting because it's going to be so spread out, as opposed to like a Chicago National. And so I just choose not to deal with it. Going to New Jersey in the middle, towards the end of July, is just not my idea of fun.
This is the last place you're going to get any judgment on this. Like it's a perfectly reasonable choice. Like we like to make fun of it because it's kind of fun. Like the conversation I had with Andy about it, it was a good conversation, and it was funny because like we disagree on the philosophy, but we're still able to have a good fun conversation on it because he has his reasons and I have my reasons for it, and I think that's perfectly fine. That to me, it is interesting where folks have that option. It's probably going to hurt both shows a little bit, their proximity to each other. Some people are going to make a decision. They're going to choose one over the other for reasons similar to what Jay's doing. For some of them, they'll bypass Dallas to go to the National. Other folks may go the other way around. It just depends on what makes more sense for them as the individual. And that's the question. I think there will be some intrepid folks that'll try to do both, but it's a reach, especially if you have all those expenses leading to the National. Atlantic City is going to be expensive with a lot of the things you have to do logistically. Making both is not going to be the standard. Most people they're going to have to make a decision, one or the other.
And that actually happened last year, because I think Dallas was a couple weeks before the National last year, and the Dallas was way down. I wasn't there, but from what people reported, and so I suspect that will be the same thing this year.
Yeah.
What's the percentage guess? I guess that he was asking.
Yeah, well,
I think it will be. I think it will be fairly down. Although the reports now coming out, I think even the spokespeople for the National say that the attendance is going to be. It's going to exceed last year, but maybe that's based on sales of tickets. Like I don't know how they know because it actually hasn't happened, so there is no attendance yet.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
So it's like a baseball stadium selling out.
I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm wondering exactly that. I'm wondering if they're measuring it based on pre-sales compared to last time, and that's their metric. But I'm like, guys, you're through the turnstile. You're not going to get it. Like when we measure actual people walking through the door, I don't care if you sold a ticket. If that person stayed home, they don't count. But you get the revenue, so like I'm not going to knock it. Like from that perspective, it's fine. It counts. But if we physically don't see them walk across the door and they're just physically less people there, I don't see how you surpassed last time.
But here's an interesting question that it's kind of a parallel to the same attendance at the National. How much YouTube or social media promoters will be there this year compared to last year? Meaning number of videos streamed or number of content creators creating content around the National this year compared to last year. I assume that's got to be way down.
That would be 50%
down.
It's going to take a hit because the cost incurred in it. So this would be my prediction on this. I think attendance will be down. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They still have a lot of people through the door. There'll be people. There'll be a fair number of people.
20, 30%?
More. I'd be surprised.
Really? That much?
I'd go for like 35.
Oh, because of where it is, yeah. If it
was,
yeah.
It's not just the economic environment. It's like Atlantic City sucks.
You can actually look at the venue. It hurts the numbers more than the economy.
Yeah. Well, my theory on this is that if we were still booming and everything was going and the economy was strolling along and we're all rich, you'd still have attendance down because of it being Atlantic City. Like now the percentage would be much smaller. The delta would be much tinier. It'd be like 5-10% off. Not like a big number. But relatively speaking, you'd still get like 90-95% of the previous audience. But we factor in the Atlantic City factor, plus economics, plus cost, plus this, that, and the other thing, plus inconvenience of getting there, no direct flights. Like there's a lot of 1,018,000 little things that are creating barriers, friction, and cost.
Now here's the question then. So comparatively speaking to the National, if everything was 2021 again,
sure.
How would Atlantic City work out comparative to now and today or this coming summer? What would the numbers would be? So
as soon as they reopen.
Yeah, well, what I was saying was
we were in the hype and we went to Atlantic City and going now to Atlantic City. What would the percentage difference like? you think it'd be 20% less people going to Atlantic City?
I think 5 to 10. I think it'd be more if
Okay,
you were
5 to 10.
booming. It'd be 5 to 10. I'd knock off about 10% ish,
I'd
which
say
isn't
10 for
terrible.
sure.
Which would be okay. Which actually wouldn't be that bad. It'd be fine. You'd still do very well. I think you'd do quite well there. I think it hurt. I think the combination of everything else,
Yeah.
stacked on top of it hurts because, like I said,
Sure.
for some folks it's a vacation. If you really don't like Atlantic City, having to wade through all those additional hassles on top of it is not going to make you more inclined to head over. It's you might just pass and wait to the next one.
I got to go to that steak place.
Go ahead.
They said earlier, the idea of going to New Jersey in July doesn't sound like fun. Jake, could you please give me a month that going to New Jersey does sound like fun?
Smarch.
Yeah.
Probably. So there would be very few people there around in late November around Thanksgiving time.
July 1st.
No. I have been there over July 4th. I went 2 years in a row because a lot of our friends like to go there, and this was like 10 years ago. It's a nightmare. I mean, it's so crowded. It's expensive. It's sweaty. And you can't. And the other thing is, I like to gamble. It's a pain in the ass to get to a table to gamble, and you have to pay. It's a minimum of there's $25 or $50 tables. You can't play, $5 craps. It's like there's no real reason to be there. It's so overpriced that I'd rather I love to walk my dogs. I would rather go, and I don't jog anymore. I would rather go for a jog with my dog over going to New Jersey, and I'm over 50 years old, so I should not be jogging with my dog.
This segment was sponsored by the New Jersey Tourism Bureau. We earned our dollars today.
And don't forget the high crime rate and, stepping over the homeless and drug abused in the streets.
I was focusing on the positives.
And it's just not a great place to be.
Jersey Shores.
You can help a lot of people there, Eric.
There's a lot of people working really hard to try to help, and it's not working. Just here in Boston, we have a area of Boston called the Methadone Mile. You could look it up. It is horrible. It's just horrible what's happening. And Atlantic City has the same type of issues. And for it to be a tourist destination, in a vacation destination, and a business destination, to have events at, the place is dying. And
when we went there, we stayed at the Borgata, but we literally drove there, parked in the parking garage, and we stayed on property the whole time. And the Borgata is actually a great hotel. I mean, the restaurants are great. But you just don't go anywhere else. And we weren't worried about crime. It's just inconvenient to go anywhere else. It's really, in Las Vegas, you can hop from hotel to hotel. It's harder to do that in Atlantic City because of, it's maybe geography is the thing. I mean, I don't know, but I prefer Las Vegas over Atlantic City.
Oh, you don't need to sell us on that. Just
there.
saying. It's like, guys, I'm at the casino. Where are you? It's like, which casino? I'm at the Wynn. It's like, we're in Atlantic City. Oh, that casino. Oh, we took a wrong turn we're in Nevada. See you later. Click.
Yeah. Route 66. Are we what?
Oh,
No.
shoot. Hit the wrong. Oh, that MGM Grand. Oh, my bad. We'll be watching the UFC. See you later. Yep. My understanding is more local people go to AC. Fair enough, Scott. Yep. July in Texas. I might choose AC over Dallas based on temps. It was 105. Just get a good air conditioner. You don't need to go to Atlantic City.
Good. Brandon, I hope you burnt your ass.
Like I said, he just turns on everybody. It's just terrible. It's just awful. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I think Eric just makes friends everywhere.
He really does. How to win friends and influence people. Like, that's the guy they were looking for. Yeah.
Friends on the way in.
You should read the book.
As soon as someone teaches me how to read, I'm in.
All right.
Facts. Sounds good. Let me ask this then, because I'm inclined to agree, and I think that'll be kind of what's going to make it interesting. What I'm seeing, and I think the Dallas one, even though it won't be in the same place, and like our point was that not everybody's going to go to both, most people won't. I still think Dallas will be a good indicator, even if attendance is down. I still think it'll be a good indicator to see what happens between the cash trade equation. I think that's going to be a very interesting indicator
Huge. Yeah.
because that'll be really close because then it'll be within a couple of weeks, and at that point, where depending on where people are sitting on it, I don't think the National is going to break that. I think they're pretty much going to follow with whatever they're doing at that moment in time. That's pretty much what's going to carry over to the National,
Yeah.
and then it'll be interesting to see. That's why the thing with the Great Curator, where I watched that episode and I got a kick out of it, is that their merchandise was not the right merchandise, wrong venue, wrong market, wrong price point. If you're in the right price point and you're selling the right things, you could move it. By the way, even similar merchandise, if it was priced at certain price points, I actually think you still could have sold through it. But they were looking for a lot of four or five figure deals. It's like, probably not, because folks really weren't keen on just splashing cash for the sake of splashing cash. If they wanted to buy some of that stuff, they'd have had to think about it. It's one of those things you probably would have been able to sell it to them if you put it up on eBay on a best buy it now best offer and they sit on it for a couple of weeks, add it to their watch list and think about it, and you'd probably get the money from them eventually that way. But like at the show where they got to kind of just pull the trigger on the spot, nah, they didn't really have to kick it. They'd have to kick it around a little bit.
I think the momentum towards trade-based deals is going to continue, I would think, for the foreseeable future.
Yes.
I think it's going to be hard to break that trend line, because if you have cards and you're interested, in a certain set of cards, and you don't want to spend money, but you want to have a transaction, you're going to lean towards transactions with people that are willing to trade as opposed to sell, unless it's something you must have. And I don't know if there's enough things in the market today that someone would say, I must have that. Like those, but I would say this, if I see in Chantilly the rock sticks that Bobby showed, I would buy them. I would try to trade for them. And if someone said, nope, I'm selling them, I'm like, okay, I'll buy them. How many you got? Right. And I would just buy them. But that would be like one of the few things that, as opposed to saying, I'll think about it. Right.
Yeah.
You'll get, I assume that the language of I'll think about it comes up more now than it did a year ago.
Yeah. I think actually this is kind of a good offshoot. I agree with your assessment. I do agree that I think the trade will become it basically will lean even further into the trade side. It's like more of a trade first.
Cash trade kind of thing.
Yeah. It'll be a lot of that. They'll try to incorporate it into it. But here's a question for you, and this is good, kind of an open-ended question for the panel and anybody in the chat as well. I'm very much I don't spend a lot of time deliberating. I can usually figure out if it makes sense for me, if it fits something I want. If I want it, I want it. I'm actually a really easy person to sell to. If I want it, I'll buy it. If your price isn't ridiculous and I can find a number I'm happy with, then deal's done. That's why a lot of times, even in luxury items and things, when I used to actually be able to go buy watches, and that's what I did. The watches were not cheap, but I had already made up my mind. I already done my research. By the time I walk in the showroom, I'm doing my last check. I want to see it. I want to look at it on my wrist. Okay, what kind of price? What kind of a deal can we do on that? Can we do this? Blah blah blah. Okay, great, sold. And they would just stare at me going, because they expected to have to sell. And I'm like, no, I already did. I already know all the specs are. I've already had a look at it. I just wanted to see it in person and put it on my wrist and look at it and make sure that I was happy with that decision. As long as I'm happy with that decision, game on. Here's the money. Shut up and take it and leave me alone and give me my damn watch. But at a card show, it's the same thing. Because if I can do that for a $4,000 or $5,000 watch, I sure as hell can do it for a $400 or $500 card. Because it's like, if it makes sense, if it fits a theme I'm working on, if it fits a collection I'm doing, then I can make that decision. But if it's something I'm wishy-washy on, well, then that's where then it's like, yeah, I'll think about it. It means I didn't really want it. It means it's like, you basically would have to offer it to me for like 60% off for me to really think about it. And if you did, well, then fine, sure, here's the cash. But I think a lot of folks are very not, and the question that I'm asking is, for your own approach, when you're going and looking at a table or making a decision like that, is it a thing where you're kind of more open to whatever's out there? You got to hear the right price point, and that's what makes it go. Or if you see something you want and you're able to find more or less the price you want, then it's just like, okay, deal, we're done.
Yeah, I would say for me, it's the the item sells itself. Now, obviously, if I see an item and I'm like, I like that, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's just overpriced. I won't even like necessarily haggle for it, because most of the items like have a sense of what the price is initially. But if it's within the ballpark, I'll negotiate a little. But I've already made the decision to buy it because I'm talking to you about it.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
the
just
same. I
yeah.
would say I got my. I know which part of the table, I guess, or which row, where I'm playing.
Yeah.
If I hear the price that I want, I already have a price, and I'm not gonna be haggling. Like I know, not that I'm not haggling. I know what it's kind of worth. What's the market when I'm willing to pay for it, and if I'm comfortable, I pull the trigger. Like I'm not really gonna.
See, I make up all the prices for all the hockey stuff, so I'm good in my area.
There you go.
How much is it? Well, you tell me. You wrote the book. I went,
Damn it.
It's like, did I mention that I wrote it in rubles? You
Oh,
didn't
yes.
say that. It's
No.
like, it's in yen. The prices are in yen.
damn, yeah.
We used Bobby's
There's
book
$2.
today.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, used Bobby's book today in the shop, and I said I'm going to be talking to him later on tonight. But
Eric, this was a great opportunity for you to say, we used it at the shop today. Doorstop, paperweight.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's like the SWAT out customers that were bothering us. Somebody tried to bring in Beckett, and I shoot him away using the book.
we're killing flies. That
We don't have air conditioning. We use it to hold open a window.
That's right.
Or fan yourself with it.
Yep, the opportunities were limitless. Eric, there were so many
I know.
opportunities there.
I dropped the ball on that one, but Bobby, we did use your book today to look a couple of things up.
Like what?
Well, it was the ashtrays. Phil wanted to get an idea on certain prices and things, and of course I gave him my 2 cents, and then he opened it up, and I was telling him about how the Rick Smith is a short print and all this, and he just double checked and had an idea of what to charge.
It is 7 years old now.
I told him that too, so I said you probably add something to that.
Take away on those.
Yep. So let's go here. So
Well,
John,
you think they're worth less than what you had 7 years ago?
Yep.
just switch over the price point to yen. Problem solved.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. So John's here. So good evening. Off topic, but what are your thoughts on Jabs taking 50% commission? Why is it always Jabs? Like, here's the thing. I know Jabs family, and that dude is weird. Not for you, John. I'm happy taking the question, but it's like Jabs is a weird dude, and it's always something with this guy. So apparently, I hadn't heard about this. So fine. Jabs taking a 50% commission on his commissioned auction. That's stupid. Why would it the eBay takes like 14% and people lose their minds.
Yeah.
50% commission is like obscene. At that point, are you going to walk it over to the person? Like, what are you doing for 50%? Like, what are you adding to the table?
Well, if he gets 2x the normal price, then that might be worth it.
I guess, yeah, that'd be about it. Yeah, exactly.
Jabs isn't stupid.
Oh, no, from Jab's perspective, I get it. But anybody who actually gives him 50%, like, it's dumb.
No, he's a genius. If he's somehow getting people to give him 50% of their consignment, guy's a genius.
It's a real
Does
genius.
he charge a buyer's fee too?
3 customers.
Yeah.
No, but here's the problem though. Everything that Jabs has done, and Jabs has done a lot of shady crap, well before any of the pandemic boom stuff.
I have
well
no idea
before.
who the guy is. So
Yeah, just know that he's a shady dude in the hobby, like a lot of other shady dudes in the hobby who just hang around and done it for a long time, and is still doing it. And he's got over 100,000 subscribers. And he, like I said, he predates Jeff Wilson. He predates all those guys, and he just hangs around. It doesn't matter what stupid thing he does, what nonsense he does. People give him money. Yeah. And they're like, and I was like, well, at that point, you deserve what you get. Like, I don't even know what to tell you. Like, you deserve what you get.
Yeah.
I guess give him 50%.
if you know going in, he's charging you 50%, and you say, okay, deal. I applaud the guy.
That's the thing. Is like at that level of audacious. So, John, just to answer your question, that's stupid. But my thoughts are, at this point, with the documented track record of Jabs, anybody that gives him 50% commission deserves him.
Yes.
Enjoy. like at that point, like, you know what, Jabs, golf clap for you, sir. Golf clap. Because if you can convince somebody to pay that and they do it, you know what? Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. At that point, I give you credit.
See if you can get 60.
Yeah, you might as well. Give it a go. 50 is for peasants. Knock it up to 60, 70%.
All says it there.
Yeah, unfortunately, the collection for me, Rock Latex, is my Datejust. I have the one. Although Carlos Sr. also has a Datejust. I had one originally, and then I let him have that one. So he hangs on to it for me, and then I got mine. So that is the extent of the Rolex collection. I would like to buy another one, but it won't be for a while right now. Other priorities, like everybody else. Funny enough, though, even beyond like the day-to-day, whatever, honestly, I've been buying stock the last week or two. I'm like, you want to drop those prices? I'll be buying that. It literally, and my mom actually, called me earlier today. She was like, hey, because she doesn't actually have an investment account. She actually doesn't have one that she uses other than one that's way overpriced. She goes, well, can we set up one with one of the other ones? I was like, yeah, of course, sure. And she goes, okay, so can you come by later and help me make sure I fill in all the paperwork? It's like, yeah, sure, fine. No problem. I'll get it set up for you. And what she wants to do is she wants to go and grab a couple of things that'll get her some dividends and stuff, and then she can just leave it alone. And I go, yep, that's fine. I'll help you with that. But like, what does that tell you? And she's always slow to do stuff like that. She's like, oh, these prices are actually pretty low. I was like, yes, they are. And I was like, some of it's not justified. No financial advice because I'm not naming any specific stock. I'm saying for me, I saw some stuff. I was like, I'm satisfied at that price. I'll buy it. Everybody's got to do their own thing. So to me, that takes money out of cards. I'm like, no, that is something I'm going to hold for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And I'll be collecting my quarterly dividends on that. That has uses for me beyond. The cards are fun. I'll buy my $5 Poco autographs. I'll do that for $5. But on this one, I'm going to spend a little bit more because it serves a longer term purpose for me.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So you got to pick your spots, man.
Jay, there's 5 of these different cellos in the set and 25 in the set.
Okay. Nice.
What's is it, and you don't tell me the exact price, but I assume we're not talking $100 a package. We're talking less than that per package.
No, I sold them for $75 a pack.
Okay.
That's Canadian, so that would be 65.
Right, but you get 5. You said you get 5 stickers.
If you look at it, yeah, it's like $10 a sticker.
Yeah,
but, someone will pay for a Zeppelin sticker like $25. That's the funny
absolutely.
part about it.
Yes,
they should be a lot more, but nobody really knows about it. First time you've seen them, I've had them for years. I documented the sports and these, and when I found them, I was trying to look for them for so long, and then I realized there was 5 in the set. So, but yeah, it's hard to get $75 out of people because they're not educated enough to know. But when everybody sees them, they go, "Wow, those are amazing."
No, I mean, I would buy a set from you right now. I mean, I can just send you a PayPal payment, but we can talk offline about it. But no, they're interesting. I mean, they are.
Text me. No, but yeah, they are interesting.
Yep, there you go.
Did I say U.S. dollars? Yes. Didn't I?
U.S. dollars is fine, Bobby. I think the price is more than fair.
It's like a good call naming out the currency at this point because we've already established under the right circumstances. If I don't like the cut of your jib, we're switching to yen.
That's the example. Like
Dutch coin.
The price is fine, right?
I don't know what it's called, but I kind of want to find out now that I'm patronizing the Dutch.
Yeah, what is it? What is the Dutch coin?
I'll find out.
Any guesses? Is it the Lagenflugenigen?
I think it's not.
No.
Hey, they're using the euro. It's not nearly as exciting.
Oh, they're part of the EU.
Yeah.
EU, yeah. Okay, yeah. So they do the euro, yeah.
Yeah, so they're fine.
I only do business in Cougar ants.
And
oh,
what?
look at you!
Cougar ants.
Yeah, isn't that the South African one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Grandmothers.
Yes.
Settle down. We went past that. Settle down.
Thanks for getting that, Jay. I appreciate that.
Yeah, 50% is a lot, but a lot of dealers charge 30 or 40% gift service. Yes, but Jabs I would not consider a dealer, even though he tries to deal. So Dave here says, copper and salmon took my money this week. Hey man, priorities. Copper and salmon, fair enough. Yeah, it's the euro. Thank you, Dave. Exactly, bang on. It's one of those things where it's like, all right, look, whatever. But now you got to specify your currency. Apparently, it's very important. Otherwise things could go wrong real quick. So what happened? Now it's a great deal. Wait a minute. That isn't what I meant. It is what you meant.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, the funny part is we sort of make the same money as you guys there in the same sense, but we're always paying the extra 20 odd points, and it's a killer. It can really hurt a lot of deals. So it's hard to buy because you have to buy with that 25 points in your brain, right? And if you're going to buy something in the U.S. and sell it Canadian or trade it or whatever, you have to get that dollar value to equal up, and it's 25 points is a lot of points.
Hey,
as you know from the grading scale of tag.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Bobby, you should be complaining. Poor Yannick, his currency is cigarettes and poutine.
And beer.
Well,
Yeah.
what happens though is if they ever try the third part and just get France to agree, they can have the euro and it'll be worth more than the Canadian dollar.
There you go.
It's like just switch over to the euro and it's like, wait a minute,
That
you're
was
making
it.
more than us.
Absolutely.
You
That's right.
jerks.
Yannick, how old are children when they first start smoking in Quebec? 6, 7?
Oh God, that's
Right,
I'm just
off the
wondering.
bat, man. You start with a pack.
that's like a newfie joke.
Mom takes them, cuts the filters, and just shove it up your mouth.
Yeah, right around
Yeah.
6 and 7, they start smoking, right?
Yannick, I'm gonna have to insist that you start pushing back on the English muffin. You can't let him roll over you. Like the whole point is that we run him over. That's the half the
It's
fun.
all good.
Ah!
It's all good.
Let him
6
have
or
his
7,
way.
they're trying to quit.
There you go.
Yeah.
For the third time.
Yannick,
Yeah.
Yannick owed me money this week, and I was wondering if I was going to get a carton of
What kind of money? What currency
US
originally? What currency?
US.
Did we start off in yen? Yannick,
Yeah, so I was
you offered to
wondering
pay him
if
in
I
yen,
was
right?
gonna get a carton of cigarettes and some poutine.
Well,
I was
remember, we're
It's a
going to have
good
to
deal.
start importing our cigarettes from Canada because our
Why?
cigarettes won't have nicotine in them anymore, according to what the president wants to identify as a
What?
new initiative. Yeah. Well, we don't want to talk politics, but I found it funny
No, that's a fact of
because we do. I
no
used to
nicotine in them. So
I used to
Okay.
get cigars from Cuba, but through Canada.
oh, you
So
were
I-
not allowed. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And so that's how I used to. It was back in probably early 2000s, and it was fantastic. And I think the dealers liked it too because I would pay in U.S. dollars, right? So they'd get
Of
U.S.
course.
dollars and against probably the Canadian price that they were trying to sell locally. But I was more than happy to get something that I couldn't normally get, and the prices were reasonably fair. But
they
they'd
were-
show up in these weird brown
early
envelopes,
2000s,
unmarked.
you would have been.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny?
We were
What's
at
funny about
35 points at early 2000.
what's funny is that with the exchange rate thing is that I prefer the exchange rates during when they're a little bit close because there was a brief time when they were pretty close to each other,
Yeah,
or when it's super skewed, and I'll explain why. When it was really skewed,
I love
selling and getting U.S. dollars was great because it's like getting 35 points tacked on.
It was
You know,
like I sold an item for $200 and I got 800 to my account.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. So, like, when it's kind of like in the middle ground, it's like 20 to 25 points. It's actually the worst of both worlds. The bonus is not great. It barely offsets the eBay fees. Like, actually, when you measure it out, it barely offsets the eBay fees.
Yeah,
and then
it does,
and-
yes.
Yeah, and then unfortunately, but then when you're buying, you still have to pay the 25 points. So, like, it sucks. It sucks in both directions. You're kind of in the worst of both worlds.
So it went up to 1.57, I think, at the height back in 2010.
Yeah, and I was definitely selling a lot during that time.
Oh, it was. Yeah, I was selling a lot too.
Yeah, I was like, I will take your American inflationary dollars. Right, trust me.
And the fees were 6 or 8% at that point.
Yes, that's right. So it was a good time to sell to American buyers. Fantastic time. Sell it in USD. Nowadays, it's like, yeah, it's nice to have. It's like, but it's like, it barely offsets the charge.
You're breaking even on the eBay. Yeah,
Basically,
basically.
yeah. Yep. They just banned Jules e-cigarette stuff this week. What will be left? Hookers and blow, probably. Well,
Oh.
everything's legal in Vegas.
And blow, I'm going to lose it.
I like
I
this.
thought- I thought it was Atlantic City we were talking. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, they need it just for life. There, that's like a standard necessity. The hookers and blow are actually in the CPI index for Atlantic City. True story.
There's more legal things
Oh, really?
here than anywhere else in Canada, actually.
Of course. Like, come on. If you live in Atlantic City, like, you take that away and everyone just jumps into the river. Like, otherwise, why wouldn't you? Like that's it. We're not tolerating this anymore.
So who would buy a home in Atlantic City then?
That's what I'm trying to get at. Without those two things, look at it this way. Here's the analogy for y'all. If Atlantic City without hookers and blow is basically like with the casinos, it's basically like Detroit's casinos. My buddies and I went down and we went to one of the casinos they had there. By the way, brand new setup, everything looked beautiful. I walked on there, never seen so many depressed people at a casino in my life. It like sucked all the joy. It was like the building looks beautiful, everything looks set up great, but it's like everyone looked like they wanted their lives to end. And they like it's like, well, this is This is a real buzzkill. I am going to turn right around and I'm going to leave. I understand it's Detroit, Michigan, but goddamn, we're out of here.
No matter how much you win, you're still in Detroit.
Well, that's what I did. That's what I did when I went with my buddy to a Packers Lions game. You know, obviously a rivalry game and everything. But it's the Lions; they suck. So that was basically they would try to trash talk me, and then I'd be like, "You live in Detroit," and they're like, "But no matter what happens in this game, I will leave, and you still live here." And all of a sudden, it's like, it's like nothing worse I can do to you, and the Lions lost. So there was that too. It happens, man. Ford Field's nice though.
Win-win.
Ford Field's nice though. We were over in the club section, so we had the nice seats with everything. It came as part of a package. You drove down in a bus, a bunch of folks, and we had seats in the club section. And we actually pregame. We had all the food and drink that you can have pregame, all comped as part of the deal. So you stayed for a night, and then you walked over to Ford Field, and then you got to eat, drink, anything you like. They had a full spread of all kinds of food. It was good stuff. And then, you got to sit in your seats, and you could order anything you wanted to because you were over in the club seats. So you got to kind of check out. And great view of the field. And the stadium itself was nice at the time. So I was like, not bad.
Within the last 10 years, I don't remember exactly when, during their annual Thanksgiving game, right, that the whole world is watching.
Yeah.
The Detroit Police Department put out a warning in bulletin that stated, and I quote, "Do not come here. We cannot protect you." That was what they were saying to people who were coming in to watch the game on Thanksgiving Day. That's
Yeah,
how
probably.
bad it is in Detroit. And people can look this up. It's an actual fact that they said, listen, we know that we're having the Thanksgiving Day game. We know this is a big deal. Don't come here. We cannot protect you. That's how bad it is.
I believe it. So
Is
Jeff
or
here with the
was.
Detroit Tigers logo. Now be nice. I am being nice. This is me being
This
nice.
is nice.
I said the field was nice. I said the stadium. It was a good experience. We had a good time. How hard is it for America to become a Canadian citizen?
Just
Lord
walk
knows at
to
this
the
point.
border.
Yeah, probably just walk across.
That's it.
Bring some paperwork.
Not
you-
even.
You get a big tax bill from the U.S. Yeah, probably.
It's that easy.
Yeah, I think honestly, probably the best move. Like if I was set up already with retirement dollars, I probably would do like half and half, because I don't mind Southern Ontario in the summertime myself. Like it works for me, especially if you were set up well, if you're situated in a good spot. But then I'd spend the second half of the year in Vegas. That's not a joke. I'd actually just be like, let's just get a place there. It's like I'll spend the cooler months there.
Cheap
And
flights, right?
that's what I mean. Like I'll spend the cooler months there, and then I'll come back over during the better time of the year here, and then you kind of get the best of both worlds. I don't have to deal with Canadian winter. It's like sounds great to me.
I explained to someone recently, and I probably over-exaggerated a little bit, but the people were like, how cold does it really get there? And I said, well, Toronto's in the southern part of the country, and during the winter, they literally have an underground city. So people don't have to walk outside. They can.
It's the
walk.
path, Bobby. The path.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They built things underground so people don't have to go outside because it's so cold.
To be honest with you, though, like it's good year round. Like it's actually a fairly convenient way to get from point A to point B without having to deal with traffic, especially if you know your way around.
No, yeah.
If you know your way around, you're actually pretty well set off. So, like for the folks that work in the downtown core, it's huge because they don't have to get changed to go outside. They can actually hit from point A to point B because a lot of that stuff's interconnected. Oh, you want to go to the restaurant in this building here? It's right there.
There's food courts even down in the bottom
Absolutely.
end of those.
100%.
And They were around when, at least when I was a kid. That's the '60s, right? That they had the underground tunnels and there was food places. I remember that.
Houston does that too, but that's more for the heat. And they have tunnels all in the downtown Houston area. Yeah.
But that's it for tunnels. Like I don't know anywhere else in Canada that has,
No,
Toronto's
nobody.
a big city, right? So
Yeah, but the thing is, like the path, they have expanded it over the years. Like the map on the path is actually quite good now. Like it's you can actually get from a lot
you
of
can get down to
spots.
Union Station now with it.
Absolutely,
right?
100%.
Yeah,
Tomorrow's
so
not
there you go.
cold.
So you could literally
Think
come
that
right
one
off the
was
GO
cold.
train
Tomorrow's not
and not have to set foot outside and hit up a bunch of different spots, all from the underground, and barely because it used to be if you wanted to do a little bit more of a scenic route around, you could basically go up and down, up and down, up and down, and then come back down, and then be just beside the dome, just outside of it. You'd still have to walk outside for like 2 minutes, and then you'd be at the dome from there, and then come right back in underground and head back over wherever you wanted to go within
I
the
checked
downtown
it
core.
out and got lost in there when I was there years ago. I had time to kill, so I went down there and walked around. It was interesting.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of exit points all over it anyway. So you can get out
Right.
almost anywhere you want. And like, okay, so this street and this street.
But if you
and this-
don't know the city, right?
yeah, figure out they used to actually have the physical maps. So
The
that was
maps, yeah,
that was
they still
handy.
have
Yeah.
them.
I think
Yeah.
that's what I think. I had one.
Yeah. They make life a lot easier, especially if you're just working your way around it. So
Toronto's
Jeff here
pretty
says
easy. It's linear, so
it's pretty straightforward. Yeah. So Jeff here says that the Detroit PD never said that. It's like spreading misinformation there. I don't know.
Well,
oh,
Jeff says 9. I said 9.
we're gonna
Dave,
have-
Dave, don't ruin my fun. Listen, what I need to do is I need to get my homies over in Nevada. We just need to steal somebody else's water. It's not like they need it. We should just like put a pipeline underneath Florida and then get the water from the ocean and see if we can bring that over. Now, worst case scenario, if they do it wrong, then Florida collapses. But no one cares about Florida, so it's fine. We lose nothing.
no, they got
Yeah.
desalinated though. That's the problem.
Well, this is look. Technology is going to have to kick in by that point, Bobby. Like we got accommodations must be made.
Moses, Bobby.
Accommodations must be made. We got to do
They
what we got
don't-
to do.
They don't know what to do with the slurries of it, so I
Edmonton,
said they should pump it in when they're fracking.
maybe Edmonton. You can go several blocks downtown, either pedways or underground. Okay,
Oh,
there you go.
okay.
I didn't realize they had a system underneath Edmonton. Okay, fair enough. That makes
Now
sense.
that's
So,
cold.
yeah, I was gonna say for Edmonton that'd be a smart move. Like honestly, because in wintertime it gets real cold over there too.
Yep.
The, Southern Ontario can have its moments, but not like it can get in some parts of Alberta. Some parts of Alberta it's like uber cold. Uber cold.
Yep.
It's a tough life, man. Tough life. Okay, I'm just checking here. Cool. Beautiful. So I'll be honest, guys. Like, I'm actually been very impressed with this for the most part. Getting almost 3 hours. Like, there really hasn't been much news-wise to touch on. We touched on the main things. We've got Vegas running out of water. We got that, and then we talked about the path, the underground path in Toronto. So it's been it covers a little bit of ground. Is there anything else anybody wants to touch on? I'll ask this question. I think I asked it already previously, but I'll with this audience, I'll give them a crack at it too. And Jay, you can. I don't think anything's changed for you, but I'll ask the question anyway. Taking into account, I mentioned earlier that I've taken advantage of some of the pricing to buy some stock and some other investments, some real investments, not like cards. So it has diverted a little money. I still collect, but I'm being a little bit pickier, and I'm working on specific projects that interest me, things that kick in. There we go. Hold on. October 2012. Okay. War like Detroit. I like that they put that in brackets. Have you modified anything as far as kind of your approach in terms of what you're looking for? Are you being a little bit pickier? Are you like, if all things being equal, if you saw what you were looking for, would you be spending as freely as previously, or would you adapt a little bit? Has anything changed?
For me, I'm actually because of the alternate how the prices are moving. I'm trying to buy higher grades of really tough cards now.
Okay.
And so I will actually spend a little more because of the way things are coming down. Where before, I couldn't get the best card, a 10 of something.
Okay.
And I'll instead of buying the 9 because I want to have it, I will be more choosy and I will just try to get a 10, or I won't buy it.
Okay. So in this case, the lowering of certain prices are leading you to actually shoot for a higher grade that
Yep.
would have been more
Even though it
expensive
will cost a
previously.
little bit more than the 9 was, let's call it 6 months ago or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you'd be a little bit more picky down that road. I actually like that. That's not a bad strategy, not a bad way to go about it. Yannick, have you been tweaking anything like in terms of what you're looking for? So I'll come back in 1 second. And after Yannick, Eric, if you've done any adjustments or any tweaking, you can chime in. And then there is a good question here that Paul brings up, and I'll bring that up in a second. So go ahead, Yannick, all you.
Auctions, basically lately kind of just trying a little more of them, seen by cards that I've noticed in the last couple months. Some of them are coming back, but like not that the price are necessarily higher or lower, but I guess maybe less eyes on them. So, and like J2, I upgraded a couple. Just colors or price was good, and I was able to move it, ComC. So, but nothing really out the ordinary, or uh, I'll pull the trigger if I see something for sure. But no, nothing really different than usual. How about you, Eric?
Um, I've said this all along. I don't, as you guys, as everybody knows, I only collect vintage hockey. That's the only thing that interests me, and I don't really feel as if that went sky high. I think it was pretty stable even through the spike. I think there was probably a couple of extra dollars asked for certain cards at times, but I really, other than just watching my wallet, now that I'm putting more in the gas tank and more at the grocery store, um, and really picking and choosing a little more diligently. No, I can't say anything's changed. The prices haven't changed for me. It's, do I want to spend that money um, this week that I was before, when everything costs double now in real life. So I'm trying to be smart with the money and where it goes. But I haven't really seen a huge dip or anything through the whole pandemic surge, because vintage hockey really didn't get affected too much.
No, that's for sure. 100% on that.
Yeah, Bobby Orr prices. I mean, I was just looking at them because I think you were talking about it before, over the last couple weeks. I haven't seen any. If anything, maybe they've increased a little. I don't think they've come down.
The stars are they're always going up, but across the board, you get an old display box from '76 or something like that. See the ice cubes for hockey, yeah, and they haven't went up or down. There's no difference.
I know I saw some big ticket items a little bit, I guess, by our friend there, Chris Sewell, investor collector dealer.
Oh, yeah.
Order, like, just by giving the numbers of his high rollers and stuff. Some stuff moved actually pretty.
Yeah, the last Chantilly show, I actually sold. I won't say exactly the card, but I sold him a Star Wars card at the last Chantilly show. He was actually a nice person to meet in person. We talked for a while. He said, I always do a lap before I buy anything, but I will be back. And then he did come back, and then we talked for a while, and then he bought a Star Wars card. It was kind of fun.
All right. Sounds good. Let me grab a couple of
He
these.
is tall. He is tall. It's
What is with
you just don't recognize it on camera, but in person, he is
He looks
a tall person.
gangly. Yeah, he does look a little.
I never seen so many people by one circle that I show somewhere, and everyone is just freakishly like, I don't know why. It's so there's
It's
some
the
people
growth
that
hormones in the food.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
There you go. So Dave here has got, I'm not buying second tier Hall of Famers. I believe in 6 months they'll be about 50%. So mid-grade pre-war. That'd be kind of interesting. I don't know.
That's always
why,
good.
No, I don't have an issue with that, but I'm wondering why in 6 month mid-grade pre-war would be about 50%.
No.
That's what I mean. Like
baseball? Yeah, maybe. No, I don't even think so.
But why would they bother? Like, I think I'd have to look into it. It's been a little while since I looked at that market more closely. But a lot of the folks that are holding the stuff hold it. And the folks that are selling it kind of have a price they want. Why would they run away and suddenly price, like folks that are speculating mid-grade pre-war is not a lot of people. Most of them are long-term hold kind of folks. Even the dealers are kind of long-term kind of folks. So it's like, why would you run away from it? They'd probably just rather hold it and wait for things to stabilize a little more.
Yeah,
that would be the usual approach.
I expect sales are going to be very low at Dallas,
Mhm.
and if I don't sell anything, then I don't sell anything. I still think price does attract, but how much can you drop? Sometimes you can drop price. You can drop price 70%. You're not going to get anyone to buy it. So
yes.
Why do that? Just your price is your price, and if they want to buy it, they want to buy it, and that's that. It is what it is.
I have a question. Shiji will probably be able to answer me for that. Like, the price to set up at a show will be affected, going up, going down, or...
I think it's going to continue to rise. I think it's going to continue to rise.
Right.
Yeah.
Short term, they've got no incentive to go backwards either. That's kind of
for sure. But let's say everything like in that big wheel of things rolling, whatever. Let's say next year you don't feel your venue, right? So he's still
Well,
charging.
what if you, Yannick? What if you
$20
play a little?
for
What if
your
you play a little
table?
dirty trick? What if instead of lowering the price, you just offer an extra table?
No, I get it, Carlos.
Table
But,
or credits, but the sneaky thing, the reason why I go back to Dallas is because if you don't attend the next show, for example, then you give up your spot and your table, and some people really want to be at their spot. So it's almost like, okay, you can anticipate
Yeah.
that the show won't be good, but you want to keep your spot because people know where you are, and you want to keep the deal you have in place because my deal is in place for those tables, and it may go up a little, but it's kind of locked in. So the promoters are good in that way. But I think for new dealers, I think the price of shows are going to continue to rise. The price of hotels are not going to go down. The price of transportation is not going to go down. So the price of attending a show as a dealer, I think, will continue to rise
because everybody needs to sell stuff. And the guys promoters know that, if sales are down, they need to sell stuff more. So why would they not pay more to be at the table?
I mean, I would prefer if they dropped. I don't think it matters. I would here's an interesting question: are people not attending the National because it's expensive to show up, not just for the hotels, but the admission cost is high?
How much?
Because I know it's for different packages. It's like $150 up to $350, depending on the package.
Yeah.
To attend the show, I don't know how much it was in the Toronto show, but I know Dallas is like $10 a day. I don't think it would draw more people if they dropped the price.
It's like $20 a day.
It's expensive. Hopefully, it's not expensive for parents to go with kids, because I can't imagine showing up there. You got to pay to park, right? And you bring your two kids.
Yeah, depending on the show, I know a lot of shows do 14 and under is free.
Under
and stuff
free,
like that.
12 or 12 or under. Yeah.
They pick some number and then they underneath at that age it's free. Their tickets are free.
Yeah. Oh, how much was your package, Carlos? How much did you get?
159, I want to say.
Yeah.
That was for the gold VIP or whatever. Yeah.
It was like 165, 170 with tax.
I'd say that type of package is probably double at the National.
That makes sense though. For the National, I can see that. And mind you, this time around, the stuff in the bag, it was a little light. It was a little bit light compared to the last one. I did capitalize on everything that was in there. I made a more concerted effort to make sure I used anything that I thought would be of value. I got the little Beckett book from the booth. I'm like, I'll take it. Give me that for free. I said, can I have the vintage one? They were, yep, no problem. Here, go take that. Because you were supposed to have either the hockey one or one other one. And I said, can I have the vintage one? He goes, yep, vintage collector. Here you go.
Perfect.
Because the guy was like, yeah, let me.
Arguing there either,
Yeah, they're not going to fight you. They're like, no, take it. You got the coupon. Here, take it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's my job for being here.
Yeah, well, that's just it. They would rather at least give some of that stuff away and actually get it out the door rather than have to carry a stack of it. Correct.
I would say if Eric was there and he got offered the Beckett book, I think he'd probably tear it up in front of them, and that would be satisfaction to him.
I'd use one of Carlos's terms. I'd be like, listen, peasant, I have the.
I like that he put a little gravitas
on that.
Yeah. He put a little extra orneriness on the peasant. You got to do it to correct disdain. I did appreciate that.
He did, yeah. The extra P on
peasant. I have the Burrell Bible. I don't need this garbage.
It's a Bible now?
Peddle to me.
The Book of Burrell?
Yes.
Only the righteous will be spared. All right, so Dave here says, how much would the Logo Man go for? So for reference, the Logo Man, the LeBron one with the three logos, is right now got just under a day left, despite Ken Golden's 1,018,000 advertising campaigns across everywhere in the world.
Talk about pumping.
Yeah, it's holy crap. At this point, now the good news is with about a day left, I hear there'll be a 6-part video series coming up on Sports Card Live. Go on. So anyway, right now it's at 2.16 million with the buyer's premium, 2.16 with 23 hours left, give or take. Obviously, we know that usually there's bidding at the end, generally. Quick guesses on what you think it finishes for with the buyer's premium, the final gavel number.
That's with buyer premium, yeah?
2.16 is right now the total with buyer's premium with 23 hours remaining. So we'll finish tomorrow.
2.8.
2.8. Okay, with buyer's premium. Jay?
3.7.
3.7. Okay, Bobby? With buyer's premium. That's 20%.
Call me on my cell phone. Yeah, I think we're probably going to skirt 4.
I think that's probably close, yeah. So I'll go with
Or
I'll go with
say 3.5.
I'll go with 3.9. I think it'll fall just shy. I think they'll try to push
Correct.
it right up to that limit. And like
Yeah.
Golden will be sitting there rooting at the last moment, going, push it over the top, push it up. And then I think it'll be like 3.9. That's with buyer's premium. That's the 20% on top.
Yeah.
So we end up there. All right, real quick, I'll scan through. DR says I've adapted to a weekly model of spending in a month. Roth IRA, so I knew I am a little familiar with that one. Mortgage, principal payment, extra payment. That's another thing actually that I want to do. So that's just from a personal standpoint. I'm looking at in the next couple of rounds of paychecks here for this summer. I actually want to hit on that a little bit more to kind of set it up, accelerate it a little bit to take advantage of it. I've still got plenty of time left on my current mortgage rate, but I want to take advantage of it if I can because the next one will probably be higher. So you want to set yourself up going forward. Personal.
I got something on the logo, man. I'm just sitting here going, the 3 jerseys they took those off of, they wouldn't even sell close to that money.
No,
No,
And that's how silly that.
none
the
of
whole
it
thing's
is.
That's how silly it all is. But I'm just
Oh, it's
saying,
ridiculous.
I had to get it in there.
Yep.
And
So
we're not talking Bill Russell here. We're not talking, Jordan. This guy's going to wear 3 more jerseys in the next game he plays. It's so stupid.
It is.
Well, Larry Bird has just a single logo, man, because he didn't have to play on multiple teams to win his championship.
Yeah, Bird rocks though.
Right.
I like the shade. I appreciate how the shade got in there. Personal collection buying inventory for my eBay store. Trying to sell more and turn their cards into money. Sounds good. Rock Latex here has been just snapping out SGC half grades and sending me over to PSA. Very little risk and it's fun sending orders again. Sounds fair. I'll read this one real quick and I'll come back to one. Eric, because of listening to your passion for Bruins cards, it pushed me to finally pull the trigger on an Or rookie. Ooh. Give me what I paid. I'm not sure if I should thank you or hate you. Hate him. Always hate him.
100%.
Tops or Opeachy?
I'm sorry.
With the Or, you've only got one choice.
Oh, okay.
I wish I had the money to buy one myself. I don't think I ever will, so I just have the fake one sitting on my desk.
Yeah.
Oh.
So with the Or, you've got the one choice, unless you want to go with
Jay
Eric's
was-
choice, which is the not real one.
Jay was kind of right because you have sort of the test, which is the rookie.
That's true. The test issue.
I-
Yes.
And that's purely American. And honestly, beyond anything, the cards are made in Canada,
Mhm.
produced by Opeachy, made by Opeachy, distributed by Opeachy, sold only in Canada in 1966. So Jay, technically, you're right on. Opeachy or Tops, because actually Tops is Opeachy.
Yep.
Unintentionally wrong.
Well,
Unintentionally
Go
right.
with it. Take it. Take the.
Yeah.
Go
I-
with it.
I will say though, if somebody wants the test issue, PWCC did have. I sent Eric that picture when we were doing the expo one. I sent him the picture because PWCC had the test issue one.
Oh,
If money's no object and you really just want to go for the higher end, you go after the test issue. They go after because that's just a tougher piece to come by.
What would it go for? Just just ballpark.
I'm not
was
sure.
it?
I know PWCC had it. I don't remember what I don't know if they've put it up or I would think it'd be in their premiere auction. I don't know if it's come up recently.
What grade was the test?
I think it's like 1.5. Eric, I know I sent you the picture. I don't remember.
No,
I want to say it's
what grade was
1.5.
it?
I think it was 1.5, but Eric can show you if he can find the picture. So I'll read real quick here Paul's question. Did we touch on the backyard breakers discussing taking out dimples in cards? Yes. Sports Card
Yeah.
Radio did a little video on that.
Saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, we can touch on that in 2 seconds. If someone could just remind me in a minute, I'll read a couple of these comments. I do think there's like an actual side conversation to be had for this, but we'll come back in a second.
Sure.
Who's the tallest? No idea. I know Bob Lewis, I think, is 6'3". The other guys, I have no clue. Scrolling through here, Dave. They've gone, and pertaining to those pre-war cards that we were talking about, they've gone way up, and I don't see any more set collectors. That's true. I think we'll see some of that stuff coming out to salvage profits. Not speaking of Cobb or Wagner, but Wallace. Okay, Wallace and Evercard. So some of the other kind of Hall of Fame guys.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, I could see. But here's the only pushback I would give you, Dave. I think your logic is reasonable. The only thing, though, is that if it sits and they don't want to lower the price too much and they refuse to sell, then in practice, if it was in the open market, then yes, it would go down by the amount that you're talking about or something like that. I just don't know how many people are willing to test the open market. A lot of them don't have the guts. They would do the buy it now best offer and just sit on it to find an offer they're looking for and wait. They would rather just sit and sit and sit. So you might miss that window. Now, if it did go to open auction and started at a reasonable low rate and just see where the market takes it, then yes, I think you would get the price you want. Most of them do not have the guts to put it in an open auction when they think the market is soft. They will shy away from that. That's usually been the way it goes with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I can't justify the cost of the Nationals drive to New Jersey from Syracuse, New York. Fair enough. So what was the grade?
6
Oh, it was a 6. Yeah, so it's a good one.
of a
Sorry.
test.
Yeah,
Let's see
yeah.
it. White line down the side. Yep, makes sense. There it is.
Yep. It's a good clean card.
I would give up my entire collection to have this.
No, your entire collection's worth far more.
For your entire collection isn't worth the melt value of the plastic that's holding it.
What's the difference for the test?
Does that include the
Normal?
poopy pony?
Absolutely not. The poopy pony is where the money's to be made.
Wow.
I'm not counting that as part of the collection. That's an investment. That's a hashtag investment.
That's my life.
Trademark investment. Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, listen, that's where the money's going to be made.
Copyright,
The reason he can sacrifice
Oh,
his
full
collection, Jay, is because the money's all in poopy pony.
I got it all tied up in Poopy Pony right now.
That's where the real money is.
Yeah.
All right, real quick here. I'm going to give it to Ken. He's been hustling. Ken is pushing that card hard. I hope for his sake he gets over 4 million because he's putting the full court press on the damn thing to push it everywhere he can, and I don't know about that one. I know there's a card almost as high as the logo man. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I think the LeBron diehards are also not super excited about the triple logo man. And I'll give you, just speaking seriously for just a second. Here, let me put it up.
See, Eric, Phil Russell.
The problem here with this is that you've got the triple logo man. Forget about the other part. Bobby's point is valid, but let's forget that for a second. Just aesthetically, is this an interesting card?
No.
Yes.
I say no.
No.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm saying, like, for a lot of folks, collectors wise, because you got the 3 little pictures of LeBron, like literally 3 little pictures of LeBron down at the bottom. You can barely see him.
Joke.
Yeah, you have to do it in order to make the fit, because you've got 3 logo men on here, whereas opposed to the single logo men cards, you can have a bigger picture of the player and potentially an autograph, and you can combine it into a graphic element. With this one, you got to work with the space you got. You run out of space very quickly in order to fit the logo men. So, is it a unique piece? Yes. They did the 3 different teams with that one, so that at least that's going to be different. So if you do another logo man with LeBron where it's one team, then that's still going to be differentiated from this one because this one's got the 3. But like aesthetically, it's just not the prettiest card. I do think some LeBron guys that have the deep pockets care about that. I think for them, it's not even a money issue necessarily. They're like, no, if you show me a card that I like aesthetically, I will pay top dollar for it, and I think they still will. That one may not capture the imagination of them, despite the efforts to try to promote it.
Yeah, that's just big investors anyways with
Yeah.
stupid money. It doesn't really matter. It's almost irrelevant to this marketplace.
I think
that we're in.
the real buyer that has a shot at trying to push up the price if they really wanted to would be maybe like a fractional. I just don't know if they have the money right now. I think it's one of those things, like if you're a fractional, do you want to throw the heavy money into this one? That's tough. That's real tough.
No,
I don't know.
because next year they're going to come out with the logo man. It'll be his from a championship season. It'll be his jersey from the regular season. It'll be his jersey from the normal playoffs and his jersey from the finals. And then it will go for more. And then the next time he's going to autograph it. Next time he's going to do. You can create infinite variants of triple logo mans, double logo mans, whatever, to make it interesting. And what's going to be the value? Like how it will be. It's unique right now because it's got 3 logos on it. That's the only thing that makes it unique. But I don't know. I mean, if in a vacuum, if someone came up to me with that card and said, and it said it's a LeBron card, what would you pay for it? I would. It would be difficult for me to pay $1,000 for it because I'd be like, I don't really like LeBron. I think it's interesting enough, but again, that the market is the market. I mean, obviously, I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, that's just it, right?
Canadian, US, or euros?
Yen. We're still in yen.
Oh, we're in yen.
Yeah.
And I think Jay made a good point. Like if you look at Magic, you look at Jordan, people like them. Okay? There is a large portion of the hobby that respects LeBron for his ability to play basketball and know he's one of the greats. But how many people like him? And I think that definitely has an effect on his collectability.
His mom likes him.
Yeah, but my mom likes me too. That doesn't count.
Oh, okay.
Can we get a 1 to 10 scale on how much your mom likes you?
Compared to LeBron.
Well, compared to anything, really.
Yeah, well, I really wish she wouldn't because she'd probably embarrass me with.
I was gonna say, can we get the reading before or after you go grocery shopping? We might get two different figures. Like we might have to average them
Come
out
back
to make
with
it
the
work
wrong
for you.
thing.
Yeah, we might need to put it on a 1,000-point scale. That might be your only hope.
Funny, she
Maybe.
hasn't asked me to go grocery shopping since that day.
Shocking.
Huh.
That's
There's
surprising.
another nice one too.
Ooh, I like that.
The picture on that other card was the LeBron patch RPA. So that's a rookie year card. Now, if you take a LeBron collector, like a hardcore LeBron collector, it's arguable that's the more desirable card because it's a rookie year, patch. That is the variant that's numbered to 23. Great. And that one right now is 2.1 million with the buyer's premium. So it's just behind the triple logo man. Like I said, this one though, like you could argue this for some of the high-end LeBron guys, they would rather have the RPA because it's the rookie year RPA, from Exquisite, and they would just rather have that one. So we'll have to see. It was a good call out that they're right now neck and neck in price. Like it's not inconceivable the Exquisite rookie patch could go for more than the triple logo, which would be embarrassing considering how much effort Ken Golden put into the friggin' triple logo, man. Maybe you should put in that energy into the RPA and gotten more money out of it. So Dave's here question. I don't have an adjustable mortgage, Dave, but what happens is a lot of times and I think you can help me. You guys can help me on this, either Jay or Eric. U.S. market, when you get a mortgage, do you get it in pieces? So like say you get a 20 or 30 year mortgage, but what happens is we've got these little periods in between. So you can get a 25 or 30 year mortgage, but you get the rate is locked in for 3 years, 5 years, 4 years,
yeah.
whatever. And then what happens is at the end of that, then you get to go out in the market again and find whatever rate you want. It's still like a 25-year mortgage, but now you're moving to the next piece and moving to the next piece until you finish. You can get a longer period, like up to 10 years or thereabouts, sometimes even more, but usually it's somewhere between 2, 3, 5 years most times. Mortgage-wise, how's it structured?
The U.S. you can have different periods, but typically you'll get a 30-year fixed.
So like
means
for the
rate
full time,
is
yeah.
this
Really?
zone for the
Wow.
full time.
Yeah. That's what I thought. The reason I asked is because that's what I thought. That's why I figured Dave was asking the question. So in the Canadian system, you're still taking a 25-year mortgage, but you could conceivably break it up into smaller chunks and take advantage potentially of better rates along the way. It's different from the adjustable because there is a variable rate mortgage that is a little bit more dangerous. But what happens is usually in the lower chunks, right now in the current environment, not so much. But maybe for the last 10 years or so, you could get sub 2% rates.
You're ratcheting down.
Yeah, you were getting really good rates along the way. And my current one is 5 years. I've still got until the beginning of 2024. So right now, this current environment doesn't impact me. It
I'm
won't
up
impact.
for August.
Yeah, it won't impact me through 2023 necessarily. But then by the time you reach the end of 2023 into 2024, I got to look at what the current environment is. So it's still advantageous for me to prepay down some more of the principal, just in case the interest rate is still a little bit high. Then I've got less to work off of it, and I can still get it. It'll still keep the payment at a more reasonable level. So it's just you're playing games with the math and trying to make it work in your favor. So that's the answer to that question.
Bi-weekly payments too. So
If,
Yeah, I do biweekly. Yep.
If the rates drop, people will just refinance.
Yep, absolutely, and that's historically been one of the plays. Right now, I wouldn't, for obvious reasons.
No, I wouldn't now.
Yeah. I had too much time left on it in this last cycle because I wanted to take advantage of it while it was still under 3, because we still had a good window there. But I still had way too much time left on it. My rate is fine, and right now good compared to the current. Right now, somebody getting a mortgage right now sucks. Not a good time. Yep, not a good time. If you're getting it adjusted right now or just getting it now, not a good time.
I already applied at 120-day mark. So
Yeah.
I locked in then.
Yeah.
So I'll be okay.
Okay, there you go. That's
Good.
all right. So it would be cooler if you had patches of team logos and not the stupid NBA logo. There you go. I think the next card, yep, we talked about that one. No one tell Eric his mom has to like him. Contractually, probably. I have a lot of respect for LeBron. This guy's been public eye since age 16, and he's a straight-up family guy, done better than I would have. Yep. Yeah, 30-year fix. Yeah, I know that some of the folks do have that long-term fixed. Fixed rate for 30 years, minus 3.25. That's not bad. It's not
Fair.
bad. Yeah, I think that's good. LeBron has 50 million followers on Twitter, ranks him right around 25th. Maybe he's liked by the bots. No, the thing is, I think what's funny, and like I'm gonna speak seriously on this. I think it's funny because whenever you look at the popularity of a lot of these quote unquote celebrities, what you're hearing is from the vocal folks. There's a lot of folks who like him fine. Because, and that's why I said before, I think LeBron's legacy, ironically, will do better after he retires. After he's no longer in front and center of everybody. they're going to go back and go, wait a minute, the NBA was kind of fun where we were making fun of LeBron and we complaining about this, that, and the other thing, and now he's gone, and now we've got these other guys, and maybe they're not as interesting. You know, they're there, but they're not. You know, we don't have the same. And then, if like I said, if LeBron's next act is focusing on philanthropy and his own thing, and he's building schools in Akron and doing this and that, if you really want to hate on him, it's just because you want to hate on him for the sake of doing it. Because at that point, it's like, okay, so your problem is that he does charitable work and builds schools in his whole town. So you hate him for that? Is that your problem? So it's like history may be kinder to him post playing day career, depending on what he does. But right now, he's a lightning rod. He's still in people's face, but we'll see what happens in a few years down the road. Today,
He's going to be so loaded.
no, he doesn't care. I'm talking about for even the collectors, though, down the road, they'll be like, oh, you know what? Actually, LeBron wasn't so bad at the time. But that's what happens with a lot of these guys post-playing. Because if a lot of folks really knew how Jordan was like in his day, Jordan's a jackass.
Oh yeah.
Like, he always was.
He's loaded. He doesn't care.
Again, Michael Jordan will never care, and he has no reason to care. LeBron also doesn't care because he's a billionaire. Both guys are billionaires at this point. They make tons of money. The point though is that hobby-wise and popularity-wise, Michael Jordan has retained a ton of popularity over the years. It's like Michael Jordan's not a nice man. Michael Jordan's not a good person.
But we didn't. And I'm not defending anybody or putting anybody down. I'm just talking facts. When Jordan was at his height, the ability to know that about him was not there. Now with LeBron, we have the ability to know everything this guy does, everything he thinks, everything he says. If he jaywalks, we know everything. And sometimes you don't want to know how the sausage is made. But with Jordan, all you saw was on the court and what Nike wanted you to see, and McDonald's.
Yeah. Minus that 2-year vacation he took in the middle of his career.
Which there's tons of stories behind that. Whether how many of them are real or not, we don't know. But there's so many stories.
I'm just going to say turkey sausage and end it there.
There you go. Nice.
I like turkey sausage, and it's good for you.
Yeah.
It's good for you.
Nice.
It's 80% lean.
Yeah, so here you go.
And it tastes like shit.
Canadians will probably be paying 7 to 9% come 2024. We'll have to see. I don't think it'll last that long. Mortgage rates in the USA, which are lower, are expected to rise to 8% by September. They're over 6% now. Shorter term, yes. Shorter term, I agree with that. Because what you can see, with the indicator I would use, this would be the way that I would look at it, just in general. Look at the interest rates on a lot of the interest-bearing accounts, like the regular kind of savings accounts, when some of those ones actually start creeping up, because those are always dragged behind. They're always slow to move it. I know a couple of the online virtual banks here. One of them just sent an email today, literally today. They're like, okay, so we're doing every day 1.65% interest. They're very slow to move that. My other bank that I use has until basically October 2.8% interest on new deposits. And the GICs, the guaranteed investment certificates, you can get 4%. So, I think you only have to leave it in for about a year, which is, if you're getting 4%, that's pretty good. But those are always lagging behind. So that means the mortgage rate is substantially higher by comparison. And the borrowing rate is substantially higher by comparison.
Make more money on Trump cards.
You know, there's actually a Trump brand.
Trout, sorry. Didn't mean Trump.
Fish Boy. You got to say Fish Boy.
Fish Boy.
Plus, there's also Trump cards that
There
are even
is.
celebrities. Yep.
Yeah.
So do you think playing with more teams is better for players collectively? Generally, no. Usually, you can mitigate it after a while. Usually, no. Because in fairness, nobody really cares. Michael Jordan played for the Wizards. They just kind of forget it.
Yeah.
It didn't hurt him. Like they know
yeah.
him as the Chicago Bull, and they associate him as the Chicago Bulls, so they just kind of ignore it. So they're like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's like, what about the Wizards? Don't really pay attention to that.
It does hurt in hockey, though, when you go from one team to the other team, especially if you have a jersey patch or something like that.
Yeah, I can.
It hurts. Like Tavares, like his rookie never really did much because he was with the Islanders and came to Toronto.
The first part of it hurt quite a bit. The Islanders didn't help him out.
No.
Bob here says that's what's going to happen with the Warriors. Yeah, I think that team will get a little more appreciation with time. Dave here says, just listen to Jordan's Hall of Fame speech. Oh, I have. The salt is real. It's like few people have quite the unmitigated gall to take their Hall of Fame speech and be like, I'm going to trash a bunch of you while you're celebrating me. It's like, really, Michael? really? It's like, all of you gave me motivation. It's like he just keeps talking. He even trash talked his own kids. Like indirectly, he was like, it's like, I feel bad for you. It's like, you have to follow it. It's like, yeah, thanks, Dad. Asshole.
Right.
Like, he literally is like an asshole to his own kids on his election speech for the Hall of Fame.
Who cares? Kids are loaded too.
Yeah. So let's see here. Okay. So Kathy gives you 10 plus on a 1,000-point scale. Dang, rough.
Tag scale, yeah.
That's
Plus 3 exclamation marks.
I was
there.
gonna say 3 exclamation
Not
points.
funny.
The question of the night is Michael Jordan, Jimmy Butler's father. My sons insist he is. You never know, man. You just never know. I do like how that. I did hear that, like, and I was like, really, guys, this is what we're talking about now. Okay. Eric uses turkey legs to make turkey sausage. I like it. Eric, I would say we think we know everything about these athletes, but we're probably wrong 98% of them. Think we know about them. Yeah, that's about right.
Possibly.
Yeah, we know everything, and LeBron has messed up twice. Comments in China and the whole decision fiasco. Yeah, that's so. Dave here makes the point. There's a lot of people that fixate on the comments in China, and then when he had the decision, that the decision is when he first left Cleveland to go to Miami. The thing is, so if your great transgressions, if your 2 great transgressions are, you've got some political leanings. Again, you're not an elected official. Your opinion doesn't really matter for anything more than anybody else's. And the other one is you made a made-for-TV thing. And by the way, the made-for-TV whatever, they gave money from that to the charity. So it's like, no, they did. Like, they actually gave some of that money to a charity that as part of the thing at the time they did it. Now, it was stupid. Like, to be blunt, it was stupid. But, like, that's what some people fixate on that to this day. And I'm like, why do you care? Like, so it's like there are people who legitimately have done problematic things that people just kind of roll with it. It's like, how many times has this guy been in jail? How many times has this guy had this issue or that issue or whatever? Tiger is probably one of the greatest of all time in his sport, and we know that Brad is a huge fan of his and all that. And Tiger has had his transgressions. He has had his issues.
Oh, yeah.
And his issues are way more serious than anything LeBron's ever done.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so, and a lot of people are just kind of willing to slide that. And like I said, I don't care one way or the other. I don't care about it in either guy, these guys' case. But I'm like, LeBron's transgressions are very minor compared to a lot of other folks that have done. That's why I say I think history will be kinder to him down the road. But today, while he's in your face, more people like to complain. And that's who you're here from.
Just to keep it on the court, I think him jumping around from team to team trying to win championships instead of Jay made a comment earlier which was half in jest, but I think it says something. He said Larry Bird didn't have to jump around. He stayed with one team. Jordan had a part ownership with the Wizards at the end and wanted to get butts in the seat, so he played. But he did his 6 championships with the Bulls. Magic got his 5 with the Lakers. That means something. They stuck around through any hard times. They stayed as the pillar, so players wanted to come. This guy just went around and made demands on organizations and coaches and treated coaches and executives and stuff, like nobody's, because he's here now. Can you imagine being Eric Spoelstra in Miami? Pat Riley ran everything, and anything Spoelstra said to LeBron in the years he was there went in one ear and out the other.
Now, the only counter that I would have to what you say, because most of your points are fair, is Cleveland. The only counter I would give you is that his starting point is Cleveland.
And then he went back there.
He did, and they won the second time.
But he just...
The first time, though, they weren't winning. I guarantee you, if he sticks to Cleveland, they win nothing. I bet you almost anything you like. They would not have won a damn thing.
The ownership group didn't want to win. If he stayed there, they would have come to him in free agency, trades. The people would have waived no trade clauses. They would have wanted to go to him. Cleveland could have won many championships in a row after a while, but he had to stay.
I guarantee 0.
Okay.
I promise you, if he stays and doesn't go anywhere, when he left, he basically created a vacuum where they were had to see what life was like without the generational player, and they went back to sucking, and they were like, oh crap, we suck again. And then when he comes back the second time, they're like, okay, so what do you want? I want this, this, and this. Okay. Then they win a championship and they go to multiple finals. There you go. I promise you, the way that Cleveland franchise was run, if he stays and he just rolls with it, he is sitting on 0 championships right now. Zero.
Jordan entered the league in '85. When did he win his first championship in Chicago? I don't know the date. I'm not.
90, it was
91.
91. It was 91
Okay.
against the Lakers.
All right, so that's quite a few years.
Yep.
It takes time.
Yeah,
And
but Chicago, for
that
better or
time-
worse, Chicago at that point was a better run franchise than what Cleveland is. Chicago actually put pieces around Jordan that eventually worked with him, that they were able to make that work. Jordan would not have won anything on his own. They were able to build a good team around it and
Yes.
fought each other for long. I promise you, Cleveland would be on never winning a damn thing ever.
Okay. I
Just trust me, though. I see the way that Cleveland team was, that for Cleveland franchise was being run, especially around that time. It's like they're not winning. They could have Michael Jordan in his prime, and they're not winning crap.
I don't care about the decision thing. I think he was young. I think his agents and ESPN all said, "Hey, I got this great idea," and whatever. And it was money, and
Yeah.
I don't really care about that.
Yeah, but this is
fact
the one right here.
jumped around and tried to overtake and bully franchises, players, coaches to I'm laughing my ass off this past season that the Lakers have went down the toilet. And it's like, oh, I guess it didn't, your flame's burning out or something because it's not working anymore. So, I think he's a huge crybaby. Especially in the beginning of his, not the very beginning, but 10 years in, he was still just a crybaby. He wouldn't shake people's hands after losses in playoff games. He'd storm off the court. I'm not a fan.
You
And
just
that's-
described the NBA.
That's- Listen, we got the biggest witch with a B in the league in Jason Tatum here in Boston. There is no bigger crybaby, whiner, yell at the refs, put your head down, jog back after your play doesn't work out player in the entire league than Jason Tatum. But where does a young player at 23 see that? He watched Kyrie do it. He watched LeBron do it. And that is one of LeBron's legacies is that these young players look up to him and behave just like him. And you got an entire league full of crybaby whiners.
Wow, the entire attitude of the NBA was based on LeBron.
I didn't know.
GOAT. Multiple teams. Hurts popularity of guys like Carmelo Anthony, who bounced around and never took any to a title. LeBron was part of complete era Heats and Cavs franchises. Yeah. No, I said history will be kind to him on that one, especially down the road. Man, you guys put a lot of comments in. Thank you. How do we know Kathy Wade isn't just Eric on his phone? Facts. I saw Jordan play college basketball at University of Central Florida. As usual, his kids, gotcha. As usual, they were not a chip off the old block. They averaged 6 to 8 points per game, if that. And brothers, they weren't very good. Boys and Girls Club got a couple 100,000 from it. Yep. LeBron is a title chaser, which is the legitimate critique, which is fair. Gretzky played for 4 teams. True. Eric is a PGS 9 with a scratch on the hip surface, which takes him down a notch. Ooh, hurt on the subgrades.
Yeah, but Gretzky played mostly with the Oilers straight through until he jumped around the end.
He did, yeah. So the first one was a trade from the Oilers and went to LA. Then I don't remember what was the ending of the LA thing. I feel like that was the McNall problem. I feel like it was a McNall thing where they basically had to get rid of him at that
He
point.
wanted to go to New York with Messi, wasn't he?
No. First he went to the Blues.
Louis.
First they went to the Blues.
Yeah.
He wanted
Yeah.
to go play with Hull. And if you looked at the St. Louis team that he went to, he had a lot of his former Oiler teammates on it. He had he had Esa Tikkanen, I think Glenn
Spell
Anderson,
that.
Grant Fuhrer was in net.
Yeah.
It was basically the Oilers and Brett Hull. And
They actually weren't half bad though. I feel like they
No,
had
they-
one playoff run when.
they were really good, but not as
Yeah.
good as Detroit.
Now here's the irony. Here's your thing though. They really only had one season to try that because Gretzky was only there for part of a season. I would have been interested to see what would have happened if they had actually rolled it back because they actually played well that one year. But again, they literally only had partial of a season to try
He was
it.
going to probably end his career there, but he got into he ended up having a problem with I think Keenan was the coach.
Yeah, Keenan was the coach. Yep.
So Keenan and him weren't gonna get along. So
A lot of people had that problem.
he signed as a free agent, I believe, to New York to go play with Mess.
I think he was kind of setting up his business later on, being popular in New York, California. Oilers don't fit into that
No,
equation, or St. Louis, But
I
I think he wanted to hit the two popular places to be popular later on down the road, and he did start his clothing company. I think he was working on that along the way too. So
yeah. And
Just
then I
saying,
think, and
that's
then
my
after
thoughts.
after the St. Louis one, was it a trade, or was it a free agency?
No trade.
After St. Louis, I'm talking about. Sorry, after St. Louis to New York.
I believe the Rangers were a free agent.
Yeah. Okay. Because you know what? It would be because I believe that was the one where Toronto was in the running. But,
Yes.
they decided not to cut the check. Yeah.
Stupid.
It probably would have been good, because I think it was 96. It was. I want to say it was 96 when he went to Rangers.
Yeah, but he always wanted to play with Toronto. I just can't believe
Yeah. He still had a little gas left in the tank, especially the first year or so in New York. He still had some gas in the tank.
left. Yeah.
Yeah. LeBron is like a money grabber, and egomaniac and a narcissist. I resemble the last two of those remarks. I'd like to be a money grabber. It's just not for lack of effort. Fanatics. There's still time. There's still time.
There's still time.
Those are commendable traits, John. I don't know what you're trying to say. Dan Gilbert would have just milked LeBron for as much money as he could have. Yes. The problem, like I said, my problem is I understood Eric's point, and I had no issue with it. If it wasn't Cleveland, that owner would have tried to milk. They would have tried to run through a skeleton crew, and they would have made the playoffs a bunch of times, tried, maybe been close a couple. They would have won nothing. Nothing.
Uh-huh.
To this day. What does it matter? LeBron went to Wade instead of Wade coming in. Well, I leave that to the individuals to figure out what they prefer. Let's see here. Players that stick with the team for the long haul are the best. Most of the time, they just want to win and build something. That's fair. Let's get real here. It's the BLM treats that get LeBron heat from some collectors. Yes. And the truth is, though, why do you care?
Let's not get too deep into this because that's not what we're about. The one and only thing that ever bothered me was when he doxed that police officer that saved that young girl's life from the other girl that was about to stab her to death. And the cop unfortunately had to shoot this poor girl to save this other girl. And instead of getting information and doing his research, within moments after the story came out, he put this guy's life story on his Twitter account with these millions of followers and basically set this guy up. And this cop saved this girl's life, it turned out. And very clearly, guy was a total hero. And because of the mindset of what has been going on in this country and the anger that a lot of people are carrying around, he was one of them that jumped to a conclusion and risked this cop's life because of the anger he's carrying around, which I don't blame him for having that. But when it comes
Card's going for 2 million though.
Here's the thing, though. Look, Eric's point is fine. I wanted to let him I wanted to have a moment to expand upon it. But here's the thing. The only argument I heard there was an argument against the Twitter. Like maybe we just need to be like, because guess what? People are going to come up to these conclusions, these snap judgments and these things. They do it anyway. The only difference is today they can press a button, hit a tweet, and we get to see it. That's the only difference. So maybe the idea is maybe I don't need to hear about what you're thinking every day, moment of the day. Maybe shut the hell up and focus on your own business. And that applies for everybody. Because here's the thing. I don't care what the people who thought. I don't care about the people who didn't like what he tweeted. I don't care about their opinions either. So it's one of those things where it's like, maybe the problem is the medium. Because at the end of the day, if he has that thought in his head, he has that thought in his head, so be it. It is what it is. Michael Jordan had a lot of thoughts in his head, but he didn't have Twitter back in his day. Probably to his benefit, honestly.
Yeah,
Probably to his benefit. Because if he had been really mad one day, been into a little too much wine, and decided to do a tweet storm in 1995, we'd have a very different Michael Jordan legacy conversation if he was on the wrong side of the bed that day.
Yeah.
Because he's perfectly capable of it.
I did bring that up earlier, that social media is partially the reason, and just the internet and the information we can spread and get is one of the reasons people have an issue with him, where Jordan was beloved and Magic was beloved, because you didn't have the access or the knowledge about these players that you do now.
Yep. So let me read a couple of these here. Big Scott says, I'm confused. He can't leave, but the other guys in free agency can leave and come to him. That is the logic. Yeah, that is logic. I think one other thing is that when he started ring chasing, he was actually ahead of the curve on that. when he did the whole decision thing, the guys that would follow would actually do the same thing, because you had a bunch of other guys who pursued a similar idea. They would build these super teams. So what he gets basically credit and blamed for is the building of the super team era. So he went out and pursued that in Miami, and then went to go do his thing, went back to Cleveland, and then went off to LA to do that. But then Kevin Durant went over to a team that was already made, added to it, obviously, won 2 championships that way, almost had a shot at a third. And there will be more guys down the road that will do a similar thing. Hey, what do you think if we meet up in this, this city and meet up on this team? And they tried. And right now Kevin Durant went over to Brooklyn. And what did he do? He went with Kyrie Irving. And what did they do? They tried to bring in James Harden. They tried to bring in Ben Simmons. They're trying to do all these things. Why? To build another super team. They're trying to take another shot at doing it like this way. And that's kind of the funny game about this is like, if you're the first one to do it or the first one to be seen doing it, you're going to take most of the flack for it. And then the guys after kind of get shielded. It's like, well, he did it first. Okay, fair enough. But now you realize that now it's standard operating procedure. A bunch of other guys are just doing the same thing.
And you also can't compare one of the top 10 greatest basketball players of all time and other, fringe Hall of Famers or or even not Hall of Famers, role players coming to him. That's what's supposed to happen. The top 10 talent, greatest of his generation, isn't supposed to be jumping all over the league, chasing rings to benefit himself and his legacy. He's supposed to build it and have people, if you build it, they will come. That's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, I get you. So, Sebastian, good evening here. MJ treated Cruz like trash. He did. And he killed him in the documentary, too. Magic got coaches fired. Yep. LeBron plays GM. So what? I'm glad LeBron left Cleveland the first go-round. Magic was not building championship teams around LeBron. Yep. LeBron definitely didn't have a Pippen on that Cavs team. No, that team was not quite that good. Jordan came in 84, not 85. Yep. Bob says, I agree with Eric. Dangerous words, but fair enough. Eric, can you imagine having $100 million when you're 21? I'd have had so many bad headlines, all involving beautiful women. It wouldn't have been funny. There you go. Your vice of choice is indicated. 100% agree with Eric about LeBron, but not about Detroit. There you go. At least he gives you half.
But I showed him the proof.
Bob, you are onto something. Eric Doubtfire. His favorite movie is also Tootsie. Interesting. Spreading rumors about you.
Wow.
Korean Cardboard. Good evening. Do we know how many submissions PSA has received since they announced 30 per card? No way. No way of knowing that. Still waiting on lower pricing for registry. I think soon. We'll see. LA Pats. Good evening. Agree. Cavs owner is a complete idiot, and I'm not a LeBron defender. Yeah. That's why I say we'll get a chance. Once his career is done, I think the retrospective will be interesting because we'll get a chance to kind of view it. If we can get somebody to come in from a third lens and maybe make a documentary about it, it'll be interesting to see the combination of things that led to the different stuff. That's why I say, I think if it had been another franchise in another place that had been a little bit more interested in building the thing, I think it would have played out a little differently. Not 100%, but I think it would have played out a little bit differently. And we would see. We'll have to see. Gretzky did not jump around. He was sold to the Kings. Gretzky was a major reason for growing the game in the USA.
So,
yeah.
Did anyone see his interview with Spit and Chicklets?
Yeah.
The Gretzky one that you mentioned? Yeah.
He said he was this close. I don't know if you could see.
Was it Detroit?
Detroit.
Yeah.
And Walter talked him out of it and said, don't follow in Gordie Howe's footsteps. There's
They
only
turned
one
the plane
Gordie
around.
Howe. Go to L.A. and build your own empire. And Walter told him to go to L.A., so he went to L.A.
Now, here's what's interesting. I get CC's comment because major reason for growing the game in the USA, which is true.
Yes.
In retrospect, I don't know if it mattered that much, though. Not because they didn't grow the game in the USA. They did. But there's a lot of USA franchises that are just kind of there. So it's like, should I credit you for building that? It's like, well, thanks. Now we got a bunch of mediocre franchises in the U.S. Whoop-de-doo.
Well, yeah. I mean, really, the only one that backfired in a hot area is Arizona. I mean,
Yeah.
Tampa Bay won.
Atlanta?
Okay.
Atlanta wasn't good. Atlanta was bad.
Atlanta was bad in '79.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, but they tried again. Is the point?
Right, and they really shouldn't.
And I'm still iffy on Nashville. Nashville is on watch with me. I'm gonna let's just keep an eye on that.
You're making a good point there.
Yeah, there's a couple of those.
The Panthers had won the President's Trophy this year. In their first or second year, they were in the Stanley Cup Finals.
As an early franchise, they weren't bad, but they had a long run of garbage.
Yeah,
terrible.
Dallas. I mean, obviously Dallas moved from Minnesota.
Yeah.
And people believe, and I tend to agree that those things would not have happened if it wasn't for Gretzky going to LA.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, I agree with that. I'm just curious. I'm posing it more as a kind of a thought process. We can have a greater debate on it later. I just want everybody to chew on this. I'm just not convinced that in the long run that was good. Like because at the end of the day, watering down the league and spreading it out over that many different cities that are just kind of there, I don't know if that long term was the play. But I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm not sure. So, like I said, it's something to chew on, and then we can think about it and maybe have a better discussion about it later. The last old school player is Kobe. Only one might be close in today's game, might be Giannis. Yeah, as far as not wanting to. Although Kobe was going to leave LA, he was really mad at one point, and he did kind of want to leave LA. But Giannis right now is very inclined to kind of hang in there. Now, mind you, he has won a championship, so that helps a lot. With it's a much easier argument to be like, okay, so you can just be a god in Milwaukee, even if you never win again. At least you have the one, so that's something. That's good. They'll build a statue for you in Milwaukee at that point. So, at least you'll be worshipped. LeBron singing for China and burying Daryl Morey for his comments against China tells you I need to know about him. It tells me I don't care.
Tells me he wants that China money.
Yeah. It's like, but it's the thing. It's like, okay, and? So does everybody who buys made in China products.
And you say every week, pay me.
Listen, I'll take China's money too. I'll take the Saudi and the Chinese money. Why don't you both send money? And the Chinese money at least makes sense in yen. I'll translate it. Don't worry.
This show will be called Because I'm Live.
Damn right.
Yeah.
It'd be glorious. Lemieux is a classic player that stayed. He was a savior for the Penguins. Yes. Now, mind you, towards the end, Lemieux did get ownership of the team. So that helped a lot.
Yeah.
He goes, you will give me this franchise, but I will leave if you do not give me the franchise. You owe me money.
He came out of retirement. He was an owner, a Hall of Famer. They had to bring his number down from the rafters. I mean, and he was amazing when he came back.
Yeah. That was the thing. Like it actually built his legacy, in my opinion. The comeback was really good. That 2000 comeback was extremely impressive because it was an event when he came back, and especially when he had that first game in Toronto, the Hockey Night in Canada event of it and everything. And obviously I think he scored a goal and got like 2 assists or something. It was huge. It was a huge game. People were watching all over the place. Like it was big. It was big time. I feel like a guy like Kevin Garnett won in Boston after leaving Minnesota, but seems to love both places and respected amongst the fan base as well. Yep. Cleveland did bring LeBron, an old overweight Shaq. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, and then he came to Boston. Oh, God, that was horrible.
So the Big Shamrock didn't work for you?
No, the Big Shamrock was not good here.
There you go. True story. The Dallas Police Department told Gretzky, "Don't come to Detroit. We can't protect you." There you go.
Jeff, you're this close to getting your own sign.
There you go. I want to see it.
Close.
He would be able to grow his brand in a smart market like Cleveland. Yep. He had to go to Miami and LA to become a billionaire he is today. In the long run, yes. Now here's to kind of going back to Eric's point. I think if Cleveland had been serious, if they had really wanted to build a team around him, let's put it this way. Chicago, even though Chicago is a big city, the Bulls were not great. They had their moments prior to Jordan. Like they had their moments. But it was when Jordan finally came to prominence and they really did. All of a sudden, Chicago was the epicenter of the NBA world. Today, Chicago's just there. What happened? Well, you don't have the big player. You're not winning championships. You're not competing for championships. So you're just there. You're still the Chicago Bulls. It's not like he suddenly went away, but you don't get credit unless you can sustain it, like long term. Chicago is still a big city. It's a potentially big market. If you can build a winner and it's consistent, somebody else has a chance to make a legacy there as well, but they got to win and it's got to be consistent and you got to get there. It's like anything else. You'll have your moment if the timing's right. You can make a lot of things work, but you got to build that multiple championship pedigree. Then you'll get the credit. Nope, the Golden State Warriors were predominantly a joke. Now they've won 4 championships in 8 years. The Golden State Warriors have a much greater. They're much bigger now because look at the run they've had and everything. And they did win another NBA championship in the mid 70s. Who remembers that one? Not too many people. It was a big story at the time. Like in the 70s, there were a lot of weird. The Portland Trailblazers won an NBA championship in the 70s. It was a weird decade.
They also had the best player in the league at the time.
That's what I'm saying. Like that, but a lot of weird stuff happened in the 70s. Like I said, we talked about this. The NBA Finals was on tape delay until Larry Bird and Magic Johnson made it okay to start playing the NBA Finals games live. There's a reason for that. Even though there were great players before that. Dr. J was out there. They were great players. They were. But they weren't getting the attention. And then those guys helped rise it to prominence. Yannick will change his name to Yannick for some of that Chinese money.
Mm.
If we get a big enough check, Yannick, I think that's not an unreasonable request.
I'm in.
Love it. That is the spirit. That, my friends, is hashtag teamwork. They were going to move the team and save the club for a city. Yep. No, that's fair. The Pittsburgh Penguins needed saving a couple of times. Is Hockey Night in Canada similar to Monday Night Football? It was. Past tense.
Not anymore.
Hockey Night in Canada is a brand, but it's been bastardized pretty badly. Hockey Night in Canada is
So
not.
is Monday Night Football.
Hockey Night in Canada was the Saturday night, kind of game of the week almost. Like you could
They
see
just
other
kept
games
that
in the
name.
markets and stuff, yeah. But they kept it as a brand. It's Hockey Night in Canada name only. It's not the same.
Okay.
So
Do you
it's
remember,
like
Bobby, when they changed
NFL's
it over?
Thursday night football.
Yeah, not today. Yes, today. Yes. Here's a question: When did do you remember, Bobby, when the switch changeover happened, where Hockey Night in Canada kind of lost that spot?
2000.
I feel that's when Rogers got the NBA, the NHL
It was
rights.
late 2010s. So yeah, we're like 09, 10,
Yeah.
11, I'm guessing.
And they had the problem where they couldn't use the Hockey Night in Canada. They didn't want to pay the lady for the
The
for the
song.
music. Yeah.
Yeah,
So that was right around 2006.
I want to say it
15
was
years
like late.
now.
I want to say it was like the late aughts or to early 2010s, somewhere in there, somewhere in that
Well,
window.
I'm like Carlos with that one, I think.
26, 28.
Yeah, I want to say it was when Rogers got the NHL rights, and then they started putting it on a bunch of different channels, which was
Yeah.
good if you wanted to watch games. If you wanted to watch games, you could watch games on a bunch of channels.
True.
But it did water down the Hockey Night in Canada brand.
Oh, yeah,
Because
completely.
now, mind you, if you're not a Leafs fan, it was annoying because one of the Hockey Night in Canada doubleheader games was always a Leafs game, always,
Yep. Yep.
and then there would be like a game out west. So I'd watch a lot of my Dallas games in the '90s. A lot of the Dallas games was like Dallas and Edmonton, Dallas and Calgary, Dallas and Vancouver, and usually that was the second game of the doubleheader.
Yeah, maybe look closer to 2008, 10, because I remember when they brought the new theme song on, I went, oh man. It
You
just
remember
didn't seem right.
they even had a contest or something for like a new song.
Yeah,
and
you could.
stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. That's pretty much when I quit after that. The last time. That was it
Yeah.
for me, hockey.
Yeah.
That was it.
Strikes hurt.
Mm-hmm.
They do, yeah, for sure. I agree with that. Let's see. Derrick Rose is our guy until one of the injuries, and then Jimmy Butler was the guy until the GM and owner blew that call. Yeah. No, like I said, they had a chance. I see Francesco's comments say you can advertise it on another page.
Okay, I got it here, guys. 2014-2015 season. The brand is being licensed.
Oh,
to
was that
others.
late, eh?
Yeah, it wasn't like super long ago, but it was a big change. Yeah, was it? Yeah, wouldn't Yannick have to be Japanese money?
That's 8
Oh
years
yeah,
ago,
that's
so I
true.
guess
That's true. Chinese is the yuan. Chinese is the yuan, not yen. That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. We need another team in Hartford and Quebec. Yep.
Yes,
Bring the Kansas City Scouts. Jeez, good lord. Yikes.
absolutely.
Yeah.
They
Kansas
had
City
an
Scouts.
awesome emblem too. Bob, you must have a Kansas City Scouts emblem kicking around there
Oh,
somewhere.
he's shown some Kansas City Scout stuff for sure. Okay, Hockey Night in Canada's not the same since Don Cherry was fired. Yeah, it got better. Don Cherry sucks.
Boy.
Don Cherry's trash. Overrated trash. Overrated trash.
Oh, you're killing me.
I'll do a celebratory stream when he dies. Moving on.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I wanted to go full heel on that one. There you go. Take it. Eat it, Jerry.
Yeah.
Dave, you're right. Japan versus China. Yep. Bring back the Oakland Seals. Yep. Oakland Seals. Nice. Yep. Never question that I have the ability to go full heel almost 4 hours into the live stream. It's like, no, you give me an opening, we're going full heel. I don't know why you're celebrating this guy. He couldn't even win a Stanley Cup with Bobby Orr.
Graves.
Too many men on the ice, bro. Can't count.
On that team. That
Can't
was
count.
79. Bobby Orr was retired in '79.
He's got so many brain cells lost from just being Don Cherry that he couldn't count. And that was before he ever started Coach's Corner. So he was already senile back then. Jeez.
Not Bobby Orr. You meant Don Cherry retired in 79.
Yeah, I was going to
Bobby Orr,
say,
77.
yeah. What was it? What year did Cherry actually coach the he had a couple of years with the Bruins. How many
79.
years did he actually coach the Bruins? It's
From
just 79?
70, yeah, 9-10 years, yeah.
Yeah, they
Right.
canned him after that too many men on the ice game,
Deservedly so.
and I think he did. Then didn't he go?
'79 was his last year, and then Cheevers
Right.
took over.
Right, and then Cherry went on to coach Colorado Rockies.
Yep, he went to the Rockies after that.
That is right. Yes.
That didn't work out either.
No, it did not. But nothing.
The great irony being that he hosts Coach's Corner, but he was trash as a coach.
And then he had that horrible team that he coached. What was it? The Terriers, or I forget the other team name. It's a junior team.
Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they last place. It was horrible.
Yep. Have a good night. Have a good night, Dave. Let's take a look here. Canada jumped the shark when the media went after Don Cherry. No, they should have summarily shot him. That would have been better. Damn, I thought Jerry Grapes was beloved in Canada by senile morons. Moving on. What's Cherry's claim to fame? Sucking.
Oh my God!
I know. Cherry, you love him or you hate him, right?
I did it.
He sucks. He's just a blowhard. He's a waste of oxygen. Sorry. Don Cherry can go in the corner with the other drunks. Deal with it.
I just was not aware of your Cherry hatred.
I skipped Coach's Corner. I literally mute that segment when it was on. It sucked. It's garbage.
Bobby is right there. Eric.
What about
it's,
Blue?
Don
Would
Cherry?
you
It's
like
either
Blue?
a love or a hate.
I don't care about Don Cherry.
All right, but
The greatest thing they ever did was take that fool off the air.
okay,
Like, go sit in a corner and yell at people from your little space there. Go sit in your rocking chair and yell at people over there when no one can hear you. Go do
He does
that.
that now. He has his own YouTube channel.
I can imagine. I can only imagine.
You liked the dog though, right? Blue.
Didn't he have like 5 of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look, the best thing Don Cherry ever did was rock 'em, sock 'em.
Blue.
The best thing Don Cherry ever did was rock 'em, sock 'em, and it's literally like we could have done that with almost anybody, but here you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cherry was a windbag. Yes. Sure is fun hearing him talk about how great the old Canadian boys are while crapping a foreign player. That was kind of his thing. He's like, he literally just like that's why some people liked him. That's why folks liked him. Is like, oh, he's a Canadian patriot. Yeah, he's an idiot. Why? I don't care if he's Canadian, if he's a moron. I don't actually want to be represented by a moron. That's not good. That's not a good thing. I'm not supporting you.
Oh,
Get out of here.
block Bob. He's off. He's gone.
Let me see here. Sure is funny. We're talking about, more people love Cherry from Hockey Night in Canada from 88 to 2000 than hated him. Yeah, I believe it. And people are stupid. I agree with that, Bess. His restaurants suck too. Facts. Screw you, Cherry. True.
His
Get outta here,
restaurant
Bob.
did suck. His restaurant
Yeah, like-
did suck.
It did.
Yeah, they were reflective of his coaching career and his broadcasting career.
It was actually
Moving on.
right across from Gretzky's.
Well, they did. He did. There was
Downtown
a.
there.
There was like a brief show, if you remember this one, Bobby. There was a brief show he did. It was like Grapeline. There was like a show he did from the restaurant.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
that? Yeah.
Yeah. It was really
And
brief.
that
It
was-
didn't last very long.
No. And neither did
It's-
his
it's-
restaurant.
Isn't it shocking though that he couldn't hold a show that wasn't like a segment on Coach's Corner? It's weird that whenever he tried to do anything on his own, it all sucked. Isn't that weird?
Hmm.
Anyway,
I don't
moving on.
like the direction that this episode is going in.
Yeah.
Movie.
See,
I didn't think I'd get a chance to do Don Cherry slander today. It's like y'all opened it up. I didn't do it. For the record, did I lead in? Did I start off with Don Cherry? Did I? Eric, did I? They provoked me. Yannick, did they not provoke me?
They did.
They asked for it. They asked for it. I never. Just to be clear, this is not a joke. I've never liked Don Cherry. I'm actually very serious. I literally would mute Coach's Corner because I couldn't stand it. This is pre-PVR days. When we had PVR, then I could fast forward through that garbage. But like, oh man, that guy wouldn't shut up. I don't care about what you think, old man. Die. Too bad the NHL commish wasn't a dirtbag like Seelig to let the players juice up and save the game. Only turned his back on him. Seelig's in the Hall of Fame. That's true. That is true. Jerry had a restaurant by the Windsor Casino. It was dreadful. Yeah, it was a Windsor Casino one? Okay. Didn't he have a couple? Did he just have the one? I thought he had a couple.
Right up from the Sky Dome, there was Gretzky's, and then there was, Don Cherry's was about 100 feet up on the other
Okay,
side of the
that's
street.
right. That's right.
And it was dark and dungy and was.
He had one in Saskatoon. I went.
Well, but that's the reason why. That's the reason why I was
choose
pretty
to
sure he
go
did.
somewhere else.
That's the reason why I was pretty sure he did that show from like the one in Toronto. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right from there.
Yeah.
Because even at Gretzky's, they filmed that show, Mike Bullard or whatever his name was.
Oh yeah, I remember Mike Bullard.
I went to a few of those.
That wasn't bad. I actually like Mike Bullard. I thought he was all right. I thought he was pretty
But they had it in the back of Gretzky's.
Okay.
There was a big you could see, I don't know, maybe 20, 25, 30 people. I went to sit in on a few. It was kind of cool. That's
Yeah.
way back. Oh my gosh, that's ooh.
90s.
Oh yeah, early
Oh, it
90s.
would have been a while ago, yeah. What do you think we will see TV commercial by Fanatics advertising new hobby products? I'd be curious if they would have the ad budget for it. Mind you, maybe this would be kind of a thing that would play into it as well. I wonder, as we move more into PVR and streaming, I wonder when the turnover is going to happen where the commercial ad time is going to have to start adjusting its pricing. Because the TV ad time isn't worth quite what it once was. You got less eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'll give you a quick example. Like let me be serious here for a minute. I'll get back to John Cherry Slander in a second. But when I watch a lot of stuff now, a lot of it is on different streaming platforms. You know, pick your different streaming platform, Netflix, whatever you like. Right now in Canada we have Crave. I'm using it because right now I'm actually watching the Star Trek Strange New Worlds because I actually like it. I think it's all right for what it is. It's not crazy, but I like it I like the characters. I've been enjoying it so far. I think it's a 10 episode season, and episode 9 will be next week. So once it's done, I'll shut it off for a little while, and then when they renew the season, I'll turn it back on. But I've been enjoying it for what it is. I don't take it too seriously. It's fun. But because you're doing the streaming, you don't have ads. It's all the money is on the streaming.
Yes.
One thing that I love is poker. I still enjoy watching a little poker. There's a thing called Poker Go. You can watch streaming poker. You don't have to. Like, it's super niche. But if you want to, you can watch it. It's without ads. So all these different services come without the ads. They pay for the rights to whatever, this, that, and the other thing. But as a result of that, whatever time you're watching that, you're not watching television. I've got a very nice TV, but most of the time when I'm watching something, it's streaming off of something else. It's a streaming, and I can get an HD streaming, and it looks great. I'm not watching TV, even though I've got the package built into my condo fee here. I actually have a full slate of channels. But most of the time, I'm not watching television anymore. So I'm not seeing the ads. I don't have to avoid them. I just don't see them. So how long can you keep charging what you charge for commercial ad time on a lot of these things? But if less and less people are watching them,
Probably dropped dramatically.
yeah. So I'm wondering what value commercials in the traditional sense actually have compared to like web ads or maybe ads on a YouTube show that's in a related topic. You can narrow it down to the specific. So like I joke about this. But when you monetize on YouTube, they run ads. You don't always have control what ads run. Well, what if we did this show, and for all the jokes I make about it, what if somewhere in between in the live stream they slap a Fanatics commercial on there? So technically we've got our Fanatics overload without us even knowing until somebody goes, "Hey, I saw a Fanatics ad in your live stream, or I was watching your video and there was a Fanatics ad on it."
As you were dissing them, yeah.
I know, but it's possible. Like such a thing is possible. Like I don't necessarily have control over it. I don't know what ad they're going to put on whenever they do. I don't know. So, but it's just something to keep in mind. Maybe that's where they buy their ads instead.
Possibly.
It might make more sense for them. It might be easier for them to get in front of the right audience if you put it on the right videos or on the right channels. Just something to think about. So here, Bob. I played hockey in Canada from 76 to 91, and then adult hockey after. Almost everyone like Don Cherry. Here. Boom. And because people like a public favorite doesn't make it any less of a blowhard. Yes. But you also have, I will make a point here about Baz's point. I agree with part of what he's saying. But here's the thing. We only hear about the people that will talk about it. There are plenty of people who I knew didn't like Don Cherry and kind of just ignored him. But they didn't have like a visceral reaction like, "Oh my God, I hate Don Cherry, get him off the air." It's more like, "Oh my God, is this idiot done talking?" It was more like a passive kind of like, "I'm just going to ignore him. I don't like him." But it's not like, "Oh my God, get him off the air." Do you know do you see what the separation is though? You only hear about the people that are like, "Oh my God, get him off the air," the people that are yelling for, or the people that are in favor. That's all you hear. But you don't know what the average person was actually doing, who is more ambivalent. They're kind of like, "This guy just annoys me. I just don't particularly enjoy what he's doing." But they're not going to yell about it, run to social media and scream about it. Like that wasn't their thing. Was a franchise ad Don Cherry's in Edmonton? Okay. Did the Gretzky's restaurant close? I think it did. I'm pretty sure it did.
From what I understand, it did.
Oh yeah, it
Yeah,
did.
I don't. From what I recall, I don't remember it doing anything crazy. I don't remember it being super well attended
No.
either.
I think it closed like at the very beginning of COVID, or
That makes sense.
shortly before COVID hit.
Yeah, yeah. And to add to your laughs, I went through old sports memorabilia, and the team sent to me and found a complete Winnipeg Jets auto sheet, and it's a photocopy. Such a cool thing to send to a kid. There you go. Fair enough, John.
There was a great restaurant.
Okay, so hold on here. You got what is that? Gilmore's. Okay, Gilmore's.
Oh,
Sports,
yeah.
a sports bar and lounge, I can get behind that. Yeah. I think that's better than like a restaurant. I feel like
It was
that would
up
make more
in
sense.
Sudbury, I think.
Okay. I can
Yeah.
get behind that. Zeller's restaurant was bigger and better than Don's? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Maybe I've been below Harp. Is he more entertaining than WK Rich? Absolutely not. No. He's not good enough to be entertaining. New hockey from many perspectives. New hockey, yes. But he was a mediocre player, a mediocre coach, and as just someone who hung around a lot, yeah, I guess he knew things. He just didn't go away. Zeller's restaurant were called the Coffee Mill? Really? Okay. I don't remember that one. It's kind of interesting.
Whereabouts?
I don't know. It's just the Zeller's restaurant. I assume maybe Nova Scotia? Yeah, if you
Maybe.
could fill in the blanks on that one, Albert. I'm not sure about that one.
Albert, I think he said here in Moncton, New Brunswick.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
probably. Okay, maybe that makes sense. Sure. Oh, had a restaurant here in Moncton. Gotcha. Okay, now I see.
I got a bolt to get ready for Chantilly tomorrow, but it was great talking with you guys.
Absolutely. Jay, appreciate you coming on.
one
Appreciate you coming on as always. We'll talk later. I'm curious how Chantilly goes for you.
Yep, I'll message you.
Sounds
Thanks,
good.
guys.
Have a good night.
All right.
Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
CJ.
Sounds good. So we'll start winding her down here in a minute. I think we're doing pretty good. New Brunswick. Thank you, Albert. Appreciate that. Pretty good.
Yes,
I questioned the
Zeller
last one. He
43.
played a role. Come on, Don Cherry isn't smart enough to play a role. He sucked as an actor too. I saw him try.
God,
He's-
it's just getting so bad.
the best part is that the Mike Trout one, I do kind of for ironic effect. I actually think Don Cherry sucks at everything. I actually legitimately I can't think of one thing he's good at other than making noise. Like that's about the only thing he's good at.
They made a movie about him.
Yes, I know. We're idiots here.
But it's funny, he made a heck of a lot of money in his life.
A lot of people make a heck of a lot of money, Bobby. That is no longer the standard by which we go by.
No, it doesn't seem so, but it does seem so.
Yeah. Elon Musk makes a lot of money, and I got questions about that dude too.
Yeah, everybody
Yeah,
does.
so, and he's made even more money. So, like, I guess Elon Musk is better than Don Cherry.
Maybe.
Mathematically, we have to go with it.
I want to make a lot of money. How do we go about doing that?
Poopy Pony, we told you.
Yeah,
Do
Poopy
it.
Pony's the path, man. Poopy Pony's the
Oh, yeah.
path. Thank you, DR. Appreciate it. Before you go to sleep, hit the like button. And it is free. It has been sponsored by Eric and the future Poopy Pony revenues.
Yes.
Good times. Zellers and Kmart had great cafeterias. Man, you're going old school. Zellers and
They
Kmart.
did.
I like it.
They did.
I agree with your sentiments, though. I agree with your sentiments.
Wolco had some cool ones too.
Okay, yeah.
The old burger and fries kind of, place that was, and they had good meals too, like roast beef dinners or whatever.
I was about to say, what's your meal? What's your meal of choice then?
Meal of choice. I don't know.
Zeller's the
For
clubhouse.
eating out,
Well, no, we're talking.
always
We're
good.
specifically talking about like Zellers and Kmart. We're being very specific about where, right?
Clubhouse.
Yeah, you would always stick to the burger because you didn't want to go too far into the food. But I don't mind fish and chips somewhere or something like that. But
All right,
I haven't been to
fair
those
enough.
places in years. I don't think there's any more around, is there?
I really don't think so. No. The Zellers went away when
Target?
when Target bought
Target.
it. Yeah.
Early 2010s.
Yeah. When we're talking Canada, I'll say Target because that didn't work out.
Yeah,
in the US, it's Target because it worked out a lot better.
Oh, yeah.
I actually read an article that somebody wrote that was about the experience and why they feel it failed. They actually did a really good job. They broke it down. They made like 1 billion mistakes though.
Oh,
And
yeah.
what they did though is they did a very smart thing that I like. They compared it to the rollout that Walmart did. Because Walmart obviously is still around and they've been very successful getting in the market, but they started off as a US based. But the way they did their rollout was a lot smarter. And there were a lot of little things they did better, but one of the things they did.
It's like 20
It's
years.
been a long time,
25
yeah.
years?
But one of the smartest things they did, and this is Yannick, this is where I think they did a very smart thing. They focused on the logistics first. They said we're going to do 1 or 2 stores, very minimal. Make sure we figure it out. Get our logistics so that we can get trucks to get things into the store. Figure all that out first. And then we'll start going into different communities and starting to build up and build a store here, a store here, a store here. They didn't just roll in and buy a bunch of Zeller's stores and be like, now you're Targets. Good luck. And it's like, you do realize Zeller's infrastructure was outdated before you bought it. Like they were
Yeah.
already on hard times. Like it wasn't good.
No, they kind of acted like Tag in a way.
Yeah. But it was bad. Like if you remember, Zellers at the tail end before
Bad
they became
format,
Target,
bad everything.
they were already antiquated. Their
Oh, yeah,
their
they
processes were
already-
already bad. So it was like you just bought something that is already quickly, rapidly decaying as
Yeah,
we
look.
speak. Like it's
It
not
was
good.
all Hudson's based company, all of it, and look what's left of it.
And the
Yeah.
locations were bad. A lot of them needed
Oh,
renovation desperately. Like they weren't in good spots.
Their format was bad inside. We went in and we
Yes.
went, what?
Yes.
But they
Yes.
put out a really cool hockey card set with autographs. So
What's that? Target?
no, Zellers.
I think you're thinking
Oh,
Canadian
91.
Tire.
No,
Are you
91
thinking-
they did.
Oh, that's for the Zeller. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah.
always had a set.
Yep. I know they had Jerry Cheevers. I think
Oh,
they
yeah.
had.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
yeah.
10, 12 signed,
I think
gold,
they may
silver,
have had the Richards.
Yeah.
And they had a base card
Mahablich.
and an auto.
You know what this would be more of a unique issue that wouldn't be an issue anywhere else. We've got a mall here, and this mall has been dead for like a decade, but it's hilarious. We've got it there, and by the way, it's by their own doing. It's their own fault, because this mall literally is right beside me. It's in the middle of like a gentrified area. We got lots of people around it, so in theory, it should be able to run no problem.
Dixie Value Mall. Yeah.
No, not that one. But no, we've got one right here. But what happens is this mall.
Mall or
Got-
plaza?
No, it's actually a mall.
Oh.
But what happened was there was an insurance company, I want to say insurance, that bought the back and all the office area. But what happened is they owned the whole mall. But as a result of it, they were very picky about what tenants they would accept, and they had really weird terms, and slowly they drove out all the good tenants, so that the mall got progressively worse and worse and worse. Food court got worse, everything got worse. So that like it's basically a zombie mall that sort of exists. It's got like a metro beside it, like a supermarket. So the supermarket's fine because it's a supermarket. You need a supermarket nearby. It's going to do business.
Dead.
The pharmacy is fine because it's a pharmacy. People in the area need it. You got a Tim Hortons on the outside. You got these little fast food places around it. But one of the things that was like the death nail of it is that it had one of the locations that was going to be part of Target when they did their rollout. But here's the thing. It was a nice looking store, but it was cursed. It wasn't on an Indian burial ground, but almost. So when they started building it, they were going to renovate it and do this whole thing. And I don't know what the hell happened. I remember the exact story, but I do remember when it happened. It was a big deal locally. They did something like they made some mistakes in the way they fastened some of the stuff when they were building it up, and somebody didn't fasten some things right, and a couple of the beams basically fell on a guy and killed him.
Oh,
And then they had to shut it down for months. They weren't able to because it was a crime scene. Literally, like you have to investigate like what the hell happened, what went on here. So it like stalled the build out for months. And I think by the time they finally were able to build it out, I think the Target lasted very little time. Then it closed. Then the thing was abandoned, and it's just been sitting there for years since. That has never been filled since Target went away. It has never been. It literally is this gigantic warehouse space-ish that literally can hold a Target, and there is nothing there. It's like it might as well be an Indian burial ground at this point. Like it's cursed. Like you're not doing anything with that, and it's just there. And it's hilarious. It's right in the middle of a gentrified area where everything else is like just running. It does its thing. But we've got two malls right around here. One is South Common. That's a little further down. That wasn't the one, but it was a different one. And I want to say this one was like Sheridan. But like both of these
Oh,
malls.
Sheridan. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. Sheridan's the
Sheridan's
one
nice.
yeah, but despite that, like it's garbage as a mall overall. So it's like not great. And then the South Common is not great either. And I was sitting there like, I'm in the middle of like gentrified Mississauga over near Oakville. I got these two malls that are both trash for different reasons. And I was like, but mind you, this one has the dead carcass of Target, and the other one has Walmart. Guess which one is doing better? Walmart's still around. Walmart's still around. But the rest of the mall is actually garbage. Like it's like the worst of everything. It's like it's got a No Frills on one side and a Walmart on the other, and in the middle, good luck. It's got like a dollar store or something.
I think that's happening with a lot of the mid-sized malls. They're not really sustaining themselves. Oh, yeah, one Eglinton Square. It's been around. Actually, it's probably one of the earliest malls in probably Toronto. And they've tried to fix that up. And like, there's a Metro at the one end, and you have a liquor store kind of at the other end, and in between is a Shoppers is helps.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's a lot of sordid stores, accessories, and whatever else they have. And I just sit there and I go, how is it staying in business? I just don't know.
Well,
And
the one mall I
luggage
know,
and,
the one mall I know exists only because the insurance company, because they own the whole building, I guess they incentivize the remaining ones to have like a minimal food court, but it's like the worst food court I've ever seen in a mall at this point. Like it doesn't have any of the good fast food. Literally, you leave the mall in the parking lot. There's a Tim Hortons here. There is a Kentucky Fried Chicken and
There's
Taco Bell
K-Fry.
here. Like, by the way, they do
Taco
good.
Bell. I like Taco Bell.
They've got KFC and Taco Bell. They got the two right.
Oh,
section.
because it's one and one.
Yeah, they got the both. So you can have either or, and they got the Tim Hortons here, and I think they've got like a McDonald's here. So like these do great business. The mall is trash.
I
It's
know
like-
they have those other things right around there too. They have all these other small places to eat, and then the lineup at McDonald's is just a mile long. And I'm going, nobody likes anything else.
It's
Like Fit for Life and that bourbon, and then they have
Yeah.
some other Asian buffet thing. It's just like I feel so sorry, and everybody's at McDonald's, and I'm going, McDonald's sucks too. Like honestly,
It's weird because I've been in this neighborhood now 30 years, and this has always been the weirdest little pair of malls. I'm like, both of these suck. And I was like, guys, it's not like we don't have people around. We literally have a ton of people around here. They could patronize it if you guys did a better job with this.
I'm 5 minutes from Scarborough Town Center, so
Yeah,
now that's a big mall.
it is
Successful too.
Yeah. It's just been weird for years. For a lifetime, I've never been able to figure it out.
There's always
Walmart has
those
turned into
little
armpit of the
malls
U.S. lost its
stores
way.
that-
Yeah. Yeah.
that Nothing, no matter what happens, they never will have good business. So everything is just going out of business until the next one comes.
I think the
Some
plazas
reason.
around here, honestly, the plazas around here do a much better job than the malls.
Yeah.
I guess because maybe they've
The
got a better
smart
combination of
ones?
stores. Yeah, they've got a couple that actually do okay because they've built them out much better. They got a better combination of stores. I guess they were able to come up with better leases and better deals, and it just makes more sense. Like there's a plaza that's so like I said, I got two malls that are both trash. I never really go to them for any reason. One of them got so cheap, I guess, at one point that like a Service Ontario literally set up over there because like, well, we got lots of room and we have to find anybody for the lease space. Like it's us or nothing. Fair enough, Service Ontario. so that's where they set it up.
Dirt cheap rent. There you
Yeah,
go.
they're in. They're in for it. So if you need your license renewed or something, that's where you go. Other than that, you got no reason to be there.
We have one here too, and then the Walmart closed.
Really?
It
Okay.
was so bad. Yeah,
Yeah, but
it wasn't the
over here-
biggest one, but anyways.
Yeah, but over here in this plaza, they got the Canadian Tire, they got the supermarket, they got bank, they got a couple banks. It's fast food, like the LCBO. Like this is the better spot. You're gonna do much better over here. You got the things that'll draw people, and they got no issues. They're fine. Yeah, it depends on location based on experience. Some Walmarts are decent, some on total dumps. Yep. Spencer's is a mall equivalent of Canary and a coal mine. There you go. I like that. Fair enough. Cool. All right, guys. So, any last thoughts in there? Feel free to throw them in there. It's been a lot of fun. We've been able to kind of go around different things. I've introduced Don Cherry slander into my list of enemies. I do appreciate that. I always enjoy that. The old guys were getting a little tired. I figured I'd take on a new fish.
You hurt Eric's feelings again.
So
That's okay.
So on a positive note, I said last Friday
Don Cherry will die eventually.
that I would be spending time on Saturday
Killing Don Cherry.
with Normand Levaye.
Never ye.
Acceptable as well.
And I
Levaye.
did have that opportunity. He was a wonderful guy. I had a great time hanging out with him for a few hours. And one of the things that he is promoting is his Levaye beer.
Okay. What kind of beer is it?
It's
Lovely.
it's
Yeast.
yellow.
Yellow.
Okay, go
In
on.
a can.
I did have one. I drink dark beer. I'm a Guinness guy, so
Oh,
Yeah.
a
preempting.
yellow
Here we
beer
go.
is a little
Torture.
off for me, but it definitely tasted a little like orangey. I
Oh,
didn't-
so he went more citrus. Okay.
yeah,
For
I
summer
didn't-
on patios, that's not bad. I'm not a citrus guy though. I'm generally
It wasn't-
not. In a pinch, outside patio kind of. Yeah, I could swing one of those under the right circumstances.
Yeah.
Now I can't read any of it because it's all in French, but so I can't really even tell you anything that's on it. But what I do want to point out is that one.
If only Eric,
Beer.
if only we had someone on here who understood French.
Who speak protein. There
Well, I don't
You
know,
could move
but
it closer to the screen so that we can actually so that someone could read it. That'd be nice.
anyways, I want to just give me a quick second. So this is the beer. He did autograph the can for me. All right.
Don't rub
Now-
the autograph off.
The best part is all the proceeds.
It's a
go to
lager.
his-
That's what I wanted to know.
right. So all the proceeds go to his foundation, and he and his family that was there were telling us about it, and it's for people with disabilities to go and get support, and their families to get support, um, and rehab and all different types of things. And it's a from what they were telling us about it and a little bit of research I did on the computer afterwards, it seems like a really great place. So a whole bunch of us spent $10 a can, and and it's good money spent as far as I'm concerned to go help kids with disabilities up in Quebec. So that's my can of that's been autographed, and here's the can I drank.
So here's my question. It's twofold. So first of all, I missed this comment. Sorry, Three Kings of Cardboard. I like this comment. I do appreciate it.
Oh, good.
It's the love for Poopy Pony, man. Don't question it. So 4% is kind of weak. I kind of would like more in a lager. That's kind of a personal. That's it's moving. It's moving quickly into water territory.
Maximum kind of 7%.
Like
I'm
US beer.
guessing that if you're trying to sell something for charity, it can't be super. Not that it can't. You want it everybody to be able to drink it.
Yeah, but 5% is like a good conventional number. Like around here,
Not in the
5% is kind of a
US,
standard
bro.
number.
That was the average always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I usually have stronger ones. Like this one is 7.1.
Yeah, so that's your new standard is 7%.
Nine.
Yeah, it's a
Pretty
little. I tend to have a hoppier. I tend to like because these are IPAs, so they tend to be a little bit higher naturally, just because of the nature of the type of beer. A lager is going to be lighter generally, which is fine. That's okay. But I feel like 5% is a sweet spot for a lot of those, and I feel like if you go under, it's like it's kind of weak, guys. It's kind of weak.
Yeah. I used to drink Smithwick's years ago, and that was a European. It was 7.8% or something. It's just like, wow. 2 after work, you.
No, you know what the good one is, Bobby? And unfortunately, they're expensive. But I like the old Russian Imperial Stouts when they do the Russian
photo
Imperial Stouts. Those things are like, it's like, what is this, 11%? Something like, good times.
Yes.
You need one. One and enjoy it. Take your time with it. You're not guzzling those down, my friends.
No.
Don't do that.
They got those big ones here, like that blue, Labatt Blue Dry or something like that. It's like 8 point something.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I want to
It's
say,
the
is
cheap,
it?
you want to get drunk quick.
There was like a Labatt Maximum Ice. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
Yep.
It was like, or maybe it was Molson Maximum. I know something Maximum Ice,
Yeah.
which is really high. It was actually.
I have a Toronto Maple Leaf keg up here.
There you go.
Turned it into a lamp. Somebody turned it into a lamp.
Facts, 10%. Yes, I do remember that one. Yep, I do remember that one. Bob says, did he give you
Oh,
the
yeah.
restraining order he filed? That's a very important question. It's very critical. Maybe he should have sent the restraining order
They're
for you.
piling up on my desk. I got to be honest, because the next day, I was because the place where I work was hosting the event. I got to spend time hanging out with Norman. But the next day, I went to a show and stood in line and had a quick moment with Bernie Perron.
Mhm.
And so it was a great weekend last weekend. But these restraining orders are piling up on my desk.
Well, have you considered being less objectionable?
No.
Clearly. So you have learned much from Don Cherry.
No.
The guy gets movies made about him, and now we're just counting down to his death. Terrible. It's terrible. Awful. Awful. What are we gonna do? What is it gonna
He
be?
will be waiting for you in hell.
Yeah, I got a window seat. Sucker can sit in the middle of the aisle. Loser.
Yeah.
Even in hell, you lose. Sucker. Love it. And on that pleasant note, hashtag positivity. I gave you guys the lineup. Actually, I'm going to do it one more time real quick just to finish off the evening. Saturday and Sunday, they got the Hobby Palooza stuff. Again, there are some friends of the channel and some folks, so I'm just going to focus on the good ones. So we're going to focus on the ones that we like. So I'll do it real quick here just to finish it off, and we'll call it a night. All right, so real quick here, let me do Bench Clear Media. Bear with me a minute. I'll leave a link in the description for folks to check it out on replay. You certainly can. And I'll also be on Big Scott's channel. I'll do a quick video with the link and everything to it so that everybody can find it. It'll be really easy. I'll make it real easy.
Ziggy, no. Yeah.
Is he on there? Is he on there? I only heard that rumor. Are you sure it wasn't canceled? Are you sure it wasn't canceled?
I don't know.
I don't know. That sounds like fake news to me. Fake news.
That happens.
Hey,
I don't
Bobby,
know.
while we wait, did you see my Instagram today? Do you have any information on that? It's not a
Yeah.
beehive. I was
I
wondering
get so many hits from Instagram. I just delete them all. It's just like a pain in the ass. What is that?
it's Jerry Cheevers early,
Yep.
no mask.
Yeah. It's just a photo with an autograph. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to see if it was maybe like a Bruins postcard or whether it's just a picture.
It's the-
Is it blank on the
Attached to
back,
the
or is
back.
there anything on it?
Attached
Yeah, I
to
was
the
gonna
back.
say, is there anything on it?
No, it's so I'm thinking that someone just took the picture and glued it to a piece of paper to make it look like a beehive, but he doesn't have a beehive. Jerry Cheevers doesn't have a beehive.
Beehive
Okay.
didn't invent framing, but anyway.
Yeah. All right, let's come back to that in 2 seconds. I'll quickly go through these ones. All right.
Go ahead.
So, real quick, again, these times are all CST. So, add an hour if you're in the Eastern time zone. Adjust yourself for other time zones accordingly. Okay? So, I'm going to add an hour just where I am, but you can adjust it accordingly. So, my recommendations are 2 p.m. Eastern, Reindeer Studios, if you're interested in drawings. So, it looks like he's going to do dual drawings of Jackie Robinson. That sounds
Yeah, that
interesting.
should be
So,
cool.
that's not a bad call. If you like vintage baseball, Bowman 53 is going to have a nice panel with Nina S., Reese ND, Card Ranger Allen's cards. I am familiar with some of those folks. They're going to have probably a nice little discussion on some vintage baseball. If you enjoy that kind of thing, that's 3 p.m. Eastern. So there you go. 4 p.m. Eastern, She Blind with Refractors. That's Andy. He was on the channel recently. Great guy, great conversation. Highly recommended. I think the channel gets canceled for a couple hours. I don't remember anything from there. Ray from Philly, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So that's good. That's not bad. Pepino Man, not my thing. But we'll show some love for Pepino Man. You know, I know some folks enjoy him, so 9 p.m. Eastern time. And then 10 p.m. Eastern time, you can still stomach it at that point. He promises mediocre comedy at best, the Cardboard Podcast with Filmington. So that is Bob Lewis and Stofe teaming up to hang out with Filmington. If you enjoy some lighthearted, I'll tune in and I'll give him some support. So I'll be tuning in to give those guys some support. From what I understand, rumors I hear, there may be a sound effects board involved. These are rumors I've heard. I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying be aware. This may be the last time they're on Hobby Palooza. You might want to catch it. You might want to catch it before it disappears. But so Lord knows what they're going to do. So moving on. Okay, so for Sunday, Triple Crown 24, that's 11 a.m. Eastern. Fair enough. I'm not a big Sports Card Nation fan. He does some okay stuff. If you like it, that's going to be at noon. So that's going to be noon around midday. Mr. Fisher Bike, if you like 90s inserts. So again, I know the name. I think I've seen a couple of videos. If you're into 90s inserts kind of thing, not a bad call. Then from there, the next one I'm looking at is Diamond Yard Sports Cards, 6 p.m. So this is the sets that made us. Now, Donsfield Dreams is another good collector, and Chuck North's Side Guy. I think I've seen his stuff before. So pretty good. And then I think that's the end of Hobby Palooza. After that, it's canceled.
We need to have a hockey palooza so we can get a little bit of the hockey people in there.
Well, here's the thing. Truthfully, I wonder what the this has always been kind of this weird this weird kind of middle ground with it. I feel like the hockey fans are really passionate, but I don't know if they would support it in numbers. Like if you, I'm speaking seriously. I think if you tried it like as a real thing, I think you'd get a core group of folks who would totally be in. They'd be there. They'd support the hell out of it. I just don't know how many people would actively try to like. I don't know if it would do much in the number because
No.
we always get kind of typecast in the hockey. Now, obviously, Eric's doing predominant hockey. You're doing predominant hockey. Yannick and I do a little bit more baseball. So I that's why I liked having Andy and talked about some UFC stuff. I talk about I'm going to do some poker stuff with the poker autographs just because it's fun. Stupid things. The Sharknado conversation with Jay is just for fun. I like venturing into those other realms. But I think it's very tough because hockey is always going to be a very passionate fan base, but always a very niche fan base. And I think that's really where they've been stuck.
Yeah.
It's tough to draw any numbers for like a sustained period of shows.
Yeah.
Not impossible, but it'd be really tough. I don't think you could do like 7 or 8 hours of it. I think that'd be really, really hard.
Yeah.
If you just stuck to that one kind of topic area.
Yeah. I'll be waking up Monday going, did I miss something?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I said, if it's not something that people aren't into, that's fine. Like I said, the second time go around, I stuck to more positive. I stuck to the ones that I like. If you want to watch the other ones, it's on there. You'll get the link to it. You can go check it out. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. Have fun. So there we go. Let's see here. Eric has become the Morgana kissing bandit of the NHL, a group that players run from. Yep.
That
yep.
is funny. That is funny.
Yeah, I think that's probably about right. Honestly, that's probably
Everybody's
about right.
smiling at Morgana. Yeah.
Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah. Rock Latex there is claiming there's something on at 6 p.m. Eastern. Nah, I don't think that's not a thing. Not aware of it. I'm pretty sure they just end it. I think 6 p.m. Eastern time the show's over. Goes off the air. Channel gets deleted. Just disappears.
Like Kaiser Soze.
Yeah, like ooh, it's gone. Anyway, that's it. Thanks, guys. Have fun with the rest of your weekend. Like I said, jokes aside, there's plenty of content on the weekend. If you really want to watch hobby content, and that's the thing you're into while you're grilling at barbecue or doing whatever you're going to do, plenty. If you just want to watch some stuff and put it in the background, knock yourself out, have fun with it. Like I said, Big Scott, 9 p.m. Eastern time, Sunday, Big Scott's channel. I will put in, and I'll put links and everything. I'll do a quick video on it. There's no pickups this week. So instead of a pickup video, I'll do a thing on like for Scott's thing. Next week, I'll try to get some stuff in because I need ship my carts to ship it out. So that'll be the thing. But it'll be fun. It's going to be more eclectic, I think, this summer. Honestly, I'll be looking for vintage baseball and eclectic random crap. I think that's going to be the theme for the summer. So that's what we're going to have some fun with. Anyway, so we now interrupt your usual programming for public access. Yes. That's right, Bob. Public access it is. All right, folks. Have yourself a great weekend. Take it easy. We'll catch you in the next one.
Bye, guys.
Oh, one more thing, actually. Sorry, almost forgot.
Wait.
Next week is July the 1st.
Oh.
Prepare for the zombie apocalypse. Bring provisions, bring preparations, and bring jokes for Eric. Lots of jokes. It shall be a roast, a glorious roast to end all roasts. Just allegedly. Just saying.
I don't understand how you can roast me if I'm right.
Roast. Many hours of roast. Have a good night, Baz. Have a good night, everybody else. Have a good weekend. Take it easy. We'll catch you in the next one.